now, yeah, you gotta climb. But we give it your all until the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. It kicks me round, but I won't stay down. I run this town, ain't backing down. We go on them rounds. Yeah, the moves will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time. Are you with me now? Said, are you with me now? Ain't felt this good in a while. They want us to simmer down. Can you hear me now?
This is why we play.
Gaming is something more.
I feel it coming.
It's a community, made vibrant and real by AI.
Technology helps us to be part of something bigger.
Games play as if they were real life.
Are you with me now? Said, are you with me now? Ain't felt this good in a while. They want us to simmer down. Can you hear me now? Am I going in and out? I stop and just look around to see if you're with me now.
This is why we play. A community.
Thousands of communities.
Tell me, are you with me now? Ready to put it down. Start at the bottom, already forgot it, but they won't forgive me now. You really ain't ready now. You haters just in the crowd.
Nothing can hold you back.
So, why do you play?
Don't give up now, yeah, you gotta climb. But we give it your all until the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. It kicks me round, but I won't stay down. I run this town, ain't backing down. We go on them rounds. Yeah, the moves will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back once again to Lenovo and Intel presents the Esports Club Challenger Series 2020 VCT Off season official event where our gaming monitor partner is going to be ViewSonic Gaming. But to this desk once again, this is me Darshita. Alongside me, you can see Aggressive, and we are all set, all prepared for today. Today is going to be an interesting day. So many matches lined up, all of them very, very intense. So How are you doing? And are you prepared for today's day?
It's 5 intense hours of Valorant, 5 BO1s, ladies and gentlemen. Because
Yeah.
don't forget, we are past the online qualifiers. We're going to be moving on down over into the group stages. Yesterday, we had day number one. A 7 hour extravaganza, I would say,
Yeah.
from start to finish. It was a long day, but we have another couple long days in front of us because, hey, these teams, they have to get through this round robin format to get on over to the top four. It's going to be a grueling challenge for each and every one of these teams because they will be going up against each other one time guaranteed through the entire group
Yeah.
stages. Now, we have another set of matches lined up for you in front of your screens. And of course, the first one that's going to kick everything off is going to be Aster Army up against Orangutan.
Interesting matches. Aster Army going up against the sides of OG once again. To start off today's day itself, I mean, imagine on what basis we are starting today's day. OG, we've seen them dominating, we've seen them performing, we have seen them doing everything at the best level right now. So I have a lot of expectations in terms of OG, but when it goes down to Aster Army as well, these talents, these players, they definitely are phenomenal. I mean, yeah, it would get them a bit of difficulties to go up against the sides of Orangutan, honestly, but I feel it's going to be a close match coming up, and I do expect it to be close. Not in overtime, but yeah, a close matchup coming up for all of these matches today. Because the previous day itself, we did expect a lot of close matches coming up, but few or less, we did see some of them being, one-sided victory for the team. So yeah, interesting day today. Also, as you said, every team will go up against each and every team in front of them. So this is going to give them a lot of experience, a lot of learning. I mean, you'll get a chance to observe on what other teams are planning to, and also if your matches are lined up as second or third, you get a chance to see what your opponents are doing.
Yeah, that's for certain. There's so many different variables that you always need to consider whenever you're playing the game of Valorant, but when it comes
Yeah.
down to the tournament setting, the variables when you're in a round robin format is just very hard to keep track of. So you need to win as many games as possible. So let's say even if you go 4-1, there's a chance that you're not going to make it into the top four. There
Yeah.
are a lot of different um, permutations that you can go for when it comes down to these groups. But what we do know personally is that the side of Orangutan, they just have so much experience under their belt that overall, even if a team wants to try and contest them, it's going to be very difficult because when you look at the analytics and of course the team favorites and of course the crowd favorites, Orangutan's like right up there. They should be the ones to make it through the group stages, so that second spot is
Yeah.
always up for grabs for any of the other teams. But it's still gonna be tough because whoever gets through into the top four are pretty much guaranteed some money, right? 1 lakh for the fourth
Yeah,
place, but
definitely.
if you can get it to the first, 7 lakhs has your name written on it.
7 lakhs, and it's not just about the money, it's about the bragging rights as well. The title is what we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen. It's huge, right? It's huge. It's Lenovo and Intel presents the Esports Club Challenger Series 2023 VCT Off Season official event. This is a huge title coming up. So coming on the first place is guaranteed going to give you a lot of things, but today's schedule, as we said, we are going to start off today's day with the very first match as OG going up against the sides of Aster Army. But what is next? It's going to be Grayfox up against the sides of Hyderabad Hydras. Now, Grayfox, the previous day, I feel it was not that of a great day for them, especially the players itself. We did saw them making a lot of mistakes. We did see them falling apart. So today it's going to be an important match for them because again, if you want to be in top four, you need to win matches. But the third match for the day today, it's going to be Reckoning Esports going up against the sides of MLT Esports.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of games for this entire group. It's not gonna be that easy for each and every one of them. And MLT, they are getting the harder end of the stick here, but then again, it's just okay because they are a roster that still need a lot more experience when it comes down to this
Yeah.
particular scene. And maybe going up against Reckoning is what they need to just get their groove back and, maybe just have a couple more strategies under their belt because yesterday, not having the best performances, they had the sightings of a really good team and they had certain strategies that they were coming up with on the fly, but nothing was really pre-planned. And hopefully, after having a 1 day break, they've gotten a bit of an opportunity to just get their mojo back and get in line because that's going to be very important. But what I'm really looking forward to has to be game number 4 with GGEZ going up against Team Sarafa. Now, that I do believe will go the distance and possibly head into overtime.
Yeah, might be a very close match coming up. And to end today's day itself, we are going to witness the fifth match as True Rippers going up against the sides of Team Mystic. I remember the previous day when we saw Grayfox and Team Mystic. I mean, the matchup is what I'm talking about. Team Mystic was phenomenal. Protagonist, to be precise. He was on Sky. He was playing Sky. He converted multiple 2Ks, multiple 3Ks, one 4K and one 5K. I mean, that's an ace either way. So this player and his fragging potential is something that I need to talk about no matter how many times. Every single time we saw him in the matchup, he was on fire. I mean, every single time you try and take a duel with him, the aim duel, he made sure to come up on top and he denied every single player. On the other side, Grayfox Esports, as said, things were not looking that great for them. The team coordination somewhere down the line was, I feel, lagging. And maybe today they've definitely worked on it, and I do expect a lot coming from them. But True Rippers going up against the sides of Team Mystic, it's also going to be an interesting matchup coming.
Yeah, that's for certain. There's a lot of really good games coming up in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen, as we are prepping game number one and the players are loading on down over into a server. I want to really consider what the map veto is going to be looking like for both of
Yeah.
these teams, because in a way, I do believe that Aster Army they have a chance to maybe put up a little bit of a fight against the members of Orangutan and even win it out, depending on what the map choice will be, in my opinion. Because Orangutan, yes, they are very potent when it comes down to their team play and synergy, but consider this: maybe if you are able to take them to the map Sunset, where they probably haven't scrimmed as much. Plus, don't forget that they still are having issues with who their fifth player will be overall. So
Yeah.
that might be the opening that you need to take them down for one particular map. Acer Army, they do have that level of talent, but their own coordination is something that a lot of people will question. But me personally, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt,
Oh.
as we are going to be heading on down over into Lotus. I don't know how much I like this and how much it will favor the members of Acer Army.
Both of the teams. I mean, I'm really looking at the map ban coming up. The very first ban. I mean, Haven, then Breeze, Sunset, Ascent, Bind, and Split. Again, every single map that has been played n number of times is getting a ban, and we are going to go towards the map of Lotus itself. Now, when it comes down to Lotus, I feel it's more of an attacking favored map, understanding the fact that the defenders have three different sides to have their eyes on to. It sometimes does get difficult for them as well, but on the attacking side, you can actually make good plays coming up. Going down to the defense, once again, there can be certain combinations that you tend to work around with. I mean, the investment of Harbor, or maybe the Fade and the Pain Shells coming up, or Breach, the Stun and the Pain Shells coming up. There are a lot of combination that you can work around with. So Lotus, it is gonna be interesting. But yeah, I really miss seeing the three-sided map as Haven. I mean, yeah, Haven priorly when Lotus was not into play, Haven was such a beautiful map to be played onto. But now Lotus, three different sides to have your eyes on to. And I feel B is the site which is very, very vulnerable. And every single time you have different entrances towards the B, the door openings can be a lot more of confusion. So the defenders needs to be careful, and that's going to be the sides of OG to start things off.
Truly. OG, they picked up the much more proper side, I would say, to start things off on. Yes, I
Yeah,
understand that this map is very much attack favored, but when a
yeah,
team has a really good composition to play with, and of course a number of set strategies that you can utilize on the defensive side, the entire map gets spewed on its head. You always are going to be capable of taking that early aim in control, or even stopping your opponents from taking aim in control on the attack or on the defensive side through the usage of smart Viper utility. There's so
yep,
much you can give to this particular map, and the strat book is endless if you are able to put in those hours. I'm pretty sure OG have done so, but the question is, have Aster Army gotten past their humps for this particular map? Because in the past, I've seen them perform on this map from time to time, but at the same time, they did fall drastically in other situations. And it seems as though Orangutan, they're going to be going in for something a little bit more simple, like Sally opting for the Omen and the Fade getting picked up as well for Antidote. It might be very helpful to have that Fade, but you know how much I don't personally like the Fade in comparison to the Sky, because the Sky just brings so much
yeah,
more clearance utility, plus a lot more of a personal game plan compared to what Fade brings down to the table, because you're just a sucker for your team, while you can't really use
Yeah.
your own utility for yourself like the Sky can.
It's definitely going to be true. On the other side, if I talk about Aster Army, there's going to be the investment of double controller from both these ends. I mean, look at Viper and Omen. Double controller being used on the other side. Initiator, that's going to be Sky coming up. Doxer on the Killjoy and investment onto Raze. More or less, this is a similar composition coming up until and unless there was the investment of Fate coming up from Antidote and Rio decided to switch back to a Sky. um, I don't know, but I feel like the composition of OG is something that is gonna help them a
Choose
lot,
your
not just on the
agent.
defensive but the attacking half. Just it's just that uh, the investment of Fade, how much will it add value is the question. Because on the other side, you said as right, Sky can actually give you that potential to clear each and every corner. The flashes, there can be healing as well when you are in with the Sky. You can actually heal back your teammates and everything. So yep, the investment of Fade, how much value it will add is yet a question, but onto the investment of Sky, it's going to be a good pick coming up.
Yep. Overall, we do understand that the value that the Fade brings is pretty powerful, especially when you think about the Prowlers just having
Yeah.
what, like pseudo two Trailblazers to give you a lot of space. It's good, but at the same time, it's not as optimum as like having those flashes ready. This map really does facilitate a team that has a lot of flashes, and I do believe that Excali is going to have a lot more pressure on him to use those paranoias to give them a lot of value. And one of the players did disconnect from what we heard from our producer.
Yeah.
He's going to be jumping on back in towards the game soon enough. Aster Army, they have some slight problems there here from time to time, but not really much that we can do. As soon as one of the players do reconnect, we're going to be jumping on down over in towards the game. But that's the thing. Overall, my analysis, when you look at the composition coming in from Orangutan, it's a lot more harder to pull off because it requires them to have perfect synergy, especially Excali, who's going to need to set up his teammates with those paranoias and put it at the best possible position. Because don't forget, yes, you have a lot of combo utility from the Fate and the Raze, but that's
Yep.
where most of the strengths end. A lot of teams have understood that flash utility is a must-have when you're playing the map of Lotus, because you have that Viper, correct? And that Viper allows you to go in for a lot of crazy pop flashes, use those to take early control, and most players, even in the professional level, just cannot dodge those flashes because of how like untimely they can be. You can catch a person off
Yeah.
guard, get that kill, get that early man advantage, and when you're playing the map of Lotus, that early man advantage is pretty much the difference between a winning round and a losing one.
Yeah, it's going to be true. Overall, the investment of KJ as well. I mean, the KJ and the Cypher again can make a huge difference out there, but there's going to be the investment of KJ coming up from both of these ends. On the duelist end, we do see Raze being invested now. When it goes down to Lotus, I feel there should be, duelist that gives you more of a movement, because at the end, if you see towards the A site itself or towards the C site itself, there are long passages to be covered to get inside the site itself. Also, on the other side, the doors that can open and close can be a big of a problem. I mean, towards the A site itself, if you see, you can open the door, you can go towards the tree, make your way towards the site itself, which can be pretty vulnerable, right? The players, they have the defensive side, they have so much to have their eyes on, to maybe the trees, the site, the rumble. Again, the rumble, the position is just so vulnerable. There can be anyone who comes further, hide towards the rumble, and if the rotation is being made from the attacking half itself, it can be so vulnerable. So there are plays that can be made when it comes down to the map of Lotus itself, but again, it completely depends on the fact on how much these teams have prepared for it or how much strategies they've already pulled off.
Yeah, that's for certain. There's a lot of different options that you can go for this particular map, but as you just said, Raze is just one of those duelists that really adds a lot of value to this particular map purely in the basis of the
Yep.
paint shell. The paint shell allows her to take aggressive control, stopping pretty much all of the attackers or defenders from coming into any of the choke points that Raze always has a lot of advantages in. Plus, now with the Fate Seas, you can almost guarantee yourself a kill if you have that level of information. Antidote,
Yep.
I know him to be Mr. Consistent in a lot of different cases, but that's whenever he's playing the Sentinel role. But as a Fade, I'll be a little bit more on the iffier side because I haven't really seen him play Fade
Yeah.
to that level just yet. So benefit of the doubt towards Orangutan because I personally don't resonate with that composition, but what I do resonate with is their team play, coordination, and synergy, which has pretty much blown us away since day number one of this entire tournament, and even in other
Yeah.
tournaments, mind you.
Yeah, OG has been doing a great job recently. I mean, every single player coming down to their gameplays as well. I remember the previous time we saw the sides of OG performing, it was Antidote in a 1v2 situation. The map of Split, if you remember, there were two players right in front of him, a 1v2, and he was able to pull it off for his team. That was a KJ that he was playing the previous time. As you said, we have seen him playing Sentinels. We've seen him on that role as well, and he has been phenomenal. So now today, it's going to be a new experience again witnessing him play witnessing him play the role of a Fade itself. Let's see how it pans out for his team. Maybe, just maybe, I'm hoping for a big surprise here. You never know if he's able to, switch our mindsets out there, and we might see some amazing plays coming up from his end as well. But Aster Army, once again, a bit scared for this team because, if you compare the experience that both of these lineups have, we have known OG for a long time now. We've seen these players for a long time now. Aster Army, no doubt, all of the players are very phenomenal. They are really good when it comes down to their perfect job. But now, when it goes down to experience, I do feel OG has a slight edge to it.
Yeah, of course they do because hey, it's OG. They've been playing together for the
Yeah.
longest amount of time, and that's gonna be the biggest difference maker for it overall. But again, sorry about the long wait here, ladies and gentlemen. It seems
Yeah.
as though the players are gonna be taking a decently long amount of time to trying to get back in towards the server. Not really much that we can do. We're trying to expedite the process as quickly as possible and make it comfortable for the teams. But hey, just as soon as I was saying it, we're back towards agent selection already getting picked up
Oh,
again.
come
And
on.
don't forget, because they did pick up the agents already, it's going to be exactly the same agents once more. But I'm going to be looking towards Aster Army and, of course, Levi to be a spearhead for his team. This guy on Viper, I don't know what else to say, but Levi has caught
Yes.
my eye in each and every way possible. This man, I don't know what I really don't know how to explain it. The way he plays Viper is just
Yeah.
like Picasso doing art. This man knows what he needs to bring down to the table. His aim is perfect, and his and of course the way he utilizes his utility to set himself up, and not only just his team. Like that's the biggest differential here. A lot of Vipers know how to set up their team, and they forget how to set themselves up. But Levi, he's the
Yep.
best of both worlds. He's an incredible player when it comes down to helping out his team with utility. Plus, the plays that he makes as a solo Viper holding down a side, he is so difficult to try and kill. And as long as he is alive, he's going to be a big thorn on your sides whenever you're trying to go on that defensive side. But before the members of Aster Army, they can use Levi to his strengths. They need to get through this attack because OG picking up on defense right on the first go was a very smart plan for me.
Yeah, definitely it was. To start things off, I mean, it's going to be the sides of Aster Army. They need to get as many rounds as they can because going down to defense, it's going to be way too difficult. On the other side, we have the coaches ready as well. I remember as you were talking about Levi, I remember the previous time I saw him playing the map of Bind itself. He was phenomenal. I mean, I remember all the lineups that he utilized. Every single thing as a Viper was pin perfect. So denying this Viper, it's going to be very, very difficult. But on the other side, we have Frost, who is on that Viper role once again. So let's see who turns out to be the best. But for now, the pistol round is what is already started. A lot of information that they want to rely on to. B site execution, yet dicey. Yep, maybe they are making their way towards the A site itself, and this is going to be the prowler that might give them a lot of information.
And so towards the back, though, he's trying to maybe gain that early level of information. Already knows exactly where all the players are, and he's gonna get ran onto here. Pretty sure the members of Aster Army, they have the understanding that there's only one player in towards the side, but it's gonna be Antidote. He needs to try and survive. Maybe go in for a kill of his own. The isolation's not gonna work out, but Eyes just comes in for the save. Kishi with the double, and Eyes to come in and equalize. Such a bad spot for Eyes. Is he going to be able to lift through this one? He is. And it's going to be the members of OG who had the better levels of control. Kohli now stuck down over to a 1 versus 2 situation. If you want anyone in a situation like this, it has to be Kohli because this is the man that can prove miracles can happen. But then again, this is going to be a tough one. You're going up against Rafuel and
30
Ice,
seconds
two
left.
incredibly talented players. And Rafuel, the turret, that doesn't catch him. And Kohli, he gets a free plant over towards the seaside if he wants to here.
He is making his way towards the seaside itself, but the rotation has been already called off. A 1v2 is what is awaited and onto. Right now, he'll be going towards the plant as well. I mean, yeah, he does not have that amount of time to work around, but right now, a 1v2. He is right now outside the site itself, and the smokes have been placed completely, but really scared on what the plan will be like. Look at where he is right now. Look at his positioning. He's just so far away from the site itself. Slowly and steadily, both of these players try to make their way inside the site. I love the way how it all started, but the defusal is being stuck.
Remaining.
He finds the first one. Aziz goes down. Rafuel, the half defusal is done for. He might find the second one. Yes, he does. Kohli with a 3K. And that's going to be the very first round. OG. What happened? I mean, I'm completely clueless the way it all
Only
started.
happened.
Yeah. Come on. Look at that.
Yeah, this was just bound to be the case. I was expecting maybe a little bit more of a turret placement towards the side of main just to stop Kohli from peeking into you, something along those lines, but they had no idea what was going to happen to them there. Kohli even saw the half defuse go through, but then again, remember what I said? If you want anyone in a clutch situation like that, you want it to be Kohli, because this guy is just an absolute powerhouse. Another opportunity for the members of Aster Army to get themselves a pretty good chunky lead right off the bat here. But it all depends on them not getting ecoed. Members of Orangutan, they have a pretty skewed statistic when it comes down to the ecos, but that's normally when Rafuel was on that chamber. But on this Killjoy, it's going to be a big difference maker. Frostmind over towards the back a little bit here with a slow walk up from Doxer. They have a good amount of control over towards the seaside, but this is a big stack. And Aster Army, they need to smell this one out and they need to rotate quickly.
They definitely need to. For now, information is what they are trying to rely on to. The Trailblazer will capture and will get them a lot of information. As you said, the rotation is being called off towards the B site. Yep, it's going to be the B site. Now, Antidote has a huge responsibility. Again, the crawlers, the information, the Cs, everything should be on point. But right now, he has nothing to play around with. Basically, he'll be going in for some sheriff shots. Not able to connect anything. The smokes are on point, but Excali jumps out of a smoke. Doxer with the 4K on the other side. One lost remaining player. Will that be an ace coming up for him? I might think yes, it is Doxer with an ace, and that's going to be the second one on board for Aster Army. They just lost onto one single player. But what a round. Doxer with an ace, and that's going to be a 0-2 scoreline coming up.
It's an eco ace, and a lot of people are gonna say, "Oh, it's just an eco ace. It's absolutely nothing." But just think about it. An eco ace, yes, but look at how many ult points that he got. He got 5 in that one round. He's 2 away from a Killjoy lockdown, and that will guarantee them a round moving forward. So even if the members of Aster Army they lose out on this particular round, they're gonna have Doxer's ultimate prepped up and ready in the next one. That is the big point. A lot of people forget that getting kills is not just about it's not really just about padding up your stats. It's also about getting those ultimate points, and the fact that Doxer has that, it's going to be massive moving on down the line. But now it's going to be Frost's turn to maybe try and hold some things down, because he is in a very tough position and he's not going to be able to try and turn this one on its head. Gishi comes in for the big save. Next Scally, he wants to be a little bit of a danger man of his own, playing towards the opposite end, and Scally, I think he's done for, but nope, Scally, he's gonna be able to survive, equalize things out, and now it's all about the timing. He needs to live here for as long as possible and gain some information for his team, but Doxer so quick on the trigger, and Rafuel all on his lonesome to try and maybe go in for a fight. But I don't think he has it in him. He's been an absolutely phenomenal player, but up against these three, considering their positions, he knows that he doesn't have a chance. Orangutan opting for a save, and it's 0-3 scoreline for the members of Aster Army. They came into this map prepared. In Orangutan, they're left scratching their heads of what exactly even happened in this round start.
The save will be denied as well. Rafuel won't be allowed to go in and save that weapon for himself, and that's going to be Aster Army with the third one. slowly and steadily, OG, they are losing their hold on this map. Understanding the fact the first and the second round rolled in the favor of Aster Army, this was a full buy round coming up for OG, which has been denied. And now it looks so sad. I mean, look at that. All they have to work around with right now is going to be Sheriffs and half armor on two of the players. That's going to be Frost and Excali. So it does look sad for them. But again, I don't think there's much that you can expect coming up from them in this specific round. On the other side, Aster Army, they have a full buy for themselves. All that OG can do is try to take few players down, maybe retrieve some weaponry that can actually help them convert getting this round for themselves. But right now, towards the C side is what the execution seems like. The KJ and the positioning, I mean, are they anticipating any backstabs? Yep, they are waiting. Maybe the second side control, but the rotation is being called off on the other side, and they are trying to make their way towards maybe the A side. Yep, that's going to be the A side once again. Antidote has a big responsibility on his shoulder. Just look at how slow they are taking. They do not want to risk it. Every single position, they are anticipating it to be. And look at Levi once again. The Prowler dust comes in. Might give them information. Yes, it does. And now it's going to be an A execution. A hit coming up. All the players from the C are into a lot of problems as the rotation needs to be very, very quick. Or Antidote. It's going to be very difficult for him to survive, but not the perfect time to go in for the paint shells. Kishi finds him. That's going to be a perfect paranoia. Excali, will he be able to take that shot? No is the answer. Kishi doubles it up.
Yeah, Kishi's doing so much ice though. Okay, never mind. Two beautiful shots coming in with the Sheriff. He's going to be able to keep things a little bit more competitive for his team. And every member of Aster Army, they're just scrambling backwards now. Two guns on towards the floor and eyes. He's activated himself for this one. It's Orangutan. It's a very slow lurk up for him. And where are his teammates? They're coming through from the side of the staircase. They do have the Viper wall to give them a little bit of cover. Levi doesn't really get much of an answer as the corner is being held, and they're just dropping bodies like it's nobody's business. And Aster Army, they know they need to go in for the hole, but you have Levi to go in for this clutch. The guy knows the angle, he knows the spam. 0-4, and the members of Aster Army, they win on the round, but this was a little bit sweaty for no apparent reason. Iceman. That Sheriff just sung the song of death. You can do no wrong in that fight, and they nearly pulled off a miracle of their own.
Aziz has been phenomenal with that Sheriff. Two important frags is what he converted out there, and Rafiel with one more. They did retrieve back the weaponries, but again, time not being the best friend, they had to go in and stick towards the plan. Now, Levi was in the best position out there to actually go in for that spam, get those frags for his team, and clutch it. He did it very well. 4-0 on the scoreboard. KJ lockdown, yes, it is available. So is the case with Showstopper right now and the Omen ult as well. On the other side, Nightfall, definitely it's available to work on too. And they do have the Showstopper. But C execution is what they are looking forward to. The KJ and the Viper setup coming up might just delay this a lot. And the rotation should be called off. But will that be the case? Are they rotating, or is it just a fake that they are trying to create? Oh, they are outside C yet. They are just waiting.
Yeah, they're just gonna wait for this execution and the flash.
Yeah.
Needs to be good. Yep, they're gonna be able to find one for a value with eyes. This guy has been such a phenomenal player when it comes down to his utility, and this is what I meant. Ray's utility is such a big, hard-hitting tool as Antidote. He saw out Coley, but in a way, an expensive recon bolt working out in their favor, I guess. Coley. First line of contact up against Excali. He needs to find this shot here. Smokes are good, and the positioning is just even better. Antidote. He's probably going to be expecting this, but whoever wins out this duel over towards defender spawn is going to be the one to take out this entire round. Antidote with a swing comes in down strong. And now it's all up to Rio to maybe pull off a miracle. Out over from the side, and Excali does get the catch. And the Nightfall still stays intact. That is a very important tool for them to have moving on down the line, because Orangutan, they do get the first round under wraps for themselves, but that one Nightfall can stop an immediate rush in just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, it definitely can. I have to give it to the sides of Aziz for that. I mean, the paint shield was perfect. 2 frags with the paint shield is what he's converted onto. And OG, as soon as they got the best of that round, there's an instant timeout coming up. They know how important this is. They do have important ultimates to work around with as well. As you said, right, the Nightfall is going to be the most important one. And alongside that, they do have the Showstopper. I mean, that can be the best combination that, they can walk around with. On the other side, still, Aster Army, I would say a good start coming up for them. They are trying to maintain the lead that they have. They already have 4 rounds for themselves, and in return, they've given out one single round to the sides of OG. So it's going to be a 3 round differentiate that we are talking about right now, and it's still good to maintain. Going down to the map of Lotus, I feel on the attacking half itself, they have to have that lead. At least, I mean, 8-4 is a big ask. I completely understand. But if you have that lead to maintain, that's where you are confident that on the second half itself you'll be able to take few rounds and get the map for yourself. Or if it goes down to a 6-6 or a 7-5, it's a bit difficult, right? Because that's a close match, close first half coming up, and that gets these players into a lot of problems. A full buy round for both of these teams, and it is going to be very, very important. A lot of ults to invest onto at the same time. Seekers are online, so it can give out a lot of information. But to start things off, once again, Antidote. Let's see what the play looks like towards the A side. They are trying to take the early A main control. Look at two players. There's one towards the Rumble already. So Levi, he'll be just forced to go back and not be so aggressive.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of early contact already being established by the members of Orangutan. A-main is now theirs, but they do still have to worry about Doxer with the ultimate. I'm a little bit confused of how early this ultimate came through. This could work, but at the same time, what's the game plan coming in from Aster Army? I'm very confused here because they still haven't gained any form of space on any portions of the map. This looks to be questionable. Ultimates have been popped from either end, but Antidote still gets the first initial catch over onto Levi. Didn't know where to shoot. He was worried about the Raze ult, but Antidote's gonna be the one to take him down instead.
Crossed position, was it anticipated? He finds the best one out there. Rafuel, yes, that's a fair trade happening, but Aster Army, they do not have the numbers for themselves. The Seekers are definitely here, which are going to give them a lot of information. But look at the KJ out there. Look at what is happening on the sides of Doxer. But Antidote, that was something I was about to say. Antidote will find the best of him. AZ finds one on Koli, and now it all goes down to Rio being the last surviving player. Trying to make his way towards trees for now. Flashes, yes, they are on point. Antidote might just go in and deny the plant. He is trying to. Rio will be forced to go for the plant itself. Antidote, not the best position to peek into. Rio finds him, takes him down, but that's all he could do because Frost comes up. And that's going to be Rio done for this round. It's going to be once again the sides of Orangutan with the second round on board. AZ's gets the defusal done. 2-4. Slowly and steadily, the difference was of 3 rounds. I mean, 4 rounds before it's 2 rounds. But you know, Kishi, it was an important frag out here. Frost location, I feel, wasn't anticipated, and that's where everything just went apart for them. Timeout from the sides of Levi instantly. They know they've been losing on to rounds they should not. And if they give away this lead, it's going to be so difficult. But still, Antidote yet has the Nightfall to invest onto. And now to add on to it, they have the Viper's Pit as well. So it's going to be very difficult to take down OG right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. But Levi, they know to take this pause immediately and just break out this momentum as quickly as possible because the members of Orangutan, they are a heavily momentum-based team, so if you give them an opportunity to run away with it, they are going to put you 10 feet down under. This is the last buy run, mind you, coming in for the members of Aster Army. Their bank is not going to be looking good after this one. So this could just be their do or die for this particular half, because Orangutan, if they do get those 2 more rounds, in fruition for themselves, that means they've won 4 in a row, building up their own economy in such a fashion that even Aster Army, they know that they are not going to lose out on money anymore. They can go in for proper buys until the end of this half. So this round pretty much will paint the picture of what happens for the rest of this half. Either Aster Army, they're able to win this one, force Orangutan in a very uncomfortable situation where they have to go in for another forced buy. They're going to have to go in for another buy in that next round, but still they will not have a built-up economy to snowball it out of control. Because don't forget, for Aster Army, if they lose here, they're going to be going on to an equal, considerably weaker weaponry and a higher chance of losing out on that round.
That's going to be true. But for now, you look at what OG is doing. They are trying to have the early control for themselves. The A main control is what they are focusing on towards the C site. It's going to be impossible for the players of Aster Army to make a move because there's going to be the investment of Viper's Pit coming up. AZ's, his position is good, but at the same time, it's going to be very, very vulnerable. If they did not check onto this position, it's going to be so difficult, but the location gets compromised onto the paranoia. Comes in, still AZ manages to find one. Is that all he has for now? Will he be able to double it up? Yes, he does. That's going to be a 2K coming up from AZ Raw Fuel. Finds one onto Kohli. Antidote being the perfect one out there, the perfect fade that the team needs. But that's a very vulnerable position. Doxer, not the perfect way to walk into the Viper's Pit. Gets taken down, and Aster Army is left down with one single player. I loved the way OG played in this round. You know, the fact that they had the 70 to 80% map control for themselves. Rio, his location gets compromised, and it's a flawless round coming up. Look at how happy the coach is as well. I mean, that was a perfect round, a perfect execution coming up from the sides of OG.
Yeah, they just knew overall what they really wanted to bring down to the table, and that's all that you need to see. This is OG when they're in their prime. Give them a little bit of time to get themselves back in towards the game, and that will give them the advantage, and that will give them the lead. And Sky, he's happy for his team because they know for a fact that, okay, this is the strategies that we should have employed from round number 1, and finally the fact that we are able to do so means our overall system and of course our overarching playstyle is now finally coming into check. Aster Army, they're going to be stuck on a little bit of a half buy of their own here. Not really having enough money to go in for those full ones. Rio comes in around the corner. He's going to pop one in the head, but the other members of OG are already present to mow down their enemies. A very aggressive take from the A side, but a little bit questionable too, because you know that the members of OG are trying to contest the E very heavily, so going here for an eco looked to be the wrong plan, but maybe Aster Army, they're trying to deal as much economic damage as possible, but with only 2 members left, this is going to be quite difficult.
It is very difficult for now. Aster Army, 2 remaining players. They're completely clueless right now. Look at them. Towards the A is where I do see them. But Antidote. I mean, there's already Antidote present, right? And look at Excali. His position onto that crossing itself. As soon as Rio walks in and even some pixel is visible, it's going to be done for. But Excali comes out, finds him. Doxer very low, but finds one onto Excali with a Guardian.
30 seconds
Still
left.
high on hopes, but, you know, one last player for Aster Army, a 1v3, and the fact that he is so low, surviving on what pixel of his health, that's going to be so difficult to make. A 1v3 situation. Dox is slowly and steadily trying to make his way towards the site itself. Frost finds him, and we are back to an equalizer. We are back to an equalizer once again. Aster Army, a good start coming up from their end, but right now, it's going to be Orangutan who covered up every single gap they had, and they are on a 4-all score. And then look at Easy's right now. He is up with 11 kills onto his name. The paint chills,
just been
the boom bot. Yeah, everything is just so perfect for him right now.
Yeah, he's not been even skipping out on a beat here, and that's the biggest thing. Orangutan, having a player like him under the wraps is what they need overall. But for now, it seems like it's another big fight coming through over towards this B side. They're going to be going in for a full-scale execution. It's Excali! Nearly whiffed out on a lot of bullets, but Kohli, what was that flick? I saw that happen, Kohli. I know you got a couple of friction burns on that wrist there, buddy. It's good God, Excali, he just got flicked upon. And Kohli showing no remorse on that fight. They do get a 1-for-1 trade, but not a favorable one at that. Last out onto your duelist. That is going to hurt you quite a little bit here. Frost finds with a fast swing. He wanted to see if he could get a catch here over onto any of those players, but not much is being given towards him. It's a full another reset from the members of Aster Army to maybe get into better positions. But OG, they're not really biting anything that Aster Army are trying to do. They want to play it safe because they know how disadvantaged they are by losing out on one of their key players being Excali. They don't have smokes. That basically nullifies a large portion of the defense.
It's going to be very, very difficult because Linus is right not present there. The flash comes in. AZ still good for 1. Yes, that's all he could find. gets taken down, and that's going to be easy. The trade comes up, but that's the same case with Levi as well. 2 versus 3. We'll make it a 2v1 for now as Frost is trying to take down Kohli as well.
Frost
Last
is so
surviving
good at this.
player. Come on. The mollies, the Viper mollies were on point, and so was his aim. Orangutan, right from a 4-0, a 3-0, a 4-0 to a 5-4. OG has been doing things perfectly. Aster Army, we've been saying this n number of times that when it goes down to the map of Lotus itself, it is heavily attack favored map. And now, if in the attack side itself, it's OG who is on the advantage, going down to the second half, it's going to be so difficult. They have an important, ultimate once again to invest onto. That's going to be the Viper's Pit, but how will they make the investment? Over and over again, we see the sides of OG taking early A control for themselves. Every single time you see the Rumble and the complete A is under their control, and it's just so difficult for the Viper to even make a way inside. On the other side, if you go towards the C side, there's going to be Viper present, there's KJ towards the B. The control is really good coming up from the sides of OG, and now Excali. The flashes do come in. Paranoia is on
so
point. It's gonna
beautiful.
hit all the players.
It's
Excali
coming.
with the duel. Might just be a third one. No, good for 2. Gets taken down for Rio. But he did all the damage that he could. And now Aster Army once again lost onto 2 players. That's going to be 2 important ones. Seekers to come online. But Antidote, good for 1, gets taken down again. AZ's with the showstopper. And Raw Fuel with the last pick. Look how happy the coach is. Every single time we have Sky on our screens, he's happy, he's celebrating, or maybe clapping hands for his team. But Excali, the way he just started things off with the duel for himself, the Paranoia was on point.
Yeah, they just did a lot of good work here for this particular matchup. And that's what's going to give them the edge. 64 on the scorecards as Orangutan. They have finally gotten their flow back in towards the game to win out 6 rounds in a row. Aster Army, the fact that they had such a good amount of success early on was purely on the basis of them being able to go toe-to-toe with the utility usage being thrown out by the members of Orangutan. But now they're kind of stuck in the back. They're trying to find for picks, but fighting for picks here in a situation like this is just not gonna work. Be decisive when it comes down to your utility usage and maybe go opt for rotations that will give you an advantage, because look at the map control that the members of Orangutan are demanding. They're just going in so deep, and it's so difficult for them to even survive this. Yeah, Frostmines, he threw a perfect snake bite. That was such a good catch, and now Aziz, he's just waiting over on the opposite side of this door, so he's just going to hold down the line. As soon as they try to entry on towards B, he's going to open the door and dome like 2 people instantaneously. Oh, never mind, Rio.
Yeah. No.
Oh, this is good for Raw Fuel. Yep.
Ow! It definitely is. Raw Fuel and Frostmine, they double it up once again. Aster Army, the Viper's Pit is being invested onto with Frost. This is vulnerable. This is pretty vulnerable. Levi is still low, and he denies the Viper Pit. A 3k for Frost coming up. It all goes down to Doctor being the last player. A perfect headshot onto Raw Fuel, but that's all because Frostmine, he's lost his mind right now converting those frags. A 4k is what he has. And that's going to be 1 more for the sides of OG. A 7-4. I did say that 8-4 is going to be important, but I said it in a complete opposite way. 8-4 for the sides of Aster Army is what we were talking about. But right now, the way OG is playing, more or less, it can be 1 more round that rolls in for them. The KJ lockdown being available on both the ends. The Omen from the Shadows as well, and on these sides of Aster Army, it's going to be the showstopper coming up. But look at Raw Fuel. He's invested onto an operator. That's interesting.
That's a lot to get for them here. So Raw Fuel, Killjoy with an operator. Now that is going to be interesting. They know the last round is going to be on the cards here as Kishi over towards the back. The door, is it open? Nope, it's not open, so that's perfect. And no, he's not going to be the one to die out just today. Nightfall could be coming online if they do have the timing for it. Aziz, good for a kill over on Rio, but Levi, he's turning the heat up now for his team. Surviving and also getting a lot of value. OG, they have good angles that they can clear into, and this defender side of Killjoy lockdown is gonna give them a good chunk of space to play into here. Spike plant could be present, but the players towards A-Link, they're gonna be a massive thorn on their sides.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult, but Kishi still manages to find one onto AZs, and now it all goes down to one last remaining player. Kohli with a 2K gets it for his team. Last but not the least, this fifth one comes on board for Aster Army, and that's the scoreline. That's the very first half scoreline that we are talking about, a 7-5. But again, OG in the defending half itself, they got the lead that they needed. They had the momentum, and everything seemed to be so perfect. The executions were on point every single round. There have been flawless rounds rolling in for them where they haven't even had one single casualty, and it was perfect. Look at the kills, 3 players on 7-2. They doubled it up to 14. That's all, and it's looking great. It's definitely looking so great for the players of OG right now. On the other side, Aster Army now being on the defensive side, they need to be very, very careful. Sky is going to be an important initiator out there to gain them a lot more of information to get more control of the fight. But again, the early control is what they might rely on. To the Prowler comes in, they have a lot of information, but Kishi, if his location is not checked onto, it can be very, very difficult.
Kishi is in such a good spot, but this spam is gonna cause a good chunk of damage towards him. The healers on the opposite side of the wall, and raw fuel, the raw mechanical skill on this man, always there to impress. But for now, Aster Army, they're looking for another double dip here, but raw fuel's not gonna stay it for any longer. They know that Kishi is now down and deep and under, and the fact that he was not even able to use his pain shield, that's a good chunk of utility already being denied by the attack. Killjoy utility is gonna slow them down for just a little while longer, but Doxer, he needs to get a couple of kills here, maybe 1 or 2, but nope. The members of Orangutan, they're immediately opting for a rotate, running all the way back towards this B side. The utility is going to be good, and it's going to be perfect, and they're able to isolate all of these fights. Levi has been so phenomenal in the past, but in this particular game, he just has no form of value. Kohli needs to be the game changer for his team. A couple of good shots, but he's not going to be able to find the kill immediately. Gets traded out. It's Antidote, better on the fight. And in this 4 versus 2 here, Ahana, it's going to be really difficult, but Rio is opening things up for them.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
what? What?
Okay.
What did I just say right now? Doxer, he the knife was in hand and the player just went right in front of the face, but Aster Army left on with one single remaining player. That's going to be Rio. For now, he could do nothing as he gets taken down from Frostmind, and that's going to be the 8th one of both for the sides of Orangutan. I loved the way Orangutan decided to stick together. They tried to go in towards the A execution. There were a lot of little drops happening. The KJ, setup did deny them for a while, and they instantly made their rotate towards the B side. Every single player was together, and even if there was one player going down, the trade was on point from the sides of Antidote. One player went down, but that's Antidote who came up, found a trade, and got back the numbers for his team. That's where OG got the best of that round. It all went down to one last remaining player, and it wasn't that great. Aster Army, they've lost their pistol, which means that this round is going to be a complete save coming up from them so that they can have a full buy in the upcoming one. But OG, the best time right now, again, Frostmine towards the A side, maybe trying to gain some information, but not the best position out there. Levoy, as soon as he comes out, he gets shut down, but the trade is on point from Rio again.
But they didn't really get any form of an advantage.
Yeah.
Frostmines didn't even have any form of utility. As raw fuel, you gotta survive this one, buddy. He's double dipping, he's triple dipping for no apparent reason. Raw fuel, you gotta run away from that. These players, they have incredible aim, but they also need to be careful about fights like this. As Aziz, he's trying to maybe survive this one for his team. Over towards the right is gonna be another one. Kohli, immediate domes them out. And this round is just getting turned on its head. Antidote, he needs to find the skill over onto Doxer. They're trying to isolate this fight as quickly as possible, but the spike is not really planted for them here. That's why I don't really like the odds of them opting for a push like this. As over towards the sides, Kohli is going to try to maybe equalize things out. They need to go in for this quickly. So much utility being given as Antidote's position is so good too, but it's not going to be enough. Doxer, he expects the fight. And OG, they lose out on this round purely on the basis of the members of Orangutan just overpeaking for no apparent reason. You didn't need to take any of these fights.
Unnecessary fights they were.
Yeah. And Aster Army, they just get this round out of absolute nowhere. Sky knows. Sky's just going to take this pause and he's going to be like, boys, we talked about this. It's an eco round. Why the hell are you peeking them? You saw 3 members towards A main. They were pushing out into spawn. Why are you still peeking? I know you got the aim to do it, but still, you don't need to peek. Play for the team.
OG not the best of the round to lose on to. Sky, there's going to be an instant timeout coming up. I mean, there was an important timeout, right? To start things off itself, it was Levi who got the trade there and there. I mean, the first frag is what I talk about. The first initial contact is what I'm talking about right now. But after then, 3 players coming from the A side itself, 3v1. It's obviously going to get difficult, even if you have a bulldog for yourself. Going up against 3 players, it's going to be so difficult. It was complete unnecessary fights that OG went into, and that's where they have lost their important round. Once again, Aster Army, they were on a complete save in the previous round. They got the best of that round, and now they are gonna have a good economy. I mean, look at the buy, the full buy coming up. It is a good economy for them. At the same time, OG, where they would have played on bonus and maybe had the slight of a chance to destroy the economy coming up for the sides of Aster Army, they have been denied for everything. And right now, all I can see is 4 sheriffs, my bad, and 1 shorty coming up. This is not a good round, and it might just be the 7th one on board for Aster Army, as they are really looking great in terms of the weaponry. But a B execution for now is what is awaited. Onto the Viper wall is definitely prevailing a lot of information, but double satchel comes in, and that's gonna be the side control that they are aiming towards. The players of Aster Army have been forced outside the side, and the plant will go down safely. A 5v5 retake aggressive.
Yeah, Levi's on the back end of this, but I do believe with Excali already prepped and ready for this fight, it's gonna be so much value being brought down to the table. Levi, his aim just working wonders there. But Frostmine's over towards the back. He's trying to turn things on its head. Not gonna be enough because Kishi and the movement just helping him out beautifully. The 80 strafes working out in their favor. It's Orangutan. They're not able to win out on the round, but deal some form of economic damage and, of course, bring the spike plan down. But look at the shot coming in from Levi. The flick was just perfect. Quick, clean, and efficient. Aster Army, not really the best of starts when it came down to their own attacking half, but on the defense, they look to be in control a lot more.
They definitely do. Things are looking good for them. The executions are looking good. But now, again, it goes down to an important round. Over and over again, OG, if they lose it, once again, an equalizer. This is a close map, and, you know, we talked about it before as well. Again, the sides of Aster Army are doing the same that OG did to them in the first half itself. They are trying to take the A control for themselves, but there's going to be Sky who's left all alone. The rotation is being called off, and that's going to be a C execution. Maybe a C execution, but look at the early rotations from Aster Army. 2 players have tend to already rotate towards the C side itself, and there's a rotation from OG as well. They are making their way towards the A side. This is not looking good. Early rotations are going to be a big problem out there. A lot of information, maybe, just maybe, a lot of information that they have, and there you go. Again, the rotation needs to be quick, or it's going to be a lot of chaos. Rio has a huge responsibility. Does have the Seekers to play around with, but right now, a lot of shots, a lot of bullets being fired, util exchange going on, and they are looking forward to have the A control for themselves.
So much more to give for them here as Aziz. Over towards the back, he's trying to go in for a little bit of a fight of his own. They have side control to give here, but they need to get this first line of contact as Levi's going to be able to isolate Aziz completely. A little bit too aggressive when it came down to the control that they were trying to demand. That's going to hurt them. Doxer over towards the back, catches a raw fuel, and with the possible jump downs coming through, Frostmines has no idea what's coming towards him. Anti, good for 1 kill, but these are going to be impossible odds for him to try and even run in towards the side to try and hold this one down. Low HP for him. He has nothing to give, and the Nightfall came in so late. Rio gets the final catch over onto Anti with a little bit of spam. And 8-8, the members of Aster Army, they're getting into this round, and they are turning everything on its head. There's no way, right, that Aster Army are able to make this clutch happen. That was a Viper Spit being invested too, as Aziz, he was a little bit too aggressive for his own good, because there were so many members towards the side of defender spawn that he, of course, is going to get caught out.
Alarm bot out.
OG, again, it was an important round for them. They'd invested onto so much. The Viper's Pit and the Nightfall, if we talk about it, two important ultimates were invested onto, but still, they did not have the rounds for themselves. It's going to be a huge loss, not just in terms of economy, but in terms of the ultimates as well. That is going to hinder them for a long time. But right now, again, Levi trying to take the early information. The jump peaks come in, but look at how, low he is. He's been brought down to what? 50% or lesser health for himself. On the other side, towards the Rumble and the A side is where I do see one player coming, but the information is what they need to rely on. To the showstopper comes in AZ. Will he be able to find anything with the showstopper? Well, the answer is a no. No connections whatsoever, but yes, they do have the side control for themselves and they can safely and comfortably go in for a plant. But Levi, how in the world did you connect that shot? AZ's gets denied for everything. Aster Army once again have the best of that number out there. And to rely onto it more, they do have From the Shadows to invest onto. Not really sure if they will do, but these retake, OG, they have to get it. Oh no, it's not looking that great. The trades are on point every single time. The bodies are falling down. Aster Army, that's going to be Doctor who will go in for the defusal. Half defusal is done for, and now it's just about two remaining players who gets denied from Doxer and Kishi. Once again, Aster Army with the lead. Slowly and steadily getting back into the form they were in the first half itself. Aster Army is getting the best of that round. But OG, what's going wrong is the question. Because they are having the side control for themselves. They are going in for a comfortable plant as well. But when it goes down to the post-plant scenario aggressive, things are not working that great.
That's because they're not setting up any form of a crossfire. They are taking aggressive control of Waterfall, but they're not getting any value out of it. The players are just circumventing them, going towards the main side, and that's just perfect. Sky, we are not going to be able to see his face, and I don't think I want to because overall, I have a lot of, how do you put it? A lot of questions to what exactly the members of OG are trying to pull off. But Eyes, he's turning everything a little bit more in towards the favor of OG. They finally have that first initial kill, and they will be able to break in towards the side. But we have seen this over and over again. OG, they have the man advantage, and they still lose out on the round. That's the strength of Lotus as a map.
Yeah.
If you're able to
It
play that
definitely is, but look
defensive
at
side
Frost.
properly over the retakes, it could work. But Frost falling asleep on the angle, he's gonna get hurt for it. As Levi, he's gonna be a massive thorn on the sides. He's just gonna keep on opening his door and be that constant line of presence. As Kishi good for one more kill. Excali's gonna turn on everything on its head a little bit here, but still a 2v2 retake coming through. As Cody, he knows the position of one, but he needs to go in for this fight soon because time is taken away.
Last player standing.
Oh, time is definitely taken away, but right now Kohli will be trying to go in for a defusal. AZ's with a 3k on his name, and that's going to be one more equalizer. OG, this time, finally. The way it started off with multiple frags and multiple trade coming up, I thought OG might lose onto this one as well, but they pulled it back and Aster Army, they got denied into. Again, this round, they do have an economy to maintain. Doxer, a KJ on an operator. I mean, the previous time it was raw fuel. This time it's going to be Doxer. Let's see how good the KJs are with the operator. But on the other side, it is a full buy for them until and unless they lose onto this one. A lot of ultimates to invest onto. They can have the complete sea control with the Viper's Pit for themselves. On the other side, they have the KJ lockdown available as well for the retake. The showstopper is on board as well. So they have a lot of ultimates to work around with, and they can actually convert the best of this round. But OG, what's the plan like? For now, they did show a lot of presence towards the B side. There were bullets being exchanged, but that's all because slowly and steadily the rotation is being called off towards the A side. There's no one from the sides of Aster Army to take an early A control for themselves. It's just all down to Rio and his information that they are relying. But look at the raise. Look at the rotation towards the C side already coming up from the sides of raise. This is not a good sign. Every single time Aster Army, the rotations are a lot more of a problem for them. But the plan, it's not yet decided. They still are trying to make their way, but Levi in the best position to peek. It would have been a good buy for Levi right at that point of time, but he somehow manages to stay alive. The investment of Viper's Pit come up, and now will they invest onto a KJ lockdown? Yes, they will, to force out Viper out of that position. But the showstopper comes in. It gets antidote. AZ gets taken away as well. What is happening in this round? What?
Just Levi working his magic. Levi on the defensive side. This is a strength of this one man. He does everything. And let's look at him. He's so excited too because he knows that this is his world. And there is no way you're going to be running away from him. This guy, when he's on the defensive end, he is something drastically different than his Viper. There's a reason why we have been hyping him up so much. He had a very quiet attack half, but now that he's on the defensive side, he is going to be the one to come alive. These team full of youngsters on Aster Army, they have so much talent under their belt, and you can see why too. They're putting the OGs, literally and figuratively, and giving them a run for their money. But it seems that Offfield's going to be the one to come out on top in this engagement. I hyped up Levi a little bit too much, and he pays the price for it with his own life. The caster's curse is real. And at all stages, it's a cruel lady. Always seems to know how to bite me in the butt from time to time.
The caster curse is definitely for real. Levi, you know whom to contact right now for that specific round. But yeah, scratch it for now because Aster Army early on the stages, they've lost their numbers already. Still, the KG lockdown is available to invest onto. But this is not an economically great round coming up from the sides of OG. Early control once again. They are towards the A site itself, slowly and steadily making their way towards the B. For now, the pixels were visible, but as soon as they try to enter, Doxer will be going in and investing onto the KJ lockdown. They are trying to take as much time as they can, but the paint shell, will it deny the lockdown is the question. There's a lot of damage onto Doxer as well. The paint shell will definitely help them deny a lot of information, but Doxer, the door was broken. Doxer comes up, he finds two. Kishi as well on the other side with the operator, and now OG is left down to one single player. That's all that they have. One last remaining player. That's going to be Raw Fuel. A 1v3. Just have one nanoswarm and one alarm bot to walk around with 18 seconds for the turret as well. It's just so difficult, impossible for him to go in for a plant because look where the spike is. Maybe take some exit frags or maybe just save the weaponry. That's all he can do right now.
Yeah, they are probably not going to have enough money too overall. I want to check out the scoreboard to see exactly what's going on in this particular round because, yep, this is going to be quite the difficulty for the members of Orangutan to even turn anything around for themselves. Aziz does have his showstopper to maybe brute force their entry over into any form of any of these sides, but I don't think they have a lot of options.
Yeah.
Overall, their strategy's been falling apart and no pauses can be taken. That's the sad part. What pauses do you take here? You can't really give much. And this is not looking that good for the members of Orangutan. If they lose here, they are done for. It's 9-11. Their last buy is going to be coming through. And they're going to be forced onto another force buy if they're going to get stuck here. They need to win this. And Aziz, he needs to get a lot of value out of this showstopper. It's going to get thrown in as it's going to be a full-on and utter retake coming in from each and every one of their members. It's Kishi catching Aziz with the spats down. A beautiful angle, and Kishi is going to be able to turn everything that Orangutan was trying to work towards on its head. The turns have tabled as Kishi is still looking for another fight. A lot of utility being invested, and it's going to be Frostbite stuck on an island. He has nothing to give, and his teammates are nowhere to be found. Scally gets shut down, and Kishi, he's just getting even more value. The spam is good. He does connect, but Frostbite, he comes alive when his team needs him the most. They're still able to live. They're still able to find the frags. Good for the shots as Levi. Last person remaining, holding down the line. A Raw Fuel faster on the trigger, and the swing is just so good. And Sky, he's praising the gods for this one because Raw Fuel was only at 8 HP. If Raw Fuel missed the first initial bullet, he was dead. But Levi just didn't have it in him to go in for this clutch.
So much has happened in this specific round. OG, they'd almost lost this round. Almost. It was just because of Raw Fuel that they got this round. I mean, look at Sky. He's literally thanking for that one round because that was a lifeline for the sides of Orangutan right now. If they would have not got that round, the economy would have been dead for, and that's where things would have been so difficult. Aster Army, slowly and steadily, once again, things do not seem to be that great for them. The initial contacts does come in. AZ finds one onto Levi to start things off. The controller has been denied for all the advantages coming up for the sides of Orangutan once again.
My ult is ready.
These fights are just perfect for the members of Aster Army overall, but they're still not gonna be in a favorable duel whatsoever.
Boss
Slow
coming
on
back.
this take, as the members of Orangutan, they're taking their time before opting for any form of an entry, which is smart. They don't want to risk anything because Holy's on the opposite side. They're gonna wait for the utility and then opt to go in for this rush.
Yeah.
Face your fear!
Nightfall does come in for now, so is the case of Paranoia, but Kohli, important frags, no! Frostmind, he denies Kohli, he just takes him away, and this is an equalizer that we are talking about once again, a 2v4. Two ultimates to invest onto, but the Viper Spit is being invested from the sides of OG as well. They know how important this round is. They do not want to commit any kinds of mistakes right straight away. More or less, this is a done round because look at both of the players from Aster Army. The economy is completely done for. They know they need to go in and save those weapons, and if they get denied to do that as well, the upcoming round might just be a huge loss and can be a match point for the sides of Orangutan, because looking at what the composition and the play looks like, it's looking great. The momentum is back into the play. OG, they've been getting rounds back to back. So Aster Army right now, all they can do is go in for a save. Maybe the time is ticking. All of the players make sure to come out of the range so they do not get taken down. But yep, more or less that's an 11-all equalizer that we are talking about. And now, what is the plan? Aster Army. Important round. Very important round, because if they lose out of this one, it's a match point for Orangutan. And as that being said, Rio will be going in for an instant timeout. But aggressive, looking at what the way Aster Army is playing, what do you think can be changed so that Aster Army can get a round for themselves?
I think the biggest change that Aster Army need is a little bit more aggressive control. They're giving away a lot of space and allowing the members of Orangutan to just run over them. The main thing is Orangutan are hoping to take these executions in their own time and in their own pacing. And the fact that they were able to do so early on just allowed them to snowball every bit of their strategies out of control. Don't forget, Valorant is a game about momentum. And the members of Orangutan just have that momentum insecurity. And for now, Aster Army, they need to make that decision. Which portion of the map and which extremity do I want to push into? Either it has to be C long or it has to be towards A long. The answers are coming in. You can see a couple of pings happening towards the map that the members of Orangutan, they're hoping to head in towards the C side, while Aster Army, they want to take aggressive control towards A or maybe play it defensively. This round is all about control. Whoever gets that first bout of information will be the ones to take it over. We do see that the Killjoy has shifted towards A. That means they're going to be playing A on a full-scale retake with the ultimate coming in from Kishi. But towards the B side, they're opting for this rush instead. This swing is going to give a good chunk of information, but it's all about them getting the read and that first line of contact. Kishi, he's waiting for maybe a couple of footsteps or that first jiggle to give him a little bit of an answer, but for Orangutan, they're all the way towards the C side. They're playing it slow. They want to maybe show some presence towards C and then opt to go in for a rotation towards A. They have a lot of options, but Orangutan is just going to play for the long game. They don't have a strict game plan just yet. They're trying to feel out the map and see exactly where Aster Army are thinking of and how they are playing.
They are taking it very slow right now. They try to make their way towards the C side, went back towards the A, coming back towards the C side over and over again. But Viper, a huge responsibility that Levi has on his shoulders right now. This is a very important round, and if they lose out of this one, it's going to be the match point either ways. Right now, on the other side, if I talk about the sides of Orangutan, there's the Viper who is trying to walk inside the cages util as well, but the push comes in, and now it's got to be Rio who finds the first one. Kishi finds one more, but the trade comes up from Raw Fuel as two players goes down. Antidote has been denied for everything. OG have lost their numbers, and now it's all about this spike getting taken down. They need to retrieve the spike as well. Two remaining players. What's the plan like is yet the question. 3 for Aster Army. They have the numbers. Time is not their best friend.
10 seconds left.
Oh, this is just bad. Frost, he has no idea what's waiting for him on the opposite side. Kishi just sets a little bit of a trap for Raw Fuel. And poor old Frost, he has nowhere to be found. He wanted to go for a big long flank, but it just didn't work out because all of his members that were rushing towards the seaside died instantly. It would have been a good play, but Aster Army, they had much more of a better answer.
Yep.
that defensive hold coming in from Kishi, Rio, and of course Levi was just phenomenal. These kills are what they require to turn this round on its head. And the fact that Orangutan just didn't really showcase any form of presence towards the H side basically meant that Aster Army, they were just waiting out. Aster Army, they were just waiting in C. They're like, okay, they're not showing any form of presence on A. Why do you want to rotate here at all? They're just gonna wait this one through as Kishi opting for a little bit of a stall of his own. And now it's gonna be an opting rotation towards the C side once more. Orangutan, they want to try their luck here, but they have no form of utility to try and give them that form of an advantage. They need to go in dry. No ultimates, no advantages whatsoever. The Into the Shadows can give a slight form of an advantage in the form of an expensive recon ball, but that's it. The execution is not going to get easier. As Kohli over towards the back. This is such a dangerous position to hold, especially against that raise, but maybe Aziz is going to just walk in and give Kohli a free fight. Oh, it's on.
Yeah. It's looking so difficult. A lot of util dump
Frost.
comes in, but Frost finds him once again. Kohli
Unlucky.
been denied for. Yeah, he is definitely unlucky out there. The spam is what he thought to found off, and now it's going to be Aster Army losing onto the numbers once again. Slowly and steadily, Orangutan, they can invest onto the lockdown. Yes, that's going to be the KJ lockdown coming up, being invested towards the B site itself. But you know, B site is kind of very vulnerable to have your hold on. The double satchel comes in, but Rio, he is still waiting inside the range
Levi?
itself to get the best of that frag. But Levi on the other side finds one. OG with two remaining players. This is a do or die. This is a desperate
hard.
round if they want to take it to
Rio, look
an
at Rio, look at
overtime.
Rio,
but
look at Rio.
no.
Oh, Rio. How did he kill the other guy? Andy! You know, it's all up to Frost. Double peek comes through, and there's absolutely nothing that he can give to try and take this one away. The members of Orangutan, they tried their hardest, but it just was not enough. The fact that Sky opted for a pause so early on, they had no resources to turn anything on its head. This was such a tough loss coming in from the members of Orangutan. Good God, man.
You have to give
But
it to Rio.
how?
You
Yeah,
have
like
to
how
give
did
it to him,
Rio get
that's
that
it.
kill over towards the back? He was so ready for it too. That's Aster Army. They just pulled off an incredible feat to take down OG. I take everything back. My analysis was completely wrong because Aster Army came into this game with a plan. And OG, they didn't expect a single bit of it. The youngsters of this scene are incredible to watch. Like, how do you put it?
Yeah, these young talents out there, we've been talking about this so much, right? I'm really thankful to, Lenovo and Intel that they have given platform to such players out there. I mean, this Esports Club Challenger Series 2023 VCT Off season, this is just showing us so much of good, great talents that we have all around. Look at all these players from Aster Army. We were talking about Orangutan a while ago. We were talking about the fact that, OG is such a difficult team to tackle with. I mean, every single time the executions are so on point, and it is just so difficult to take them down. But Aster Army, they were prepared for this. They had their strategies ready. Even in the first half itself, though they did not end up on a good scoreline, being in the defensive side, they had 5 rounds for themselves, and it was a 7 half coming up. They covered it so well when it was the other half, and it was an amazing match to witness. I mean, every single time we were on our nerves on what is happening. In the last round itself, you have to give it to Rio because he went inside the KJ lockdown to find one important frag. He rotated all the way down to the doors. He found one more. And the sides of, OG, they were completely clueless on what is happening out there. It was a 1v2 situation to end it all that did not work in their favor. But Aster Army, I mean, amazingly played, well played. I don't know how many times I would say that, repeat myself, but this match is something that we've waited for all this time.
It just didn't work out at all for the members of OG. They got completely bamboozled by the team play and coordination being pulled up by the members of Aster Army. And that's the thing, Aster Army, they woke up on the right side of the bed today. They came in together with a game plan and they were unstoppable. And that's the thing. It was a really well-played game coming in from Aster Army. You can't say that OG played that badly. Yeah, they of course made a couple of mistakes here and there when it came down to being over-aggressive, but nothing that they cannot even come back from. Overall, the strategy and the game sense from all of the members of Aster Army, just pushing them over that edge. Kishi being the leading charger for this one, 21 and 20. His KD is not going to be looking that pretty, but overall, he was the entry fragger. He was the of first line of attack for his entire team. And when it came down to the defensive side, even the first line of defense, there was a lot of situations that he needed to come alive with his buddy Doxer, and they were able to do so. Consistency is key, and Rio, he was so good when it came down to getting those first initial bloods. I saw in a lot of those rounds that even though the members of OG were able to get that first kill, it just wasn't enough because Rio just came around the corner and got those instant refrags, or maybe turned everything back towards the favor of Aster Army, because he was able to challenge one of the players, get that kill, get himself back out, use the Sky utility to help out his teammates, just stop people from entering on towards the side. But the MVP of the game was Frostmine's 27, 15, and 5. He was incredible overall. The amount of damage that he was able to do and the amount of control that he was able to demand was insane, but it just wasn't enough to take his team over the line.
Definitely. The fact that he was on a controller, he was playing Viper out there, and still look at the statistics. I mean, 27 kills that he has to offer every single time. I remember 2 rounds where, there were Omen smokes being placed so perfectly, even though he managed to he managed to just take down those frags through the smoke itself. Everything was just so perfect. He anticipated the positions, he got those kills. Three first kills is what he has on his name. Frostmine has been phenomenal. I remember talking about Levi, when we talk about Vipers in this map itself. But, Frostmine has been doing a great job. OG, definitely not the best possible scoreline that they did expect. But, yeah, they can come back stronger, right? Out of what all has happened in this map, I feel there's going to be a lot of re-strategizing, a lot of homework, a lot of team work coming up from their end as well. And the next time we see OG, it's going to be a different OG overall. But this time, the Aster Army that I saw was completely on a different level.
It was a big upset, and I'm hoping that the other games are going to be upsets as well. There's a lot of young teams in this entire tournament who can pull off miracles just like Aster Army. But if you want to see those miracles, we need to set them up too. So we're going to be heading on down over into a short little break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a lot more action. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lenovo and Intel presents TEC Challenger Series official VCT Off Season 2023. Our gaming monitor partners are none other than ViewSonic Gaming. And hey, it's gonna be our way aggressive back on the hot seat again with Darshada on my side to bring you game number 2 of this 5-hour extravaganza. Possibly gonna be 6, you never really know, because the teams, they've been getting pretty close to beating each other. It was a 13-11 victory from Aster Army in that last game up against Orangutan. And that is something that none of us expected. It was incredible, to say the very least, to see a team of youngsters beat out the OGs, literally and figuratively, just like that. And now we're going to be looking at another hard hitter coming on down into fruition. It is going to be the members of Grayfox trying to make their mark. Will they be able to do so, though? It's going to be a big question.
Yep, a lot of questions that we do have right now, because the team that they are going up against is going to be the sides of Hyderabad Hydras. This team, definitely not heard about them back then, when we used to see a lot of pro players coming into the scenario. But right now, the way Hyderabad Hydras have came in the scenario, they have actually made it to the top. Right now, being here in these stages as well, it says a lot. So Grayfox Esports up against the size of Hyderabad Hydras. This is going to be a close match once again. And honestly, I feel it's going to be very important for Grayfox Esports, because the previous time that they went up against the sides of Mystic, it was a really sad scenario to witness. Every single thing was going against them. They did try to at least close it on a close half, but they were not able to do it. The map control was something they did not have. The coordination was not on point back then in the previous match itself. And on the sides of Team Mystic, they were on fire that day. Everything was working out great for them. The first round itself, protagonist with the 4K, then an ace as well. So Team Mystic had the best of their time in the previous day itself. So coming down to today, it's going to be a very important map. Grayfox Esports, if they want to qualify for playoffs, they have to get this, map, because at the end of the day, the more number of maps victory that you have will take you one step closer to the playoffs. Because right now, all that we are talking about is these matches. Because once you are in top 4, that's where the prize pool gets unlocked.
Yeah, that is true. The prize pool of having 15 lags being split up between those 4 teams, now that is massive. And each and every one of those teams, they're getting a massive share, mind you. 1 lag for 4th place is a good chunk of cash that you can split up amongst all of your players. But overall, though, as they're going to be taking a couple of steps back and allowing the teams to just showcase their mettle and showcase their worth, I think that the members of Grayfox are going to have that advantage overall because of how long they've been playing together as a team. But after the first initial game, I don't really know, man, because Hyderabad Hydras have just been a really good team, but they haven't really had that time to just gel together and even have that experience, so mind you, of playing at such a level. When you're on stream, when you have that pressure of hundreds of people watching you in the background, it just adds up, and you have a tendency of making a lot of mistakes, or you force yourself to make plays for your team where you feel as though if you don't make a play, then your team is just about to lose. But that's not really going to be the case in a lot of instances. You need to rely and trust your team as much as you possibly can. You saw that in the very last game. The fact that the members of Aster Army had so much trust in each other, they were able to pull off miracles, take down Orangutan, and maybe Hyderabad and follow the same suit. If today is going to be the story of the underdogs, I'm pretty sure that all of them could make things work out for themselves. And hey, if Reckoning versus MLT go in the favor of MLT, good God, this entire tournament is going to be something so different.
I mean, we started off today's day on a very different note as what compared to it is every single day. Every one of us expected OG to come up on top. No matter the players of Aster Army are so strong and so good, but still when it goes down to experience, I guess it was OG having a slight edge, but it just went completely either ways. But right now, what has happened has happened. What is happening is Grayfox Esports going up against Hyderabad Hydras in the map of Haven itself. Once again, a 3-sided map that we are witnessing, and Grayfox Esports, they are starting things off on the defensive map. Over and over again, it is a storyline that Haven is known to be an attacking map once again, of the fact that there are 3 different sides to handle, but the choke points, there are a lot of choke points to be careful about. Now, when it goes down to the map of Haven, we know the double initiator composition is something we can talk about. Maybe the Sova coming up is going to be very, very important again. But alongside Sova, the previous day when I saw the sides of Mystic, they were with the combination of a Sky and a Sova. On the other side, Grayfox Esports was coming further with the combination of a Breach and a Sova. So there are things which might make a difference, but for now, it's going to be a Breach and a Sova coming up from the sides of Hyderabad Hydras, but a KO. No, that's going to be a Breach. Well, I was scared for a while, but yeah, that's going to be a Breach.
Yeah, breach is pretty much gonna be those guaranteed pickups. You don't want to stray away from that breach, especially on
Yeah.
this man, because the amount of control that he can demand from the opposition is close to no other initiator. You need to have that Sova as well because you want that early bout of information. Plus, the recon bolt allows you to stop any form of aggressive rushes, and if they're rushing into you, you can throw out the recon bolt and then opt to go in for spams. It's just something that we have seen all the time. I don't think I need to explain. The people who are in the audience, if they've ever even played the map of Haven, they already know. And now we're going to be
Yep.
looking at a little bit of statistics from both of these teams after the agent selection. We have a couple of new graphics coming out. Our producer are spoiling us with so much interesting analysis and, of course, the
Select
data,
your
which
agent.
really helps us and also the audience quantify who exactly will be the ones to win this one out. Because Hyderabad Hydras, yes, they have always been on the back foot, but Auping, he hasn't really had the best of starts, I would say, for both of his
Yeah.
matches. They're going 0-2, I do believe, Hyderabad Hydras, and I hope that Auping, as soon as he comes back over, is going to be massive for them.
It's going
Survey,
to be,
though,
but for now,
with 22.
yeah.
Okay.
Survey, we've seen Survey being on that duelist, and Survey is a very difficult player to play around with. The previous day itself, yes, I think that was not a great day that he had, but yep, Survey on that duelist is very, very difficult to take down. Look at that stats coming up: 22 kills, 32 deaths, 1 assist as well. On the other side, we have Kalki from the sides of Hyderabad Hydras with 10 kills, not looking that great. I mean, even if I talk about the headshot person, it's going to be Survey who does have an edge to it. So this is an important match for both of these teams. It's not just about Grayfox or about Hyderabad Hydras for now, but Kalki and Survey, they do have a lot of responsibilities at the same time, because coming down to Haven, we have seen the composition both of them are on a single duelist, and that's going to be Jet on both of these ends. A mirror composition, to be very honest, coming up from both these ends. So it gives an equal opportunity and equal chance to both of these teams on both the halves itself. Expecting a 7-5 scoreline in the first half. Let's see if that's the case.
Quite an interesting take coming in early on. The shock dart to maybe stop them from even doing anything, but Hyderabad Hydras instantaneous push towards the B side, and the members of Grayfox, they were none the wiser for it as well. Falcon over towards the top inside of his own smoke and play it for a little while longer, but it's a very risky fight for him to take in here. Falcon, bad positions, is Auping not going to be able to find value in the first initial instant. The shock darts are going to be clean, and that's a good chunk of damage already being given, but it's just not enough. The members of Grayfox, they have full control, and they're taking them down one by one. And poor old Cam,
Player standing.
not even going to be the one to swing this. He's going to get stunned out, so he can't even take that fight anymore. Hyderabad Hydras, they do get a 4K onto the kill chip, but it's just not going to be enough. First round going in their favor, but overall, I do think that Hyderabad Hydras, they kind of won out on this round overall, because a Killjoy getting 4 kills, that's 4 ultimate points for them to play into.
Definitely, that is 4 ultimate points to play on too. I do have one more wish today. I really want to see Godspeed smiling with Grayfox Esports performing really good today. Because the previous time Godspeed was here with us on screen, I saw him not at all smiling. He was really, kind of sad to witness on what was happening with the team back there, the coordination and every single thing. So, Godspeed, I'm really, wishing to see him smile today. A good start coming up from the sides of Grayfox Esports, though, as you said, Hyderabad Hydras with a 4K onto Kamoff itself, they have got a lot of ult points coming up for him. 4 is done for 5 is what is remaining, but right now it's a good buy round again. Bad love, come on, this time again we have a player getting disconnected aggressive. It's every single time, right? It has to be in every single match itself.
I think that's just me. Every time I
Yeah,
cast,
it is.
this always
It is.
happens. When you and Scared do your casting, it seems like everything just goes with the flow. Nothing happens. No technical issues. Honestly, do you know who I blame? I blame Manoj. It's always his fault
Why?
as stuff like this happens.
Come on. Either ways, it's completely
And for
all
context,
right.
Manoj is our producer. Don't worry, Manoj. We still all love you.
For now, Grayfox Esports getting the first round on board for them. It's going to be a lot of weaponries being invested. I mean, if I take you guys back to the previous round itself, it all went down to a 1v2. Kimov was left all alone in a 1v2 situation outside the B window. I mean, on the other side of B window itself. And that's where the breach utils came up. You know, Triest, he just tend to save every single thing for the post plant scenario. Every single thing. He just saved it, right? There were aftershocks, there were stuns, there were flashes when his teammate ASDF was going in for that defusal. Trist was definitely taken down, but did not matter. ASDF had enough amount of time to go in for that defusal. He did that defusal, and after that came up on top, got that 4K for himself. And that's where Hyderabad Hydras lost that round. But for now, Grayfox Esports again, they have all that they can invest onto Bulldogs and Spectres. But if I ask you, Aggressive, what would you invest onto in the second round? Will that be a Bulldog or a Spectre?
Normally, it depends on which kind of fights you're normally taking. If you're on the side of Bad Love, who picked up that Bulldog, if you want to go for long range engagements and try to hold down areas such as C long or maybe from the side of A long, then having that Bulldog is very necessary. But if you're taking close range fights like Survey here, then you want that Spectre because players are going to be running close towards you and the Bulldog strengths are just not going to be as apparent as having a little bit of a closer engagement from the Spectre, as this looks to be favoring the members of Grayfox. They have so much early levels of control, but then again, Hyderabad Hydras, one flash, and Survey's just done for.
Yeah, it definitely is that case. Survey, he's just piling up those kills on his name. ESDF finds one on that jet out there, and Hyderabad Hydras, they are left on with one single player. That's gonna be Kimov. Little does he try to find one. Yes, he is able to, and he will retrieve back the Bulldog. Now, again, this is a big weapon that he has for himself. All the players are trying to make their way and guide, just defend the spike out there because the spike is not in the favors of Hyderabad Hydras. But you know what Kemov can do right now is just go in for some frags maybe and destroy the economy coming up for the sides of Grayfox Esports, which will definitely help the sides of Hyderabad Hydras in
30 seconds
the
left.
upcoming round. Slowly and steadily he is making his way. But look at how two players are holding. Look at Survey and ASDF right there. They are just holding off their positions right now. As soon as Kemov walks in, it's going to be so difficult. Does he find one? No. Oh, yeah, he does. He does one on a Survey. But ASDF comes up, finds a trade. That's going to be a 3K for ASDF, but a lot of damage onto Grayfox Esports.
Gotta slow it down for this one.
Yeah.
It's Grayfox. They do win out on this particular round, but still, Hyderabad Hydras, they're now going to be hitting on down onto their own buy. Stronger weaponry overall, as the members of Grayfox, they are going to be opting for a little bit of a save, as ASDF, he only has 26 armor to work with, and that's pretty smart. He's not opting to buy that full armor to save out on the money, so he can go into proper buys down the line. And hey, should be good for him overall gear too. The Hunter's Fury getting invested so early on, it's not going to find the hit that he wants. ASDF. Maybe a little bit too ambitious with Hunter's Fury, but maybe deals damage too. So the Omen low on HP could give them an advantage, but a kill could have been better. Not the best investments, but Grayfox, hey, who am I the judge, right?
I mean, looking at what the economy is like for the sides of Grayfox Esports, double thinking the sides of investing onto Hunter's Fury on such an early stage as well, right? It wasn't that he invested onto it on the later stage. It was quite early for him to go in and invest onto the Hunter's Fury. But okay, maybe some plans that they do have for now. It's going to be the garage push that Hyderabad Hydras is looking forward to. Omen, the smoker, has been brought down to very low of his health, but Kimov, he is holding that angle yet again. He'll be holding that garage for his entire team, while his team, look at where they are once again. They did try to have the garage control for themselves, but they will decide to come back to Survey on a very vulnerable position. But for 1, 2, 3, Survey! He'll be piling up those kills with the Bulldog that he has to. gets taken down, but he has done a lot of
player
damage
standing.
onto Hyderabad Hydras. It all
Spike
goes
down,
down to
attacker
Kemov being the
spawn.
last surviving player. Hyderabad Hydras, not the best possible way to lose out of this round. Grayfox Esports, I have to give it to Survey this time. The location gets compromised.
10 seconds left.
Lambot is going to give out a lot of position. Kemov, what will he do again? This is the second time we do see Kemov in a 1v3 situation where he does not have the hold of the spike. Maybe try to take few players down is all he can do. Nah, I guess he'll be denied for that as well. As soon as he comes out, gets taken down. But Survey, man, come on. Aggressive angles every single time, and this time he piled up a 3k on his name.
With a bulldog as well. This swing coming in from Auping was a little bit too close for comfort. He needed to wait out until the spray was fully done, but good God, that was a little bit too harsh. The members of Hyderabad Hydras, they did lose out on 3 rounds, and with Zen now taking the pause for his team to maybe just calm them down a little bit and give them direction. Things could be better, but this pause was taken really early. Not really the amount of momentum that has already been established by the members of Grayfox, but if anything happens later on in towards this first half, then Flashfire just can't give his input anymore. It's very valuable to take these pauses, but you need to know the right time to do so, and this might have been a little bit too early, or maybe it's the perfect plan. Hyderabad Hydras, they may want to take this round away and hopefully turn everything on its head, because Grayfox currently as a team, they have the biggest advantage when it comes down to the overall economy too, because 3 members stayed alive, so only 2 need to go in for buys.
Yeah, it's going to be the case. Hyderabad Hydras on the other side. The only ult that they have to work around with right now is going to be the KJ lockdown, but again, not a full buy round because the economy. Yeah, it's going to be a good buy round coming up. The economy is something that has been on target for the sides of Hyderabad Hydras over and over again. First round, then it was an anti-eco, then a bonus, everything. They lost onto every single of them. Grayfox Esports gets the best of their bonus out there, and now Hyderabad Hydras. All they have is stingers to, work around with. Falcon, little does he try to get the a shot control for himself slowly and steadily, but the out drone is going to give a lot of position. Will it give the information? The paranoia comes in. That's going to hit the out drone as well, but for now, B execution is what Hyderabad Hydras is looking forward to. They do have the side control, but where is these players looking out there? Trace finds one onto the jet. SMM finds one onto Trace. That's a fair trade coming up, but the spike is not yet planted. Hyderabad Hydras, 3 remaining players. The spike goes down. This round is very difficult to have their hands onto, and with Survey and IonQ finding 2 more. Well, a 3k for IonQ to end this all. Hyderabad Hydras get denied for it, and the 4th one comes on board for Grayfox Esports.
It was great knowing you all. Also, yeah.
Well, for now, slowly and steadily, Grayfox Esports, they are having a hold of... they're having the best of their start, I would say. Because, 4 back-to-back rounds is what they have. Survey has the Blade Storm to work around with. On the other side, Hyderabad Hydras, the only ult that they can rely on to aggressive is going to be the lockdown coming up. Now, will that be invested on to location, not being compromised? But that's going to be the paranoia coming up. The pixels are witchables, but the stun is on point, and that's where IonQ will convert to an Hyderabad Hydras early stages, and they have lost Omen, which means no smokes whatsoever.
Okay, this was a very ambitious swing for no apparent reason. IonQ and Triss, they had no reason to do this. They just gave away 2 free weapons, and this is going to hurt them drastically. Hyderabad Hydras, they have a good angle for it. Camo over on the other side. He spots out the first initial hit, and no one's going to be looking towards him. What just happened there? That's bad love. Last player remaining, 33 HP as Grayfox. These were just over-aggressive for no apparent reason, and they're not looking towards the front? Wait, Auping, didn't you know that he was in the... questionable plays overall, as the stun now misses, and Kalki, he doesn't have much to give here. Timing is everything, as Kalki over from the other side. His position already revealed as bad luck with the run-in gun.
Yeah.
A lot of question marks are just floating above my head. I'm pretty sure if the cam was on, you would see that too, but what was going on? Both teams they made a lot of really weird decisions. But hey, members of Hyderabad Hydras, they were able to come out on top, right?
Yeah, they needed the round. They got it for themselves. Grayfox Esports. I mean, the question mark that you have right now is same that I do have on my face. A big question mark on what did happen in the previous round. I mean, the information not relied on to teammates or the communication. I'm not really sure on what went down, but what has happened for now. Survey once again, he is very aggressive. Once again, with the operator might convert one. Yes, he does. Maybe the second one as well. Yes, he goes in, finds SMM. One more. Will he be able to convert it? Shorty is that he has, but the best cover coming up from ASDF. Hyderabad Hydras. Blade Storms have been denied for. They go down to 2 remaining players over and over again. It's going to be the KJ and the Breach. I'm not really sure on how. Every single time it has to be Camo. I mean, yeah, understanding the fact that he is on a KJ, he needs to survive till the end. But again, it's again all down to both of these remaining players. Next to impossible this round is the flash comes in, pixels are visible, and so is the case with Stun on the other side. Not just one, but two is what Trice converts out there. And a flawless victory for Grayfox Esports. It all started with Survey. I mean, 2 frags, 2 important frags out there for Survey. ASDF good for 1, and Trias with 2.
Yeah, Trist has been an absolute beast when it comes down to the utility usage. And the way that they have been playing it is incredible overall. 5-1 on the scorecards. That's Godspeed. He's just checking his phone right now. He doesn't really need to do much because he knows his team has it all under control. The match has been chilling. But overall, though, I really love the game plan and the plays coming in from Grayfox. And for them, it's just about control. And overall, I do believe that Hyderabad Hydras, they have a couple of good game plans coming into play, but you should expect the operator to be present towards either portion of short or towards a long, because the op is going to come out, Survey is going to be the one to pick it up, but being surprised about it is not going to be that helpful in situations like this.
Yeah, it's more or less the case for now. Hyderabad Hydras, they need to re-strategize, they need to replan. Things that they are trying to do is not working for them. It's been, 2 or 3 rounds that we've seen Hyderabad Hydras having the KJ lockdown to work around with. I mean, they would have invested onto it before as well, but they got the round without investing onto that ult. For now, From the Shadows is going to be available as well, but to counter it all, Survey does have the Blade Storm. So, it's going to be a bit difficult, but IonQ right now towards the backside is where I do see him. This is a B execution coming up, but do they anticipate his position? IonQ comes out, finds one. That's going to be Aftershock, who punishes Kalki out there. And now the Rolling Thunder gets invested onto Survey. Come on. Stinger that denied a Blade Storm is what the situation looks like. 2 remaining players. Hyderabad Hydras will make it 1. It's going to be Camo. Little does he know that there's one player right behind his back who will deny him. And a easy 6th round coming up for Grayfox Esports. They did invest onto 2 of the ultimates though, but I feel that's completely alright. They got the best of that round. And Hyderabad Hydras, more or less, they were not able to do anything.
That was a very difficult fight nearly coming through for the members of Grayfox, but I do believe that if, of course, Falcon stayed alive there with that operate for just a little while longer, things could have been different for them, but the instantaneous trades coming in from Grayfox is what's giving them such a good advantage. The rounds are starting and it's already over. Hyderabad Hydras, they're putting their foot on the gas pedal and they're trying their hardest to break into these sites. But it seems to not really be working out in their favor. 2 in the long run of things. It's Bad Love. A couple of missed shots. He needs to run on away to try and survive this one. Recon Bolt completely getting spewed in the opposite direction. And 2 very questionable smokes. I think Bad Love is rushing his takes a little bit too much. What is even happening? I question the plays from Grayfox from time to time. But hey, if it's working well, right?
Yeah, either ways, they are getting the grabs of the round that they need. Survey once again. The same position. I mean, he's on the same position once again, and they do anticipate him to be there this time. The dash comes up, but hey, this is going to be so difficult. The teammates cover is what they need on the other side. Bad Love converts one onto the Falcon, and the entirety of Hyderabad Hydras have already made their way. But why would you come back, Survey? You tried to dodge his operator out there. He's good for 1, gets taken down. But once again, Hyderabad Hydras, you actually dodged his operator to make your way inside the A side, completely understanding the rotation was called off. But again, Survey was right present there. And now it all goes down to Grayfox Esports once again having the advantage and a lot of utilities to work around with. Ultimates as well. Hyderabad Hydras, well, this is gonna be difficult. It is. I hunt you.
One enemy
Not
remaining.
just one, but he doubles it up for his team, and it all goes down to. Once again, it is Camo. Come on. Every single time it is Camo to be the last one to survive with 3k.
Everyone makes fun of German.
For IonQ and the 7th one on board. This is not looking good aggressive. Hyderabad Hydras, this is not at all looking good.
These are tough positions after tough positions. Hyderabad Hydras, they don't really have an answer for any of this. Godspeed's going to take a little bit of pause here because don't forget, you can only take one pause per side. So taking a pause, giving his teammates a little bit of time to just work things out and give them a bit of a pep talk and allow them to get those communication lines straightened out. It's going to be good for them. But then again, they have so much momentum under their belt that was this really a necessary pause for them? Not exactly, but will stop the members of Grayfox from overheating, right? Because we know for a fact that as soon as Grayfox, they get a little bit too much of a lead for themselves, they tend to overheat, and we don't want things to repeat from how it did in round number 5.
True. Very true. I'm, having multiple thoughts on what Hyderabad Hydras is going through right now. They have so much to invest onto. Haven is known to be an attacking favored map, there have been maps where we have seen the defense going really strong, and today is one of those days, I feel, because Grayfox Esports, everything seems to be so perfect for them. Everything is working in their favor. They are losing numbers, but they are getting those rounds. Important rounds is what they are having their hands onto, and I feel they've already done enough to be in the defense side. Going down to the aggressive, going down to the attacking end, it's going to be very difficult. But Survey, once again, the operator towards the AE side. Will someone peek is the question, because now you have to anticipate him having that operator. But Falcon, will he be able to cross this? It's just so deadly position he's into right now, as soon as he tries to make a rotation for his team, he's done for. But yeah, if he crosses towards the A side and comes from behind, it's going to be difficult. But right now, C side is what they are looking forward to. Completely under their control is what the C side looks like. But did Survey hear the footsteps out there? There's something going on towards the A side as well.
Yeah,
What's going
I'm pretty
on?
sure that Survey's going to be able to get this catch, but no! Whoa. Falcon, he missed out on such a crucial kill. If Survey died there, that would have been massive. Kalki on the opposite end, they're using a lot of ults to try and stop this one through. Drist, he does survive this, and ASTF gets a kill over onto Cabo. What is happening in this game? It's just chaos overall. There's nothing that we can say for any of this. SMM does have the Hunter's Fury, but with the halfway defuse already gone through, this is as good as over. They're able to survive, and now it's all up to Falcon to maybe turn everything on its head for his team, but it's just not gonna be enough. And it's Survey, the person that he allowed to live, is the one to kill him. Grayfox, come on. And Godspeed's just like, yeah, stuff is happening. Godspeed doesn't even care. He's just on his phone. He's just browsing, man.
I have such a big question mark on my face right now. What is going on? These rounds are so much more of a mess coming up. I can't even say that they are fancy rounds or maybe they are dramatic rounds. No, they are so messy right now. Not just from the sides of Hyderabad Hydras, I mean to say, it's from the sides of Grayfox Esports as well. They are getting they are getting the grabs of that round. That's completely understandable. But that's not the best possible way you get those rounds. So much of a mess coming up for these teams. But again, to start things off, it's going to be SMM who denies ASTF. So much has happened in the previous round itself. Getting over it is going to be so difficult. But for now, the spike gets planted. The jet, the updraft and the dash would definitely bless him with another life out there. But right now, it's all about the retake for remaining players. Bad love. Bad love. Where is that turret watching?
I'm just very confused. Some of these mistakes being made by Hyderabad Hydras is so much questionable. Over towards the corner. Why is IonQ still holding it? He wanted to risk his life to maybe go in for those plays, or the player coming in through garage, he was able to fully lurk up. Grayfox,
Look at the turret.
yeah, I know, but Grayfox, you're not gonna look towards garage. I mean, I guess.
I am as clueless as you are aggressive right now. Hyderabad Hydras got the second one on board. Grayfox Esports once again. Survey does anticipate someone to, updraft, but Ayan Q, that's very risky. This play is going to be very, very risky. The stun comes up. Not the best possible way to dash in. Kalki and the Jet, they get taken down. Ayan Q, risky position for him, but he will be denied 2, not just 2, but 3 of his opponents out there. SMM, the last one to survive, finds 2, gets taken down. And the 9th one comes on board for Grayfox Esports.
Last round.
9-2, and the last round before the switch. Okay, let's just have a quick prediction, aggressive. What do you think? 10-2 or a 9-3?
I'm thinking 10-2.
Okay.
It should be correct, right? Like, there's no chance that they're gonna lose this round in particular, right?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe. You never know, man. I'm not even just gonna
dicey
try to
thoughts?
go in for a prediction. Because currently, in my opinion, whenever I look at what is happening in towards this game, there's a famous catchphrase that I have that universe knows. It's called confused unga bunga. And I think that is the best way to describe this
Alright.
entire game. A lot of mistakes are happening, but then again, at the same time, Grayfox, they're the ones to come out on top in a lot of these engagement. Hyderabad Hydras, they're able to capitalize on some of those mistakes, but they don't know how to close out the rounds. It's tough.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, if it works, it works, right?
Yeah, definitely. If it works, if it's gaining you round, it does. But
Down A.
Survey, the first time he was denied, there was a stun coming up, would not miss the knives as well. Camo goes down. Survey, yes, there's a trade happening, but does not matter. Hyderabad Hydras, they are not looking great with the numbers that they have for themselves. Grayfox Esports was the plan, like Bad Love does have the ultimate to work around with. He can just go in his own shadows to come out to the other side completely, but for now, what's the plan like is yet the question. 3 remaining players, Hyderabad Hydras. They do have the duelists to
30
get
seconds
that
left.
space for themselves, but how will it happen is the question. Slowly and steadily the Dashin comes up inside the side, and so is the case with Paranoia out there, but to start things off, Ayan Q once again finds one, but that's all he is good for. They've brought it down to a 2v2 equalizer though.
Two big ultimates online though too from the opposite side of this. Hyderabad Hydras, I don't think they're gonna expect this. This ASTF is a very good flank
Last
working
player
towards
standing.
him. Needs to go in for the shot. It's not gonna be able to find it. SMM catches him out and smells him out too on this lurk. 93 is gonna be on the scorecards as Hyderabad Hydras, they survived this one. And the members of Grayfox kind of
Switching
falling
sides.
asleep on the angles from time to time. And that is what hurt them drastically here. 93 is good for them, but for Grayfox, they needed to get that 10-2 to maybe end things off on a better note, I would say. 9-3, not really the best of score lines for them to play into. As overall, Hyderabad Hydras, they have an opportunity to maybe go in and mount a comeback, but this best round will be the most crucial part for that entire plan to happen.
Yep. This is the most crucial round. The pistol one. If the sides of Hydras, they tend to convert this, that's where we can see a sunshine on the rainy day, or else it's going to be Grayfox Esports raining havoc over them every single time. Hyderabad Hydras.
I wish there was sunshine here.
Oh, okay. Insider jokes that just few people do know, but for now, Hyderabad Hydras, 3 rounds is what they have. The execution is what Grayfox Esports is looking forward to. Players right aligned all up to inside the site. Already ASDF and Survey managed to double it up. And it is going to be Hyderabad Hydras once again on the player loss. Disadvantage is what they have. Camo is able to convert one onto Bad Luck, but Ayan Q, he does see Camo, he shuts him down. 2 players towards the back now. This is so vulnerable. Both of them having their eyes on the either ways. This is so doable. But Hyderabad Hydras have been left on to one last remaining player. Falcon to clutch it into a 1v2 situation aggressive.
This doesn't look that good for Trist. If Falcon swings into him, Trist, he just needs to live, and the swing and the tap. Beautiful. That is Grayfox at its finest. Clean round coming out from them. They have the control with the 10-3 scoreline. They have nothing more really to ask for here. They broke the curse to a slight margin, and Hyderabad Hydras, a very crucial run for them to win. They're not going to be able to find it. Opting for force buys though, you can see that all the members of Hyderabad Hydras, they know that this is a do or die round for them. A fast rush towards mid could be a probability, but the Sova is nowhere to be seen. They need a recon bolt as well to go in for a rush like this. And even if the stun comes through, I don't think it's going to be enough to deter the push that could be coming in from the members of Hyderabad Hydras. Sorry, from the members of Grayfox.
Yep, definitely. I did see the sides of Jet going a bit aggressive towards the B window itself, but he'll be just going back towards his teammates over and over again. I'm not really clear on what the gameplay looks like or what the strategy looks like, honestly, from the sides of Hyderabad Hydras for this round, or maybe they're not really sure on will they execute the same or no. Jump peaks coming up from the sides of, Hyderabad Hydras. I mean, Falcon, he was trying to go in for information, but it's a C execution. There are 3 players towards the A side, CT side. What's the C side completely open for business, and retake is going to be very, very vulnerable. Falcon will be giving out on a lot of information out there. There are stuns that are on point, but Falcon, this is not the best position to actually hold on to. Might be very, very risky if the smoke fades away, but the spike is planted, and now it's all about the post-plant scenario. The reveal comes in, and now that's going to be very difficult for Falcon to survive. As soon as he gets revealed, ASTF finds him. Good for the second one. No is what the answer is, but 2 is what the Breach finds for himself very comfortably. Hyderabad Hydras, a force buy that they are losing on to Camo. Again, the last one to survive. He is able to find one onto a Yankee, but that's all he could do. Godspeed, come on, a slightest of a smile I can see today.
He did smile.
Yeah, he did smile.
He did smile.
Oh, finally, I did see him smile today, because the previous day, it was all silence that I could, feel.
That's just a little bit of a good play coming in. Love it when you see it. But of course, it's the time for maybe a little bit of a switch up. That's Grayfox. 11-3 on the scorecards. They are looking to be the ones to close things out here, especially with this eco now coming in from the members of Hyderabad Hydras. But maybe Camo, he could be the game changer for their team. Swings out from the side, and as soon as he picked up the gun, he was already dead. A lot of members in towards the seaside. They're running into an absolute stack, and they need to fight this as quickly as they possibly can. They have a good chunk of utility, but they're not able to coordinate this rush as quickly as they possibly can yet. And INQ, good for the 3K. Battle's gonna steal the ace. Not gonna happen for them. The last player remaining is going to be SMM, but he doesn't have much to give any more than that. A 4K for INQ. He now has lockdown pretty much available, I do believe. He's 1 away from the lockdown. If you look at the scorecards, wait, no, he has 3 left. Never mind. I overestimated the amount of kills that he required for this, but I don't really think there's much else to say. Godspeed's going to take this time out to give his team a little bit of direction of where they want to head into here to try and finish off this game as quickly as they possibly can. Because don't forget, when it comes down to the round robin format, the more rounds, the difference in rounds, the less it is. So, sorry, the more it is, it's going to be better for you. So let's say if you go into a round robin format of 3-2 with another team, and that's the second place, that's what you require for that second place position, your round differentials are going to come into play. The more round difference that you win out on a game on, the better it's going to be for you overall. So Godspeed taking this pause is pretty smart for him. He doesn't want to give away a lot of rounds. And this difference coming up against the members of Hyderabad Hydras could be the thing that allows Grayfox to get a proper lead for themselves if the odds ever go on into that state.
Yep. The sides of Grayfox Esports and Godspeed himself knows that this is a full buy round. Either ways, if they do not tend to win under this one, there might be not just one single round that rolls in for Hyderabad Hydras, but either ways it can be 2. Looking at what the economy is like, It's going to be Spectre, Bulldog, 2 Vandals invested onto. On the other side, it's a full buy round coming up for the size of Hyderabad Hydras. Again, an important one to work on with, but Jet and his aggressiveness cannot be stopped. Maybe it's Ames or maybe it's Survey. 2K is what he has. Make it a third one for him before he gets taken down from Ian Q. He's done a lot of damage that he could. Hyderabad Hydras, the best of the numbers that they have right now, a 4 versus 2.
I got the spike.
That was a beautiful play from them as Grayfox now left to lick their wounds a little bit here and maybe try to figure out a plan to try and go in for this clutch, but I don't think this is going to happen. Hyderabad Hydras with a stronger weaponry really coming alive in this fight.
Yeah.
Skalki looking for a couple of jiggles and maybe finding that early fight here in Survey on his own. Opting for a kill, but I don't think he's gonna get it just yet. He has the timing for it, but he misses out on a very crucial shot. And I think it's all but over. His Survey is not gonna be able to find out much. INQ, even though he's stunned, he does find a little bit of value, but a lot of utility now being thrown his way. The recon ball at his speed, an Omen Paranoia, too much for him to even survive. But look at how whooping here. His aim was absolutely crispy. He triple dipped and got 3 kills over from A Shore with the Vandal. Now, those are the type of miracles that Hyderabad Hydras need to push them over the edge and allow them to finish things off quickly. But I don't think Hyderabad Hydras are going to be going down without a fight. This round does mean that they have even buys overall. But Auping, he's going to be running it down with just a frenzy. Okay, he's confident with it. And he does have the Blade Storm to turn it over.
Definitely has the Blade Storm to work around with, and that's going to be a huge advantage. But missing out on knives can really bother him a lot. But ASDF! The turret did not spot him first, and there was Ames who did saw him. That's where they are going to lose not just one player, but the second one as well. Make it a third one! That's a good amount of cracks coming up the Blade Storm itself. The fourth one for off-moving him before he gets taken down. And now it's Camo puts the last nail into the coffin. That's going to be Ayanku, and the fifth one rolls into the side of Hyderabad Hydras. Yeah, they haven't given up yet. They want to survive. They want to fight it. Godspeed. Well, alright.
It's just not his fault. Let him be.
Yeah.
Oh, God. But good lord, was Auping an incredible player in this fight. The guy just swung out and took instant duels without even breaking a sweat. The members of Grayfox, they kinda just forgot that there could be the possibility of a sea rush. That's gonna be costing them. Auping's gonna be catching out Survey. Survey doesn't really have much to give here. Another big fight to be taken on the opposite end as Grayfox. They're just making a lot of big mistakes. They're giving away free fights, and this is not going to be working out in their favor. Triss is going to be able to shut down one. And INQ with another. They do have a little bit of value to give here with the weaker weaponry that they did buy out on, but the timing is key. No one's looking towards the window. And yep, it's good as over. Camel. Trigger discipline working out in their favor. As Hyderabad Hydras, they are slowly but surely mounting up a comeback, and this operator in the hands of Auping should be the thing that brings them the opportunity for this fight to take over.
12-6, Hyderabad Hydras. Slowly and steadily, they are closing the difference. 3 rounds consecutively is what they have on their names right now, and Grayfox Esports. Important rounds again. Over and over again, it's been important rounds for them. Now, again, if they lose onto this, it's going to be a lot of economical problem. The bank is not going to give them any money, and that's where things might be very, very vulnerable for them. But Survey, this time, he needs to be careful about the operator, because the previous time, it was the Jet having not just 1, but 2. But the first frag comes in the name of bad love. Now, your Smoker getting denied for the very first time is going to be so vulnerable. But INQ should have anticipated position. That's a very common position everyone stays on to. Small mistakes coming up from the sides of Grayfox Esports might cost them a lot. Survey gets denied, and Grayfox Esports have lost their numbers again.
It's just falling apart from them. They're not even able to get a single isolated gunfight, and that's what's really hurting them here. Rounds have already been lost. ASTF good for 1 kill. He does get stunned down, but still they're able to survive. Last player over towards the corner, but it's just not going to be enough. Falcon from the top rope. And Auping to give that back up from the bottom. 12-7 as Hyderabad Hydras, they're inching closer and closer to the possibility of a comeback. And I don't know about you, Darshita, but I'm getting quite nervous about the possibility
Yeah.
that Hyderabad Hydras, they could send us into overtime.
I'm not liking what is happening with the sides of Grayfox Esports for now because they are committing small mistakes. It's not that huge mistakes being committed from there, and it's all about small mistakes that are being committed. Corners not being checked, maybe the operator not being anticipated. Small mistakes are something that are making them lose onto rounds. And they've lost four consecutive rounds. They need to be very, very careful. If they let go of the momentum that they had, Hyderabad Hydras would just run away and take it to an overtime. Slowly and steadily, once again, it's going to be the investment of Bladestorm coming up from Survey. But on the other side, look at Ames. Look at where he is right now. The Hunter's Fury gets invested onto Hyderabad Hydras quite early for this, I feel. But okay, Hyderabad Hydras, they get nothing in return for investing onto the Hunter's Fury. And now it's all down to the two remaining ultimates that they have. This time, IonQ will be very careful while entering the garage itself because the previous time it was a big surprise that they had. From the shadows come into the play, rotation towards the A side itself. Yes, that's gonna be there, but Falcon, is he trying to run away? Yes, he is. He needs to be alive. Needs to play with his team. It's gonna be the investment of Rolling Thunder, but Survey, it's all his knife towards Falcon itself and gets him down. Hyderabad Hydras, they are not having the numbers this time, but to pull it back again, you have you have Ames on board, and he gets one with the operator. But the post-plan scenario, and they have the KJ lockdown to work around with.
Cover going out.
Where's the KJ? Oh, yeah.
Oh, here's the Killjoy lockdown coming through, but the Hunter Sphere is already there from the attackers to hold down this push. There's no way they're going to be able to break through on this in fight as Kalki over towards the corner. Is he going to be expecting this? Yes, he is, but still, Bad Love, he gets a double kill. What just happened? Bad Love, how do you get two there? There's no situation, right? ASTF also didn't invest in Hunter's Fury. He's just going to wait this out. This is going to be a round for them. As Bad Love, he still lived through on Heaven. Bad Love, how did you survive that? Why did you survive that? Who are you to survive that?
What happened out there was Bad Love. He made his way towards the Haven. I mean, look at that. The stun did not connect. The stun did not connect, and that's where he found one. The RNG was on point. Ames had an operator to work around with. He got denied. I mean, a no scope. It's very lucky of you that you can actually go in and convert a no scope, right, on a player, and at that too on a situation where the player has a Spectre and all he can go is just go round and round, round and round, and keep on firing bullets on you. So more or less, Grayfox Esports, yes, there were mistakes made, not just from Grayfox, but from Hyderabad Hydras as well. But the victory that they needed the most, they have it for themselves. A 13-7 scoreline coming up for them, and that's going to be Grayfox Esports to have it all.
It was just incredible to see overall.
Yeah.
The amount of potential that Grayfox have is good, but I think they need to polish up a lot more of their rounds.
Yeah.
There were certain situations where I was just absolutely flabbergasted at the way that they were winning out on rounds. They were making a lot of common mistakes, and it just caused problems for them in a lot of instances. Hopefully they're going to be able to iron things out, and Godspeed, he's going to be talking to them after this game, and hopefully they do the VOD review too. They went up against Hyderabad Hydras, who were able to capitalize on a lot of the mistakes that were being made, and of course, his aim was just absolutely phenomenal. Each and every turn you look towards this guy, he was able to pull off miracles for his team. And that's the thing, Hyderabad Hydras, they have a lot of players that have that talent, they have that aim to go toe-to-toe with giants such as IonQ and of course Bad Love, but at the end of the day, it's just not going to be enough. They need more to get them over towards that finish line. Hyderabad Hydra is another big learning experience for them of what it exactly takes to play as a team and, of course, play at this highest level. Hopefully, down the line, they're going to be able to improve a lot more because there's a lot more matches for them to play out, but it's getting thinned through. I do believe they have, only 3 more games to play? It's nearly done.
Slowly and slowly, Hyderabad Hydras, they need to win every single match that they play. That's where I cannot even say, confidently that they will get into the next stage even after winning all three maps. No, it completely depends upon what the overall standings will be like and how will it pan out for all these teams. But again, Grayfox Esports Survey, the previous time as I saw him on a duelist, he was kind of very uncomfortable. Down the line, yes, it felt like he was kind of very uncomfortable playing around a duelist himself. But now, when it went down to today's match, he was phenomenal, getting those rounds back to back, getting every single thing that he wanted. But the one who is on the top right now from the sides of Grayfox Esports, it is going to be Ayan Q with 22 kills, 14 deaths, and 4 assists. He has a total of 4 first kills on his name.
It just worked out beautifully for them. You can see it from the scorecards as well that we can see on our screens. Iron Q being the game changer for his team. 22 kills, 306 ACS. He was absolutely phenomenal. But on the other side, this guy was something different. And this is something that we needed for him for a lot of the time. And how does they could rely on him to be that spearhead for their team. But the other players not really having the best of showings. Kalki with 3 kills, that is very uncommon because I expected Kalki to do so much more. But as we look at towards the MVP screen, it's going to be none other than INQ. Not really the surprising factor of it all because this guy, he's consistent, what he needs to bring down to the table. And when INQ is having a good game, you know that there is absolutely nothing that can stop the team.
Definitely being on the Killjoy itself, Ayan Q has done a lot. I mean, 4 first kills is what he has. There were stands from the other side as well. If I talk about Camo being on the KJ for Hyderabad Hydras, every single time we saw Camo, he was left all alone, all lonely to clutch it out for his team. A 1v3, a 1v2 to end it all in the first half itself. And eventually in the second half as well, we've seen Camo being really all alone. But that's it, ladies and gentlemen, for this match itself. Hyderabad Hydras up against the sides of Grayfox Esports. It's going to be a 13-7 victory that Grayfox has on their name. But right now, what we are going to go towards is a small little break so that we can re-energize ourselves and be ready for the upcoming match. So until then, stay tuned and we'll see you guys around.
Thank you.
This is why we play.
Gaming is something more.
It's a community made vibrant and real by AI.
Technology helps us to be part of something bigger.
Games play as if they were real life.
Are you with me now? Said, are you with me now? Ain't felt this good in a while. They want us to simmer down. Can you hear me now? Am I going in and out? I stop and just look around to see if you're with me now.
This is why we play. A community.
Thousands of communities.
Tell me, are you with me now? Ready to put it down. Start at the bottom, already forgot it, but they won't forgive me now. You really ain't ready now. You haters just in the crowd.
Nothing can hold you back.
So, why do you play?
I run this town, ain't backing down, we go on them rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
This is why we play.
Gaming is something more.
It's a community made vibrant and real by AI.
Technology helps us to be part of something bigger.
Games play as if they were real life.
Are you with me now? Said, are you with me now? Ain't felt this good in a while. They want us to simmer down. Can you hear me now? Am I going in and out? I stop and just look around to see if you're with me now.
This is why we play. A community.
Thousands of communities.
Tell me, are you with me now? Ready to put it down. Start at the bottom, already forgot it, but they won't forgive me now. You really ain't ready now. You haters just in the crowd.
Nothing can hold you back.
So, why do you play?
down, I run this town, ain't backing down, we going them rounds. Yeah, the flames will blow, but these moves too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time. Are you with me now? Said, are you with me now? Ain't felt this good in a while. They want us to simmer down. Can you hear me now?
This is why we play.
Gaming is something more.
I feel it coming.
It's a community made vibrant and real by AI.
Technology helps us to be part of something bigger.
Games play as if they were real life.
Are you with me now? Said, are you with me now? Ain't felt this good in a while. They want us to simmer down. Can you hear me now? Am I going in and out? I stop and just look around to see if you're with me now.
This is why we play. A community.
Thousands of communities.
Tell me, are you with me now? Ready to put it down. Start at the bottom, already forgot it, but they won't forgive me now. You really ain't ready now. You haters just in the crowd.
Nothing can hold you back.
So, why do you play?
Don't give up now, yeah, you gotta climb. But we give it to all until the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. They kick me round, but I won't stay down. I run this town, ain't backing down. We going them rounds. Yeah, the flames will blow, but these moves too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time. Are you with me now? Said, are you with me now? Ain't felt this good in a while. They want us to simmer down. Can you hear me now?
This is why we play.
Gaming is something more.
I feel it coming.
It's a community made vibrant and real by AI.
Technology helps us to be part of something bigger.
Games play as if they were real life.
Are you with me now? Said, are you with me now? Ain't felt this good in a while. They want us to simmer down. Can you hear me now? Am I going in and out? I stop and just look around to see if you're with me now.
This is why we play. A community.
thousands of communities.
Tell me, are you with me now? Ready to put it down. Start at the bottom, already forgot it, but they won't forgive me now. You really ain't ready now. You haters just in the crowd.
Nothing can hold you back.
So, why do you play?
Don't give up now, yeah, you gotta climb. When we give it your all until the end, until the end of time. Stay down, I run this town, ain't backing down, we going in rounds. Yeah, the fence will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end, until the end of time. Are you with me now?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Lenovo and Intel presents the Esports Club Challenger Series 2023 VCT Off Season official event, where our gaming monitor partner is going to be ViewSonic Gaming. But bringing you back to this casting desk, this is me, Darshita, and alongside me, I've got Aggressive back on desk because interesting maps are lined up here on. We have an interesting matchup coming up. Reckoning going up against the sides of Team MLT. This is going to be one hell of a match to witness, and if MLT gets this one, it's going to be so difficult for Reckoning. We've been knowing the sides of Team Reckoning for a long time now, but hey, Aggressive, and I want to really ask you, what's your take on the map V2? What do you think is going to happen?
I think overall, Haven has a high possibility of getting picked up because knowing MLT, they want to take a map where they can get a little bit of an advantage based upon strategy and also execution. As we jump in towards the map video screen to see exactly what both of these teams are going to be picking up for us. Yeah, just as I thought, it has to be Haven.
Come on.
I already made that prediction that MLT are going to be forcing the members of RG to take them over onto Haven, a map where they're going to be really comfortable upon and a map that they can really utilize strategy. Of course, proper map control to give them advantages, utility usage, map control, and of course execution, all really being the key factors for this particular map. And hey, my analysis was correct, so I'm gonna be chilling on back and giving you the floor instead.
Yeah. Today's day, whatever you are saying is happening. I mean, every single thing that you have said till now has really happened. So I hope that does not get you in the bad books for someone, Aggressive. But yeah, it's going to be the Haven map coming up, three-sided map once again. The previous time we witnessed Haven, it was Grayfox with, wouldn't say a one-side domination coming up, but yeah, more or less it was them having a great advantage from the sides of Hyderabad Hydras. But right now, it's going to be MLT Esports going up against the sides of Reckoning Esports. Now, if I talk about the sides of Reckoning Esports, they have had a huge history. They've had amazing matches. They've had a phenomenal performance. But MLT Esports, what is something that they have to service today is the question. Agent selection, I feel that's going to be the obvious agents that we keep talking about: the Omen, the Sova, KJ, Jet, and the Breach on either ways.
Yeah, I do hope that the teams are going to be prepped up and ready for this one because MLT overall, they've been having a pretty hard time trying to get a lot of value in towards their
Yeah.
matchups. We do see a pretty standardized compositions coming in from either end, nothing really out of the ordinary. But what do you expect? It's Haven, right? You only have one
Yeah.
particular composition that you can play. Day by day, it seems as though Haven has been shifting into the new Ascent because there's no other comp that you can play. If you play anything else, you have a high chance of just losing out on the game overall.
Yeah, that's going to be the case. But for now, all I can see is the players ready, all set to get in for the first map that they are going to play for today's day. Well, that is the today's day because we've talked a lot about the tournament format as well. It all started with the online phase. We have had 4 teams qualified from that, 8 invited teams. And now, out of all these, it's just 4 teams who are going to make it to the playoffs. Top 4 teams who are not just going to make it to the playoffs itself aggressive, but are going to have their hands on at least 1 lakh for them, right? At least. If you are in top 4, you know you have a guaranteed of 1 lakh for yourself. But come on, 7 lakh is better, isn't it?
Yep.
It's the
You want to
best,
get that
actually.
lion's share of. Yeah, it's a lion's share of the prize pool, of course.
Yeah.
But still, if you're second and third place, you still get a good chunk of money regardless. We at TEC are generous to all the players who make it to the top 4 because don't forget it's a long and grueling journey to go through the round robin
Yeah.
format and to do it so quickly. It takes a lot of stamina from the teams and shows which players are the best. As Trends, they caught out in the middle of nowhere there in A&Q. Good for the frag. He does find the first, and that's more than enough to open up the lines here. Trick, very aggressive on the fight. He's going to be the first line of contact. Shuvo is none the wiser, and they have to worry about so much. Flashes are good, but Judgment, he doesn't have the angle to take this fight even. He gets caught out, and the last player will be Arrogant. Good for one, but it's instantly shut down. Reckoning, really good beginning phase, and you can see that Rennie, he's happy for his team. A good start for the members of Reckoning.
Yep. Slowly and steadily, that's going to be the pistol run that they have. I mean, flashes were from both of these ends. Okay, it was not just the Omen paranoia coming up. It was flashes from both of these ends, but did not matter. It all went down to Reckoning Esports getting the best of that round. The first frag as well, and to end it all as well. So they're going to go in and get their investments right. I mean, look at that. The Marshall, Spectres, Bulldogs might just come into the play, but A&Q. Marshall and an instant headshot coming up. 2 players done for already MLT Esports. Within fractions of second, they've already lost 2 of their players. It all goes down to 3 remaining of them. Jumpies, yes, they are trying to do that, but one more shot from A&Q doubles it up for himself alongside Voya, who's good for 1. And now it might just be a flawless that we are talking about.
Good chance for them to do so here as A&Q. He spots out the leg of one. And that poor old Arrogant doesn't even know what's gonna hit him here. It's right around the corner, and they should be able to take the fight. Caramel over towards the back foot of this. Not gonna be able to survive that one for long. Well played coming in from all of their members. It's Reckoning. The edge that they needed is gonna be present in A&Q, man. His peaks are just so phenomenal. The shots connect, and the man knows what he needs to do. 2-0. A very good start for Reckoning, but they should not get compliant because now, MLT, they have guns in their hands. They can use it to spice something up and maybe get another round for themselves too.
Definitely a full buy round coming up from the sides of MLT. This is going to matter a lot for now. Execution is what we are talking about. Slowly and steadily, there's going to be 2 players who might try to make their way towards the garage. But look at A&Q. A Marshall and his confidence. He's the peak, right? But MLT, they need to be careful. One wrong peak can actually deny a Vandal with a Marshall in front, and that's going to be way too hurtful. They are waiting for that right opportunity. Maybe the flashes can be of a great help out there, but no connections whatsoever. Judgment did try to peek out there, but he got no connections whatsoever. The turret is also going to give a lot of information back there. Caramel right present in the garage itself. 2 players, 3 players, all on his way trying to take him down. But Caramel, for now, he is at a safer spot. It all goes down to King in his position. Not that great of a position. Trick finds him, shuts him down, and MLT, as said, the full buy round is going to matter. It gets them the numbers and a disadvantage for Reckoning.
It just works out so beautifully. Havoya
Here.
needs to run on back
30
here.
seconds left.
He's gonna get started out, and this is gonna hurt the members of Reckoning overall. They don't really have enough members. They do have a strong side hold to play into. Drake doesn't have a dash, needs to go in towards the side, completely blinded out. And with the short fight now coming in soon enough, they need to hold down the angles and maybe go in for a no! That's gonna be hurt, turning things around on its head, but he's not gonna be able to survive that one for long. Returns the back. It's all up to Caramel to maybe go in for a clutch, but Trance has his phone number to call him up, and here's the ringtone, and immediately shuts him down. Reckoning, they get taken out, but they were still able to take out 3 guns. So overall, a good round for them, but not the best. Maybe one more kill, and that could have been what they would have hoped for when it came down to their bonus, but a tough start because the members of MLT, they found a lot of openings, and the map of Haven is really seeming to be their playground here.
Calling my bot.
It definitely does so. MLT right now. 4 Vandals, 1 Guardian. Now, that's what happens when the economy is a bit dicey out there. Early scans coming up. Boya. Okay, Santa's Fury is going to be online. And to add on to it, it's going to be from the shadows available on the sides of Reckoning Esports. On the other side, MLT. Right now, still yet to discuss on what the execution will be like. I mean, every single time you can see them outside garage, or it's a split actually. There's one player, the Omen, outside C, one outside garage as well, and rest all might try to make their way towards the A side. But the Hunter's Fury, that's an early investment. A and Q, you had the pixels, my friend. Not able to connect the shots, but Boya won't miss on that Hunter's Fury. Arrogant was saved from the operator, but not from the Hunter's Fury. Gets taken down. MLT, they have lost their killjoy, which means the chances and the opportunities for Reckoning to go on a backstabs are completely open. But as the execution coming up on their way, Caramel's position is not anticipated, but no way! Not so much of patience is something we did anticipate on his end. He gets taken down. Reckoning has lost their numbers again. MLT does have an advantage, but ANQ missing out on the shots over and over again. Not a good sign. The spam comes in, and Trick has to go down.
That could have been so massive if Caramel didn't die there. The flashes coming in clutch from Judgment. It could have gotten way worse. But where was this flash even from? I'm so confused. It will be a 3 versus 3 retake scenario coming in for the members of Reckoning, but still overall their HP is not going to be looking that good. ANQ needs to be that first line of attack. He's going to be able to go in. ANQ, good for the first kill. Looks for a little bit more. Yes, you over towards the back. It's just not going to be enough. Judgment with the timing, maybe going for a kill, but Havoya's not going to give him even a single bit of space to turn around from this here. 3-1 as the first buy round comes in, and the members of Reckoning, they had a rough start, but at the very end, the retake was just their own taking.
Reckoning gets the third one on board. MLT Esports right now once again. Looking at the economy, it seems to be so sad right now. A Guardian, a Vandal, a Sheriff, and 2 Classics is all that they have. ANQ in the previous round, he have been missing on few shots here and there. I mean, towards the A shot, towards the garage, he did miss out onto 2 shots, but that's completely alright. His teammates did cover up for him, and then the last pick that he wanted, the last frag that he wanted, he got that on his name. So it's all Gucci until he is getting all those frags and he's getting all those rounds. Reckoning does have a lead to maintain. On the other side, MLT, this might just be a 4th one for Reckoning Esports, looking at what the economy is like. King for now seems to be disconnected, but yeah, he'll be soon back and we will be into the game very soon.
It's a pretty good start for them here overall. As Reckoning, that operator has been one of the biggest closing points for them too. The fact that ANQ just immediately threw that operator onto Havoya, who was on that Sova, just allowing him to hold a lot more of a further back angle, playing it safe for his team, was just a perfect idea because ANQ is going to be the one to aggress. He has the 2 smokes. He's going to be able to tailwind himself out of those sticky situations, and Havoya is going to give that backup with that operator. Keeping that operator in play when it comes down to retake situations is so difficult if we are on that jet, but if you give it towards your Sova instead, who can easily come in as a secondary fragger, go in for trade. So even if you do die out, that operator can still find some value, and then the Sova can immediately swap out and take your gun instead. Overall, the members of Reckoning, they're playing this one so smartly, and that's what you would have expected, right? A team that has been playing together for the longest amount of time. They have a coach that has given them strategies when it came down to the post plants and also the first initial stages. rough starts, I would say, for them in some situations, but Reckoning, they know how to adapt. MLT, a lot of their strats are working out beautifully, but those post-plan timings that they're trying to go for is not really helping them. They need to be a lot quicker when it comes down to their positioning, because from what I've seen, MLT, the ideas that they have for those post plans are perfect, but they are never in position to execute it. Like, Judgment should have ran towards Garage a long time ago, but there were situations where there was the situation where he was just slowly walking up, even though his teammates already took position towards Long, and they already heard every single one of the players from Reckoning run in towards Garage.
It's definitely going to be the case for now. I feel we will be back into the game very, very soon. King is back here. But, yep, more or less, it's going to be a Reckoning round coming up as we're talking about it. Until and unless MLT is able to go in, get those frags, take the aim duels with those sheriffs, use max amount of util that they can, take players down with the sheriffs, retrieve the weaponry, and then take the players down of Reckoning from their own weapons. That's when we would expect MLT to get the best of this round, or else it's looking too difficult, right? We know, completely understanding the fact that the first round went to the favors of Reckoning, which means they had the advantage coming up in the second round for them. The third was a full buy round coming up for the sides of Reckoning, for the sides of MLT Esports once again, which was converted perfectly. And then it all went down to a perfect post-plan scenario and an execution from Reckoning Esports, which got them the third one on board. Right now, it's going to be the Omen ult right available for the sides of Reckoning Esports. That's going to be Harsh, who has his ultimate ready. On the other side, I feel all the other players do need to do a lot to get their, ultimates. It's going to be Caramel, who needs 4 points, King with 5, 3 for ANQ as well. So, yeah. It's a bit difficult for others, but right now, Harsh, he can do two different things right here. He can actually use his ultimate to create a distraction and maybe just cancel it later on, use it to gain information, or use it in a better way to create a lot more chaos for the sides of MLT Esports. Now, how is he going to utilize on that ult? It completely depends upon what it looks like for the sides of Reckoning Esports, but MLT, they need to be careful.
They really do. There's so many different variables that they need to take into consideration for this play to work out. But for MLT, it already comes down to them getting that first initial bit of an advantage. Not really finding much value early on though, as they're playing it very slow, but because of that one shock dart, Chuvo very low on health, but he's still trying to maybe go in for a little bit of a spam to scare out the members of Reckoning. Don't forget, they are on an eco, so massive disadvantages overall. As Trick slow on the walk up, but he's still gonna take a good chunk of damage. Havoya is just so good when it comes down to shock dart placements.
Yeah. That definitely is the case. MLT for now, they're taking it way too slow. I mean, yeah, but it's completely understandable. They do not have that great of an economy, but again, 50 seconds remaining on clock. Even the last moment execution is something that I don't think is going to work for them, right? It's going to create a lot more of chaos as compared to what it is in terms of early execution. Slowly and steadily, the dash in comes up. So is the case with reveal towards the graffiti. One player goes down, but Rick, not just one, two is what he finds. It all goes down to Reckoning. Having one last player within fractions of second, the entirety of the Reckoning Esports falls down, and MLT has the numbers retrieved. ANQ, the last one to survive. All that he has right now is an operator to work around with. The spike is planted, and it's better to go in for a save, to be honest. It is way too better to go in for a save, or maybe find some exit frags, because trying to be more aggressive towards the situation can get him into a lot more of losses.
And this is not a position that they want to be in here whatsoever.
Yeah.
They had to run their way out and try to survive this one as quickly as possible. Looking at ANQ though, yeah, he's gonna save this off. There's no way he's risking anything here for this team. MLT though, a very phenomenal round. This was a thrifty for them, and they got three guns out of it too. So overall, their economy is in the best possible position. They're able to survive this one too. Strength and Judgment, a little bit of close call for both of them, but the shots were clean. That's all that you could have hoped for MLT. Perfect start for them, and it seems as though the squad full of rookies have a lot to give up against the veterans here. Reckoning, they do lose out on one round, but now that ANQ has an understanding of what the game plan and the strategy is for MLT, His operator is going to be shifting the tides of this battle. He's now opting towards A, and there's a good chance he should be able to find a kill for himself here too.
Yep, definitely. The Sova and the Jet combination coming up towards the A side has to be the best possible one. Trick, he will be jumping inside, but look at those positioning. The location gets compromised onto Arrogant. Way too arrogant with the position, gets punished for. And that's going to be the KJ done. Every single time your KJ is done for, you give an opportunity to your opponents to go in for open backstabs. And that might just be so difficult because looking at where the KJ is from the sides of Reckoning Esports, that can be a good opportunity that Reckoning can capitalize onto. But right now, it's going to be MLT who's lost one of their important players out there. And as soon as they know that there is an operator, they won't risk it. For now, they are going to hold back the same position, but not really sure on what the plan looks like. The flashes do come in, but hey, Trick. All right. ANQ watching a complete different angle on the other side. There are still heavy presence. I mean, look at the players of MLT right now. They're still trying to be aggressive towards the A side. They've lost their initial player right here, and the reveal is going to give them information. A shot is where ANQ has his eyes on, and Boya towards
30
the graffiti.
seconds left.
No, this is not good.
Yeah, and Q should be able to get a free frag for himself. And Trans, he has absolutely no idea what's going to hit it there. Aboya over towards the corner. He actually gets a flip behind him. All right, never mind, Aboya. The recoil control wasn't really something that you hoped for, but hey, if he gets a kill towards a player in the back, that's not bad, is it?
Oh,
Good round coming in from the members of Reckoning. As I told you, this operator is going to be the game-changing part of this entire play. And with that, the members of Reckoning just have that answer all the time.
Yeah, they do. Not really sure on why did MLT Esports aggress towards the same side that they had lost their very first player onto. I mean, you know, there's this thing with operator, right? Every single time you hear an operator, you just tend to run away from it rather than being more aggressive. But MLT, okay, maybe some strategies coming up, but for now, Trick is not patient.
Look
He needs to be careful. Caramel!
Down.
He will not take down Trick, and that will cost Harsh's entire life. Though he's able to do that later on, but he's already lost his teammate. It all goes down to 2v2. MLT versus Reckoning.
One enemy
Caramel and his sheer patience is something which is on different level, but for now, it all goes down to Trans being the last surviving player. Location compromised onto the Hunter's Fury comes in. That would definitely give him a lot of damage. And few bullets from King would definitely be enough to take him down, but Caramel, come on. I feel bad for Harsh right now, you know. I really feel bad for him right now. Look at what happened here.
Yeah, Judgment just got completely decimated there. Arrogant was able to turn around and maybe give a little bit of a fighting chance, but it was just not going to be enough. They needed more to turn this one on its head. And overall, Reckoning 5-2 on the scorecards already, as they're still keeping the hopes and dreams alive to a certain degree. But MLT, they need an answer. They do have very big ultimates to play with here, so that should give them the slight bit of an edge that they require, but those ults need to get into position first. Trick over towards the opposite side. He spotted out the shoulder. But wait, Trick, you didn't see him? What? What? Trick!
How did he
saw
not
the
see
shoulder
him?
of the Killjoy. Even we saw it.
Yeah, we did.
Tunnel vision at its finest. Oh, he's dead. Wait, Trans? Why are you going in? Wait for the scan.
Not really sure on what is happening in this round itself, but the way MLT's been losing number, that's not the best possible way out there. Caramel finds one onto Shiv, and it all goes down to the spike getting dropped down. Arrogant on the other side has been denied for everything, and now MLT Esports, they've been left on with one single remaining player, and it has to be King. Every single time, the last frag, it's in the name of King itself, and this time again, that could be the case. Reckoning with one more on board. That's a total of 6, but not really sure. I mean, I have a lot of confusion on what went down with 2 players. The way the Sova just walked in without checking the corners, maybe the paranoia was right present there. On the other side, the shoulders were, I mean, the pixels were visible, right? Towards the garage itself, there were slightest of pixels that were visible. MLT Esports, they've been losing rounds back to back. They do have important ultimates to work around with. That's going to be the Hunter's Fury, the Rolling Thunder, the KJ lockdown as well. But to counter it all, there are same ultimates, on the other side. That's going to be for the sides of reckoning as well. But right now, as we are discussing it way too, analytically, let's just get into some more analysis and find out on what the head-to-head looks like for both of these teams.
We're gonna be looking at two particular players, and it's gonna be Hirsch going up against Shuvo. Okay, overall though, we do see that Shuvo is a lot more consistent when it comes down to his raw mechanical headshot aim, but Hirsch just has a better KDR overall. He's been doing so much for his team when it comes down to consistent fragging that Shuvo, even though he's getting a lot of value, it's just not gonna be enough to get them over towards that finish line, it seems.
Yeah. Seems so. Definitely it does. But again, here's what the question is. MLT Esports. We've been talking so much about the ultimates that they have on board, but again, the economy.
Here.
Every single time it's us discussing about the economy for the sides of MLT Esports. The reveal might just be perfect. It does give out a lot of information. The drone comes in, but Voya, I feel it's his location not getting compromised whatsoever. On the other side, it's going to be the garage and the B execution that they might be looking forward to. Slowly and steadily, Trick, Caramel and his position. Look at Caramel and his position. If he swings out, it can be so dangerous for Trick, but the alarm bot trigger gives out a lot of location. Caramel, will he walk out? There's one player right behind side itself. The perfect time to come out, and that's going to be Trick done for. Not just Trick, but his two teammates as well join the same party, and MLT Esports. Once again, it all goes down to one last remaining player. The Sova himself, Trans with Sheriff. I mean, not really sure on how much more will he be able to do. Nothing for now, as a Flawless comes on board for Reckoning.
Flawless one indeed. The members of Reckoning, they just have so much free control to play around with here. And once more, the members of MLT, now they have the ultimates online, but I want to check the scorecards for really quickly. How far away is the Hunter's Fury from Havoya? Because if Havoya is maybe like 1 or 2 kills away, that will be pretty detrimental, because that Killjoy lockdown no longer is going to be able to find value. Because, wait, never mind. You don't even need that, because you have your own Killjoy to survive this take. Even if the lockdown comes in, the defender side of Killjoy is going to be able to nullify it completely. Fast swing! It's going to be a big one! If they're able to survive this, Hirsch gets another kill too, even though he's fully concussed out. What is even happening here? They have all the control, and the spike is now theirs, but Caramel, okay, maybe a little bit too over-ambitious. He's going to try to swing out, and poor old Shuvo doesn't even know what hit him there. They're dying left and right as Reckoning. They had the perfect answer for it, but that early aggressive take, I don't think that MLT were expecting the members of Reckoning to be that over-aggressive on their own defensive side when they know they have this many ults.
Reckoning has the best of the map control out there. They have the control. It's completely under them for now.
I have the spike.
Again, the spike is down. It's been retrieved. But at what cost? A 4 versus 2? Now, the Hunter's Fury and the KJ lockdown is available. But investing onto it right now will be of no point. As soon as he walks out of the smoke, Trans, he gets taken down. And now, it's Arrogant, the one last to survive. The blinds are on point. Left side is where Arrogant is, and
left.
I feel they are already anticipating his position. He comes out to find one, but that's all he is good for, as Harsh with the 3k shuts him down. And Reckoning with the 8th one on board. More or less, it seems like Reckoning is running away with rounds right now. I'm not really sure on why did Trick just walk in. I mean, completely understanding the fact that there was an investment of Rolling Thunder, but that timing, I feel, wasn't the best.
Yeah. The overall coordination not really working out in their favor, and the ultimate usage as well was very off, I would say, because the early stun is good, but normally before you throw that Rolling Thunder, you place a flash towards the A main entrance, so you allow your jet to go in for an easier rush play as ANQ spots out 2 players who did swing into him there. Not really going to be the one to get that kill, but he does get himself out. The tailwind's still available for him if he wants to go in for the aggression play. Strands over towards the back, hasn't really found the opportunity to maybe go in for a fight. And all the members of Reckoning, they're playing it so defensively, and that is what I would love to see. No spam to be given. In Q, he had the angle, but transported at the head a lot more quicker. The Vandal has a lot more bullets, and he's going to be risking it. It's Caramel. He's gonna turn the round on its head. Caramel good for one. Not gonna be good for anything more than that. He does survive it though, so that is perfect. Trans dying out like this is the best play for them because now that they don't have their Sova anymore, there's no recon. How are they gonna entry onto the side? There's so much that Judgment can do to try and maybe give them an advantage, but the A side is now completely off the table because those flashes are not gonna be enough for you to make that entry. B looks to be a lot more probable, but they have Killjoy utility they need to worry about too here.
They have a lot to worry about right now, and Trick, the flashes can be really very vulnerable, but the attacking lockdown gets invested onto Trick. Why would you do that? There's been smoke placed out there for a reason. It's just MLT Esports once again falling down. It all goes down to one last remaining player, Arrogant. Come on, that was not the best position to have her hold on to.
You couldn't go
goes down to the
anywhere.
aftershock. Yeah, exactly. I mean, either ways, he would have been taken down. Yeah,
exactly.
Either ways, it would
This
been
poor guy's just so
saying
screwed.
goodbye. If you are a MLT Esports right now, you need to feel sad, you know. The fact that they are not able to get the control for themselves, it's not looking that great. But Reckoning Esports, they are happy. They're having the best time right now. And a double operator being invested. Come on, Reckoning. Wow.
Okay. Hurst is gonna be the one to get taken out almost immediately. ANQ over towards the back. He does get spotted. As King whips out on very crucial shots there. Caramel's gonna be able to equalize things out. As Trans, he's looking to be the entry fragger for his team. But Caramel, okay, never mind. Give this man a little bit of a prize because he deserves it. Hunter's Fury is now online, and so is the Killjoy Lockdown. They can go in for this play for as long as they possibly want. There's no one towards Garage, and Hunter's Fury now comes in with it. They need to find maybe a tag to get some information. Avoya doesn't really find much value out of it. Now ANQ. He's gonna be the one who gets pushed, and it's a beautiful play. Catches out Trick, who tried to run away. They had no idea that ANQ was present on that particular side. So that's perfect. It's a 2v1 now, favoring heavily towards the members of Reckoning. They even get a catch, and Operator is going to be coming out as Savoya holds down the angle, and there's two people holding with it up. How are you getting out of this?
Wow.
Arrogant needs a miracle to try and survive this. There is no way they live here.
Either ways, even if he tries to avoid it, he had no other options. I feel sad for him right now. In the previous round itself, we talked about it, right? Arrogant had no other positions rather than that one corner he got taken down with due to an aftershock. In this round itself, even if he would have made outside the seaside, there was one player right behind his back, and he had his angle checked with the operator. Reckoning Esports, they are reading MLT like an open book right now, and that's not a great sign because there needs to be some pages that are hidden, some pages no one has an access to, and that's where MLT can actually get rounds. 10-2 is what the scoreline looks like, and it's really good for a Reckoning, but it's not that great for MLT. The comeback scenarios from now completely depends upon how the pistol round turns out to be for them. If they lose onto the pistol round, it's done for.
For now, though, 10-2 on the scoreline here already. Savoya, they're looking to get a little bit of control towards C and maybe bait out a couple of rotations. Reckoning, good control overall on each and every portion of the map, but it's just not gonna be enough. So you do see a little bit of an early engagement coming in as Reckoning holding towards the back. They want to take this fight as Trans doesn't really find the opening whatsoever. ZNQ is rushing his way up, and they have the control that they were hoping to get. Push out and a push back. MLT, what's the answer for them here? They've given up so much map control, but then again, the members of Reckoning haven't really contested much. They are rushing towards C, and this is an opportunity for them to break through. But look at the positioning coming in from Arrogant. He's in such a beautiful spot. He needs to go for a kill, but he's not going to be able to find anything. He got shut down by Judgment. He's trying to turn the round on its head. He has something to give, but the utility usage is way too much. 30 seconds left on the clock, and they get the spike plan down. The execution was perfect. Reckoning, they dropped out on the trades.
MLT Esports right now left on with two remaining players. A 2 Week 4 retake is what we are talking about. KJ, yes, that's him pretty low, but I feel that's completely alright. His teammates are there to cover from Trick right towards the CT, one towards the garage is what the position looks like. Trans King is being shot down a bit low, but for now, Trick has to say a goodbye, and it all goes down to Trans being the last surviving player. No way, King. No, King. Please do not do that. That's gonna hurt. That's a knife coming up, and the 11th one on board. All I can see is the smiley faces on the players, but then Rennie is like, no, we shouldn't have done that. But Reckoning gets the 11th one, and this knife. Look at Rennie. I mean, just look at him for once. Look at his reaction for once.
Yeah, it's a very tough duel, right? You're not gonna be able to find it this easily. It's so difficult to do pretty much anything when you're on a side like this. They're getting completely ran over here. It's Reckoning. They have all the control now. They even have buys. This is going to be a forced round coming in from the members of MLT to maybe turn something on its head, but it's just not going to be enough. They're so prepared and they're ready for it. 2 kills coming in from either side. Caramel still the one to survive, but he's in a very tough position. 3 members now rushing into him. He needs to go in for the shots. He's going to be good for 1. He's going to be good for 2. He's going to be good for the 3rd as well. Caramel with the 4K. He gets it all for his team. Trick has nothing to give there. 12-2 as the members of MLT, they're getting bodied out here. And their strategy overall is smart, but they are not really coordinating together as a team whatsoever. They're going in one by one, and Caramel isolated all of those fights perfectly. 12-2, and it's match point already for the members of Reckoning.
Solo peaks, MLT Esports. I mean, if by any chance they would have went in for all players together, maybe they would have lost on to 1 or 2, but maybe they have got a Vandal in return. Nevertheless, what has happened for now. It's going to be the match point coming up for the sides of Reckoning. The scan is perfect. Yes, it is. Boya. His location gets compromised out there. Trying to run back. A-side execution maybe is something that they are looking forward to. On the other side, KJ has been left all alone to maybe get a frag or just convert some distraction out there. On the other side, the Paranoia comes in, hits no one. The dash comes in from ANQ. Aim to is completely that they need to rely on to. Will be falling down. 3 players back to back. Trick, Trans, Shiv, and now MLT is left with 2 remaining players. A 2v4, which seems to be impossible.
Oh, that could have been difficult there. Caramel coming in for the engagement. Takes down Dutchman, and I think they're done for here. Arrogant. How much can you give to your team? It's only good for 1. Avoya just immediately shuts him down. It's a heartbreak and a half for the members of MLT, but for Reckoning, just another day in the office. They do it everything and they do it properly. There's absolutely nothing that you can do to try and stop a squad like this. Beautifully done. Overall, and Rennie, he's happy as well. He knows his team played well. He's smiling. Imagine if Godspeed smiled like this. But that guy is just a cold-blooded killer. He just watches his camera, watches his phone, and he's like, my team, they're doing good. Fine.
Yeah. I mean, no matter what performance is coming from the teams of Grayfox Esports, you'll see Godspeed having like one single reaction, that's all. Not really sure on what it is like, but I've not seen him smiling so much. I don't know why, but Godspeed, you need to smile because we need to see that for now. But hey, coming back to what happened in Reckoning and MLT right now, it was just one-sided victory, I would say, for the sides of Reckoning Esports. MLT, they were not really able to do so much. As you said, the strategies were good, but when it went down to the team coordination or the trade game, that's where everything seems to be falling down for them, and things did not really work that great. But the knife coming in, it still haunts me. Like, they shouldn't have went in for that. Come on. That's all right. 13-2 is what the scoreline is. Reckoning Esports with a good victory for themselves.
Yeah, that is what you really want to see overall. The confidence overflowing from the members of Reckoning as they do get a lot of value. Things are getting a little bit harder for them, but I do think that they have an opportunity to just slow themselves down, go back to the drawing board, gain that experience, and come back even stronger. I say this all the time for a lot of teams, but MLT, they
Yeah.
do have a lot of really talented players, but the experience together as a squad is not really existent. Don't forget that this squad was made just to play in the Challenger Series. They haven't really played together at all whatsoever.
Yeah.
So the synergy that they were hoping to find won't really exist. The flash timing's not really working out in their favor either. Judgment trying his hardest, but from what I know, Judgment is not really that initiator player. He loves to play those duelists a lot more, but Trick, being a substantially better duelist than him, I'm pretty sure that they're going to be on agreement to that as well. It's hard for Judgment to fit into any of those roles. It's tough, it's hard, but it's all about adapting. Yep.
Yeah, it is going to be the case. Slowly and steadily, we are done with 3 matches for the day. To start things off on such a close note, we are here with a one-sided victory that we did not anticipate. I mean, yeah, we did wanted this to be closed, right? Did we? Excuse me for that.
Yeah. Yeah, no worries, Darshita. Yeah, we expected this to be a very close game, but not exactly at the same time because, hey, it's Reckoning. Come on. They're
Yeah.
a team that can easily take over a match. There's not really much that you can do to try and win against them. They're the best in the region for a reason. As we're going to be looking at the scorecards as well, Caramel leading the charts, though. Okay, never mind. I thought it was A&Q, but Caramel, 333 ACS, 4 first bloods for him. And on the opposite side, we do have Trick, who is Casper, by the way, 8 and 15. Not really the best of performances coming out on any of these players. They were outmatched by a large margin. That was purely on the basis of experience. They didn't have it to go up against the juggernauts that is Reckoning.
Yeah. On the other side, if I talk about the first kills, I mean, 333 of an ACS to maintain 4 first kills is what Caramel has. Surely the MVP for his team. It's going to be him. 6 deaths. That's all. I mean, almost a 3+ KD to be maintained here. It's look at that, 3.33 is what he has, ADR of 196.8. The level of patience that this man has is something, really different. Towards the garage itself, if you remember that one single round, he actually waited for more players to come in so that he could get more kills out there and help his team, definitely. But it all went down where Harsh was taken down, and that's where he realized that the Jet out there has already taken down his own teammate, and that's where the problem may arise. But more or less, this match is done for. Caramel seems to be that one player to look out for every single time that you are in the match itself. But do you have anything to share? I mean, more lights to this match before we go to the next match?
I don't think so. This is just a skill mismatch in a certain degree because it's an experience
yeah.
mismatch more when you talk about it. Not enough experience, more to be gained. And MLT, they will come on back stronger when it comes down to their next game. But for now, we're going to be setting on up the next game. So we're going to be heading on over into a short little break, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll be back soon enough. Don't go anywhere.
Are you with me now? Said, are you with me now? Ain't felt this good in a while. They want us to simmer down. Can you hear me now?
This is why we play.
Gaming is something more.
It's a community, made vibrant and real by AI.
Technology helps us to be part of something bigger.
Games play as if they were real life.
Are you with me now? Said, are you with me now? Ain't felt this good in a while. They want us to simmer down. Can you hear me now? Am I going in and out? I stop and just look around to see if you're with me now.
This is why we play. A community.
Thousands of communities.
Tell me, are you with me now? Ready to put it down. Start at the bottom, already forgot it, but they won't forgive me now. You really ain't ready now. You haters just in the crowd.
Nothing can hold you back.
So, why do you play?
I run this town, ain't backing down, we going them rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lenovo and Intel presents TEC Challenger Series official VCT Off season 2023. Our gaming monitor partners are none other than ViewSonic. It's going to be over aggressive here with Darshita. Now going on back in
Yeah.
towards the games. It was an intense three matches that we had today from the start all the way up to the very finish. It was a little bit anticlimactic though when it came down to Reckoning versus MLT, but that's completely fine and dandy because we're now going to be going in towards a game that holds a lot more weight. Because don't forget, Team Sarafa going up against GGEZ is a match that we are expecting to go to the overtime, double overtime, triple overtime, quadruple overtime. Anything could happen here because both these teams very equally matched, but one side has a lot more experience compared to the other. So that could be the differentiating factor. Team Sarafa not really having the best of starts, but hopefully here they're going to be able to turn their losing streak around.
Yeah, definitely. The way you've already said that we are expecting not just single overtime but multiple overtimes coming our way for today's day itself. This is going to be an important match coming up. But for now, let's just quickly look at what is left to serve to you guys today itself. Team GGEZ going up against the sides of Sarafa is what we have right now. And after this match, it's going to be True Rippers against the sides of Team Mystic. Now, I'm quite excited for the last one as well because both of these matches that we have to end today's day, trust me, if you feel like it's gonna be like very easy and we are gonna quickly end today's day, it's not gonna be that case. These matches are gonna tend us to have a very long day and we're gonna enjoy both of these matches fully. But yep, you're gonna also witness a lot of strategic play, maybe perfect executions as Orangutan did show us in the first map itself. I do expect the same coming from all of these teams right straight here. Team Sarafa, True Ripper especially, and they're going up against the sides of Team Mystic who have shown a phenomenal performance the previous day. I'm ready for this.
I really am. This is going to be one of those interesting matchups that you don't really want to get out from because for now, GGEZ going up against Team Sarafa, it's going to be one of those games that really defines what could happen in this entire group. If Sarafa are able to win, that pretty much guarantees them a pretty high position, and that will allow Sarafa to have that opportunity to head on over to the top four. There's a good chance as well for the members of GGEZ. They still need to get themselves onto the board. They did lose out on both of their matches from yesterday and the day before, so they don't have anything to put themselves into a better position. It's still going to be tough for them to even try to make it to that top four, but if they're able to win out on all three games after this, there's a good chance they're going to be able to do so. It all depends on this particular match for GGEZ and for Team Sarafa. Their hopes and dreams for getting into that top four relies on this. Both teams have a lot to lose here and a lot to gain. So let's see exactly which of them have the potential and, of course, who have done the prep work coming in towards this game.
I really don't expect a Haven coming up right now. I really don't want to see a Haven coming up, honestly, because today's day has been more or less a lot about three-sided maps coming up. We saw Lotus at the very first stage, and then later on, two maps that we witnessed were continuously Haven. So, but something different, maybe a sunset that can change the entirety of this flow today. But I know GGEZ and Sarafa, both of them, are definitely not going to risk it at any point of time. As you explained it right away, it is going to be an important match, not just for one, but for both of them. So they need to be very, very careful. Each and every step that they take, they need to think twice before doing it. So the map of sunset is something that I do anticipate comes up as the very first ban, maybe. But rather than that, a breeze or bind or maybe an ascent. Come on, a basic map is what I'm asking. Maybe an ascent. Just give me that. But not a Lotus or a Haven is what something I want.
Yeah, simplicity is something that we all hope for, but I don't think the teams are going to be going in for something a lot more simple. Possibility of a breeze, but I don't think Sarafa want to play breeze whatsoever. It requires so much more strategy to play with the recent changes towards this map. So overall, though, I'm going to be expecting maybe the pickup of Lotus. I know you're going to hate that map, but Lotus is a good possibility. That's my prediction. Or it could be Bind Ascent. Not really a map that both of these teams want to head towards because then it just relies on a lot more fundamental Valorant. That could be the issue. Haven could be in the picture, but then again, not in my books. Lotus or Bind is my guess. As we head on down over towards the veto, it's going to be Lotus.
On.
Yeah. Just as I expected.
Aggressive, you
like,
know
of
what?
Of course they're going to be picking this.
You know what? I'm not ever asking you for your predictions again. I mean, every single thing that you've said today has happened, and it's us right now going towards the map of Lotus itself. Once again, over and over again, we've been witnessing a three-sided map coming up, and here we are back again with the map of Lotus. Three-sided map to have our eyes on to. But the bans, if I talk about it, it's going to be an instant ban coming up of Sunset being the very first one. I mean, completely understanding the fact that it's very new to the competitive scenarios right now, but it's a fun map to be in, at least at the observing end.
In a way, yes, but at the same time, no, right? Because there's so
Yeah.
many different flaws and problems that could start showing up if you're not careful. So you got to be careful about that overall.
Yeah.
But for now, the members of
Yeah.
Sarafa, they do have a lot more, I would say, experience on playing on this map for so long. Because don't forget, all of the matches that they did play up till now have been on Lotus, if I do recall. And GGEZ, they haven't really been the strongest on this map, but to a certain degree, they should have a little bit more versatility here. DC Rules, though, I think is going to be the biggest uh, talking point when it comes down to this map because he's been phenomenal on each and every turn.
Yeah, definitely he has been phenomenal, but again, it completely depends on who has the momentum, because today's day is more or less about the momentum as well. Talking more about the agent selection, the previous time we saw the sides of OG on this map, they went in for a Fate pick coming up, and to what I recall, for the sides of Team Sarafa, they do prefer playing onto that Raze, Viper, Omen, KJ and the Fate composition for this map of Lotus. So if that's the composition from both of these, and it might be difficult, but what do you think about the investment of Chamber? Because I've seen the sides of GGEZ doing that in this map for, I guess, once maybe, that they have invested onto a Chamber. It is going to be like important, but what are your thoughts on it?
There's a good chance that Chamber could get picked up, but then again, I don't really like Chamber as well because it puts a lot of pressure on the defense to be a lot more aggressive. You need to start taking a lot of early duels. You can't really wait for your opponents to come into you. It makes your team play in a very one-dimensional playstyle. So if they start losing out on a lot of early duels, it is going to hurt them drastically. And no matter what you do, you're not going to be able to gain a lot of you're not going to be able to play reactively because the chamber utility is not going to slow them down for long. One stray satchel or maybe even a shock dart, if they want to play a solo on this map, which I'm pretty sure that they won't, will just instantly take out that tripwire, and that now the value that you were going to get from that slow from the chamber just doesn't exist anymore. The pressure that you also put on them to frag out is a lot more, I would say, it's a lot more insurmountable because you're not going to be able to get any form of value otherwise. Chamber is one of those characters that you need to get frags upon because your utility doesn't really exist unless you get kills.
That could be true. That's very true. It will all go down to, the fact that what agent composition these teams opt into, because the previous time we saw Aster Army and Orangutan going against each other in this map itself to start today's day. We were really high on hopes for the sides of OG getting that map for themselves, looking at what composition they had. I mean, Antidote on Fade was something that we did not anticipate. We didn't thought that that might be the case. We've seen Antidote playing a lot of Sentinels as compared to playing in Fade out there. But again, things did work out slowly and steadily for Orangutan, but at the end it was Aster Army who did get the best of that map out there. Also coming down to the fact that Lotus is known to be an attack favored map, it completely depends upon Sarafa and on how many rounds GGEZ they are allowed to get on the attacking side, because if they run away with rounds in the first half itself, it's going to be a bit difficult for Sarafa to actually get a hold, anticipating the fact that these both teams are really good on what they do.
It's a good opportunity for it. We are going to be waiting out on the team, so to get prepped up and ready here for just a little while longer, ladies and gentlemen. It's taking some time, but sorry.
Yeah.
I do think that I jinxed it pretty hard, but not really. I think Manoj is going to kill me later, but for now.
I mean,
Sarafa.
you did it. You did it actually before coming on desk itself. Don't you think? We were having a word about the same one. We are having a good day today. Aggressive tend to say that quick day as well, and look where we are aggressive. I hope you really do not give predictions because everything you say, sometimes it happens in the same way, sometimes it's complete opposite.
Yeah, that's what the life of a caster is. This is why
Ah.
sometimes speaking out is one of the biggest, I would say, mistakes that a caster can make. But hopefully, the mistakes are not going to
Yeah.
be coming out from the teams because they need to get this win. It is so important for Sarafa and also GGEZ to find this victory. Whoever will be the ones to take it will keep their dreams alive. For Sarafa, it's a lot more of a probability, but for the members
Yeah.
of GGEZ, they have a chance. So that's the thing.
Yep.
One team can almost guarantee themselves a spot in the top four, while the others will just try to survive and hope for the best. Because losing 2 games pretty much puts a nail on your coffin that hasn't really been put in just yet, but it's just hanging out there. One swing from the hammer and it could go in enough to just completely shut you out. There's no opportunity for the members of GGEZ to lose this one, because if they do, oh boy, a 0-3 scoreline when it comes down to the group
Yeah.
stages, I don't think you're gonna have much of a chance to get in over to the top four.
Definitely. Talking more about the players of Team Sarafa for now, I feel they do have good players. The team looks to be strong. We have Deadly, Right to Ace, we have Amaterasu, Marzel, Tricky, all these players coming up from the sides of Team Sarafa for now. It is going to be interesting, but well, for now, it's going to be Karma, Deadly 10, Right to Ace, Marzel, and Tricky. On the other side, we have DC Rules, Equinox, Machiavelli, Trinity, and Son. But Lotus it is, ladies and gentlemen. As said, there might be the investment of Chamber coming up. It is going to be the case. Chamber coming up from the sides of GGEZ. On the other side, it's going to be the Sky, Omen, Raise, and the Breach pick coming up. More or less, the only difference that there's a lot of difference. Well, there's a lot of difference when it comes down to both of these teams and their composition. The double
Agree with it
initiator
there.
versus the double controller.
Yeah. I don't really personally like what the members of Team Sarafa have gone for. Right to is again picking up this Fade. Fade is just not strong on this map. A lot of teams keep on forgetting this because the Fade doesn't allow you to be self-sufficient. We saw that on the game of Aster Army going up against Orangutan, where Antidote, he
Choose
had
your
the Fade,
agent.
but it just didn't do anything for them. This might be a repeating sense for the members of Team Sarafa as well. GGEZ, they have a lot more utility to brute force their way in towards the side, but not having a double controller does put a little bit more pressure on them overall, as we do see the head-to-head screen with Sean going up against Tricky. Tricky having a phenomenal run though. Look at this guy, 32 and 22 with a 1.45 KDR and a headshot percentage of 38. He's having a pretty good one for himself.
Definitely, it is an amazing one for Tricky out there. On the other side, Sonic, it's 28 to 34. He has a lot of assists that he's not able to capitalize onto. On the other side, if I talk about the ratio, it's going to be 0.82 with a headshot percentage of 26. In every single aspect, it is going to be Tricky who comes up on the top. And Sonic, I feel there's a lot to do yet coming from the sides of Team GGEZ, and today's match is going to decide the fate of both of these teams. Right now, we are going to head towards the very first match itself. This is a very first match for both of these teams on today's day itself. This is the pistol run that we are talking about. Team Sarafa going up against the sides of Team GGEZ. And if you have to give a quick prediction, aggressive and not jinx it, what would you say the scoreline for first half?
I'm saying 75 in the favor of Team Sarafa.
Okay.
There's a good chance. It all depends on how GGEZ are going to be opening up this sideline. DC Rules wants to be a little bit aggressive towards this B side. See if we can find that first initial take, but this is a split take over in towards B. GGEZ, they have a pretty good answer. The Trailblazer is going to give a lot of value too. They're able to break their way in, and Tricky doesn't really have much to give. Needs to immediately back off and right to Ace over towards the front end. They want to take a fight, but the members of Team Sarafa, they're not giving him anything. They want them to use all of their utilities so that they can isolate these fights together as a team and go in for a retake on the 5v5.
5v5 retake is what we are talking about right now, slowly and steadily. They are trying to make their way inside the site, but they need to be quick. The time is ticking. B-site is what the execution was like for the sides of GGEZ. The paint shell can actually be perfect. The diffusal is being stick to deadly 10. Half diffusal, will he be allowed to do that? But the aftershock comes up right to Ace and Karma. They double it up. The half diffusal is done for. So is the case with Stan. It comes up on time, but deadly 10. He is sticking to that diffusal. He's so stubborn. He does not want to leave the diffusal whatsoever. Team Sarafa gets the first round for themselves, and you have to give it to Deadly. 1-0 for now.
Constant control is the name of the game here. As the members of GGEC, I do believe they gave up the side of C Long a little bit too quickly. And they needed a one member there, or maybe someone outside of B main to catch up the players that were trying to go in for that pincer. Because at that point, Team Sarafa, they were the ones who were at the advantage, because trying to fight from Link is so difficult, but DC rolls with a jump out. Just catching Deadly 10 with his pants down too, and for some reason that rhymed. I don't know why. But looking at the members of Team Sarafa, good God, that's gonna hurt them quite a bit here. Deadly, his life was very crucial, but this one chamber causing a good amount of damage here over towards the side. As for now, you see DC rules on the opposite end of this. He's waiting this one out, and he's trying to bait as many of these players as they can towards his A side. He's isolating these angles and allows the members of GGEZ to go for a complete another wraparound. At Marcel, over from the top rope, they still don't want to give a fight towards him. They know to maybe try to run away here, maybe find a peek over from Mars. So Sean spotted the shoulder. He needs to get this kill.
Oh no.
That they're not really giving him anything.
Sean just tried to walk inside the site itself, and there's where the entire bloodbath for the sides of GGEZ started. It's all about Team Sarafa getting frags back to back. Tricky with a 3K on his name, but you know DC rules. This is the magic of Headhunter. That's the reason it is known as the Headhunter. Tricky converted 3K out of that round. They did lose on to one single player, and that's going to be the sides of Team Sarafa. They lost on to Deadly 10 to start things off, but I feel that's completely alright. They still have a good economy to maintain on the other side. GGEZ, this is a full buy round coming up for them, and they have to make the most out of it. At the same time, they need to remember that they cannot let go of those numbers for themselves, but DC rules every single time. Deadly 10, you cannot beat DC in that way. Previous time it was the Headhunter, this time it's a Vandal. Deadly 10 done for on the initial stages itself, but the best combination, the Breach and the Race coming together to take down Marzil. Sarafa has lost their numbers.
Yeah, the C side has been lost as well. There's absolutely nothing that they can do to try and even stop this fast rush coming in. This retake will be a tough one for them. Good kill coming in from I2As, but the trades are just simultaneous. Man Bandit still not lost, and any form of a hold that the members of Sarafa can go for is just non-existent. Maybe a save could be a good idea. Madarasu does have a Guardian to play around with here. Smokes are coming in, but they don't really have any utility to try and even brute force their way in towards the side, right? 2A's going for another kill. The Hawk's gonna come through to maybe find one more catch, but yeah, DC rules. He's gonna be ready for it with his buddy Sean. 2-1 as the members of GGEC, they're now back in towards this matchup with the buy-round win for themselves. So overall, I would say a very good round. They got the spike plant down, kept the two members alive. Necessary sacrifices need to be made. So overall, GGEZ, they're the ones to get this round win for themselves in a very clean and decisive fashion. But on the opposite end, Sarafa, they kind of did drop the ball when it came down to the earlier engagement. Deadly 10, hopefully he's not going to be going in for the same swing again. But DC rules, he's so confident. He wants to go for it one more time.
That's DC rules for you. No matter how many times you try to deny him, once again the initial contact is Deadly 10. Instantly goes back. DC rules. He is confident. He is very confident. But right now, what needs to be taken care of is the C site itself, because the Rolling Thunder comes up and Marzil will be completely denied for everything. He'll be forced to get out of that side because there's going to be a lot of space that the sides of Team GGEZ are looking forward to. They have the complete site under their control,
Spike
and
planted.
that's going to be the plan done for. 5v5 retake is what it is all about. And again, economically, this round is going to decide the fate of both of these teams. Anyone who loses it is going to be a great loss coming up, but slowly and steadily towards the waters. There are going to be two players. The exchange of utils comes up. The first frag is going to be in the name of Trinity. Trade comes up, but that's not enough. GGEZ losing numbers back to back. The aftershock is on point. Deadly 10 once again, trying to stick into that defusal. Right to ace finds one. Tricky with the last nail into the coffin, and that's going to be Deadly 10 going in for the defusal. The third one comes on board for the sides of Team Sarafa. GGEZ, the way they initiated, it was great. They got the side, they did everything they could, but when it went down to the post-plan scenario, everything seems to be falling down.
Team Sarafa, they did get a very clean retake under their name, and that's perfect because now they have a good, strong hold coming through. But the members of GGEZ, though, on the opposite side, they needed to get a lot more aggressive control, I do believe. They kind of played their post line way too slow there. One kill is at the bare minimum required to go in for site execution towards C, but it's just not going to be working. DC rules wanted to try his luck once again to maybe go in for a play, and this time it's not going to be working. Sarafa, they're ready for these fights. And Sean, he does find a trade over on Deadly, but that's just not going to be enough. Looking at the sidelines that they have created. Machiavelli needs to try and run it away, but look at Marcel pushed all the way up towards C. That's ample amounts of information. They know that there's no hit coming towards C now anymore. So for Sarafa, it's just a waiting game. GGEZ need even be the first one who makes mistakes here.
Oh, the smoke is perfect. Few pixels visible, and you are done for. The location does get compromised right to Ace. Slowly and steadily he is walking in. But you know the fact that these two players, they need to survive. Machiavelli, perfect headshot coming up. He's going to go in and invest onto that ult. No is what the answer is. Machiavelli finds third one.
Expensive. This is so
it
expensive.
is 3 sheriff shots being hit from Machiavelli, and it all goes down to Sarafa. They do have the round for themselves, but the crispy shots coming up from that Omen. For once, Omen did think of investing onto From the Shadows, but then he's like, he's the last one to survive. What's the point of investing onto it? And that's where everything turned around. But GGEZ, 4 rounds, 3 rounds of differentiate is what we are talking about, aggressive.
You want to play? Let's play.
This doesn't look that good for them at all here. You need to be careful when taking fights like this, because now they need to run on back as quickly as possible. An expensive round for them means that overall, if Team Sarafa even lose this round, even though they went out on so many, they're not going to have any form of cash to go in for a buy in the following roundup. Amaterasu has his smokes ready and prepared. His DC rules right around the corner. Amaterasu, he needs to be so careful here. The flash comes through and the exact position's already known as well. And it's going to be Deadly to come around the corner to save Amaterasu's life. Karma's going to be able to find another kill. And they're just bleeding things up. Deadly 10. An absolute demon finally gets shut down. The flash has been dodged, and Amaterasu, it's all up to you to maybe turn this one around. Swing out from the sides. It's Karma playing a little bit of a game with his food out here. Sean, he's just being isolated on each and every angle. Tricky gets the final frag, and what a beautiful hold coming in from the members of Team Sarafa here.
You know, Team Sarafa, they are trying to go in and take the early control for themselves. Every single time you look at them having the A site, they have almost control of A side. Towards the rumble itself, you'll see in the previous round, it was the Omen present right there. On the other side, the players are there to support him. So every single thing that the sides of GGEZ is trying to do is getting denied for. But an operator, a guardian, I mean, what's going on?
It's gonna be a first really good kill coming in from the side of Sarafa. That kill alone should just open up a lot of options for them to play into here. Marcel.
Oh no, Marcel.
Lark up off his own as DC rules. The timing is not a favor him. No! That could have been so bad, Marcel. Missing out on that headshot could have been the end of your career right there. DC rules not going to be able to find that kill over onto him. tough spots. Now it's a full-on reset for both of these teams. Sarafa, they want some early bouts of information. They did clear out on 2 bullets. That means the execution is now imminent. I can't even speak pretty much, so there's that. Here to take this one over.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to share lights on what is happening right now. Right to Ace finds one onto Sean. The spike is getting planted, but right to Ace. Why would you do that? Tricky right now inside the site. They do have the defenders locked down, invested onto both of the boom balls being exchanged. There are 3 players now. Deadly. This is very risky. Did not even think of trying this, but the door opens and that's where 3 of the remaining players will be making their way outside the side, but Deadly has the best of that position. The crossing is where he needs to focus on to all of these 3 players towards the B side. Once again, the paranoia is gonna hit Marzil, but 10 remaining seconds to go in for that plant. They would definitely respect that decision. But Marzil, will he be able to survive? Yes, he does. He denies the showstopper. 2 remaining players, GGEZ. This is looking so difficult. They need to play on time. The spike is being planted. But Machiavelli, he has a sheriff to play around with, and the sides of Sarafa, they're taking it very slow right now. They need to play together. Deadly 10 on the complete opposite angle. He is with his own teammate out there, but the flash finds him. Tricky goes down, so is the case with Marzil. Deadly joins the same party, and the investment onto the operator and Guardian will definitely give them the entire round, but DC rules. The way it all started, GGEZ, they were falling down. I'm not really sure on how did the retake not work for the sides of Sarafa. Marzil did the best job out there. He found one onto the race and he did even deny the showstopper, but it all goes down to GGEZ having the second round for them. Eventually, the economy is something that I would love to talk about right now. Look at Deadly 10. 4 points for the ultimate. I mean, he's just, you know... Oh!
What a shot, DC. The guy's an absolute beast, and now 1 by 1, they're just falling like flies. Their early strategy's not really working through, as that shot coming in onto Marcel was just absolutely gorgeous. They now have a free side to play into. They can go towards C, they can go towards B. They're gonna be choosing for the B plan, and now opting for the post-1 positioning. It's just a waiting game for them.
Well, I feel we've been caught off guard from our producer out there, but nevertheless, we were so much into the game, so much is happening right there. GGEZs and Sarafa with the pens in our hands. We were trying to note down every single thing, but right now it all goes down to Sarafa and one last remaining player, right to Ace. Known as right to clutch, but time is what definitely is not his best friend right now. Phantom is all that he has to work around with. He'll be going in for that save. Yeah, that's all option that he has for now, a save, and it's going to be GGEZ. I would say a flawless, but yeah, no casualties whatsoever. 3rd one on board for them. DC rules, he's been phenomenal with that operator. You have to give it to him every single time. It was a jump peak coming up, and that's where he denied Marzil.
Yeah, and those flashes as well are just being an absolute nuisance. Sarafa not having that same level of flash utility is hurting them to a certain degree, and you can see that they're not able to take as many aggressive fights as they would have hoped for. Another opportunity for the members of Sarafa to come on back into this year. As for now, we do see that GGEZ going to be in a really good spot of their own at Trinity over towards the other side. This is a tough spot for him to be in here as Deadly just for the kill, and DC rules! He's kind of giving away the angle, but he's still going to be able to find the frag regardless. It's all up to Right to Ace to maybe find a miracle here of his own, but doesn't really get out much. 5-4 is a guarantee here. It's tricky. He could be good for 1, but to go in for a clutch like this with only just a sheriff and no armor and no utility, I don't think it's going to be possible for him at all.
It's way too difficult. Way too difficult for him to do that. A 1v4 with 3 ultimates online for the side of GGEZ. It's going to be impossible. Also looking at the weaponry that he has to play around with. That's all of his sheriff that he has. Machiavelli shuts him down. And we are on a 5-4 scoreline. Soon or less, this might just be an equalizer coming up. And understanding that fact, Sarafa will be going in for a timeout. They know how crucial the equalizers are. Once you let your opponent come to and climb to an equalizer, it's going to be them running away with the lead as well. So the sides of Team Sarafa right now, they need to be very, very careful, because to start things off, I remember aggressive. They were good on strategies, the team coordination, everything was looking perfect for them. They were getting rounds back to back, but now it comes down to a point where their economy is completely destroyed. GGEZ is getting rounds back to back, and they have got them onto such an urge that it might just be an equalizer coming up. So, more or less, Sarafa, this round is going to decide on what happens next.
Sarafa, with this pause, they should get a little bit of a chance to just try and figure each other out and see what exactly is going on wrong for them. What I do believe is the biggest flaw here, they're not really investing utility to gain information. They're opting for much more jump spots and maybe try to catch a couple of these players off guard by gaining early bouts of information, but it's just not gonna work. And when you're going up against a player like DC Rules, who's really prepared for those jump spots as well, I don't know how you're going to turn things around from there. What do I call it? Do I say it's unlucky? Do I say it's unfortunate that he did die there? But if DC Rules has the mechanical capability to make something like this happen, and he's always prepared for those duels, you can't really say that it was unlucky. You just got outskilled. Another opportunity for the members of Sarafa to take early control towards A, and they're able to establish it. And with all the members of GGEZ now piling on up towards this seaside, they're going to be running into an absolute ditch if they're not careful. No. That's a lot of utility, but they're being slowed down to a crawl. Oh, the flash is full.
Oh yeah, it is. Marcel. The Rolling Thunder definitely did not hit him, but what hit him bad was the team and the players himself. DC Rules finds the best out of Karma. Out there, one more player trying to peek, trying to get that shot. Gets denied onto right to Ace, knows that there is an operator. He needs to go in for those utils before peeking. The Prowler comes in, would not gain him any information. Deadly 10 slowly, instead he's walking in. DC Rules. He's been missing onto those shots. Right to Ace finds one onto Sean. It all goes down to 2 versus 2 situation. Look at the fade. Look at right to Ace. He's so low right now. Deadly 10 has a huge responsibility, but DC Rules' third time is when he missed out on that operator shot, and this time he's gonna get punished. Both of the players lying very low. Machiavelli, this can be his round, and yes it is. Doubles it up. A wall bank shot coming up to end it all, and it's gonna be GGEZ once again. Right to Ace and Deadly 10, both of them were literally out there surviving, barely surviving on pixel of their health. And this is an equalizer.
Machiavelli, you're an absolute demon. What was that last play?
Yeah.
Clip it and ship it. I'm going to be following your Twitter soon enough to see that play come through, because good God, that was some aimbot level stuff. But that's just him having skill. An absolute demon on the server, and DC Rules again catching out Deadly. It's always Deadly, man. You gotta stop doing that. You know he's swinging into you constantly, and especially when he has an operator in his hand, that's even more potential for him to run into here. Tricky. Yeah, good chunk of damage here. No longer has the armor to try and survive. Marcel's position already seems to be revealed. He has an angle for 1-5, but Sean, he just pre-fires him out. Poor old Marcel has nothing to give, and now that's the Viper spin already gone. Seaside right for the picking. They're gonna go straight in, and there's absolutely nothing that can be done by the members of Sarafa to even try to stop this.
GGEZ has said, if you let your opponents come to an equalizer, they definitely are not just gonna get that equalizer, but run away with the lead as well. GGEZ almost about to get it on the 6th one. Sarafa, not really sure on what the plan looks like for them. 5 rounds is what they have on the defensive half. But now, attacking side again, I cannot completely rely on the fact that this is an attack-favored map, so it's going to be Sarafa who, runs away with round. No, you need to make your strategies work, and that's where you will get those rounds. GGEZ right now, DC Rules. He's aggressive. He wants all those frags, no matter where the players are. Slowly and steadily going inside, but GGEZ gets the best of that round. Tricky goes down. That's going to be Karma. Tricky. Son with a 3K before he gets taken down from right to Ace, but this is the last round before the swap. 7-5 is what you anticipated, didn't you?
Yep. but it's the other way around.
Yeah.
So in a way, my scoreline was perfect, but hey,
The team name was wrong?
yeah, the team names were wrong.
Okay. That's completely alright. I mean, at least something is going right on what you are predicting right now. Slowly, slightly, once again, this is a C execution coming up. Yep, it seems like so. All of these players trying to make their way towards the C side. The flashes to come, and Boombot is going to give a lot of position out there. And now it feels like they might just go in for rotation. Might be because, you know, there's been a lot of util drop coming up on their way. The site is not under their control yet, and there's going to be Mazel to hold it all. But all that he has to walk around with is going to be a bulldog.
My ult's ready.
But for now, we are gonna be seeing a little bit more of a faster hit coming through his
deadly.
DC rules. Does he expect it? No! No, Deadly, no! You needed to hit that shot! But his crosshair placement was just inches away. Just barely. It could have been the perfect fight, but now he's stuck with low HP and there's absolutely nothing that you can try to do to try and stop this. Tricky! Goodbye, good night, and sleep tight here, buddy. It's just gonna be a very fast take. And the trades are just instantaneous. There's so many different angles that Marcel has to consider. The fights are not going in his favor either. Karma and Marcel, they need to try and survive this, but there's way too many players to try and go in for this. As they fall apart, Team Sarafa, they didn't have an answer for this fast take.
Switching sides.
How will the observers even try to figure anything out there? That was just GGEZ throwing out util after util, ult after ult, and the members of Team Sarafa just getting collapsed upon.
Every
That's a
single
really
thing
tough
that they
fight.
had, yeah, it was. Every single thing that they had, they invested onto. Util, right start from the util to the ultimate. Every single thing was invested onto in that round. Also, it was the last round in the first half itself. 7-5, the scoreline that we have, GGEZ does have an advantage. But Sarafa now on the attacking side, if they get the pistol round, they have an equalizer on board again. So this pistol round might just decide on what happens next, because GGEZ, if they get that, it's going to be a 9-5, and for Sarafa, it's going to be a huge climb coming up. The early guiding light, it does give out a lot of information. The smokes being placed on both the ends, but TC rules burst first time again. The first kill again is what he has under his name, and that's going to be Sarafa losing their Viper. Their controller is done for. On the other side, Machiavelli slowly and steadily, he's been brought down to 75 of his health, but not really sure on what the execution will be like for the sides of Team Sarafa now. Karma? Can he be the best neighbor out there? Oh, the location gets compromised. That's going to be the Prowler, but look at Trinity. Good for 2 before he gets taken down from Deadly 10. Done all the damage that he wanted to. Sarafa with 2 remaining players are making their way towards the other side, but DC rules. He's ready. Not the best timing out there. Has one single bullet in that headhunter. But this time it's going to be tricky. Who finds him? Gets it to an equalizer. A 2v2 aggressive.
That was a really difficult fight for him to run into there.
30
Absolutely
seconds
nothing
left.
that he can do to try and survive that. Is Deadly over towards the corner if he wants to look for a little bit more of his own fight. Positions are good as Equinox. Put the back up over onto 1. The smokes are good as Equinox coming in right from the side. 5-8 on the scoreline, and it seems as though GGEZ
Don't even start
making things look very easy for themselves. These early advantages being given away is what's really causing all of this to happen. And Trinity getting 2 there, that should not have happened because the Prowler did catch him. But Equinox, man, consistency galore. This man's crosshair placement was just immaculate. It was as if he could do no wrong.
Good rounds for the sides of GGEZ, and not that great for Sarafa. I mean, as talked about the pistol round, right? It was an important one. Sarafa, now it all depends upon the full buy, which is going to be the next round. But for now, good stops, good buys coming up from the sides of GGEZ, investing onto an Marshall. DC rules. If this man has a Marshall, a Headhunter, or an Operator for himself, you just tend to not peek him. He's been phenomenal with the operators. I've seen him hit those 4Ks and 3Ks very easily. That's what he is made up of. But right now, C execution is what they are looking forward to. Little do they know that there are 3 players towards the C side, and there's going to be a lot of aggression as well. Trinity is once again holding the same position, so it's better not to be so much of aggressive because this can actually haunt them a lot. The Painter will come and Prowler does catch the sides of the player out there, but does not matter as Sun and Trinity, they just come all together to convert a round without any casualties for them. A flawless rolling in, ladies and gentlemen, for the sides of GGEZ Sarafa. They did not get anything out of that round, not even one single weaponry drop.
This is why you always say that practice makes perfect. This is exactly one of those situations. GGEZ, they have gone back to the labs and they have practiced day in and day out. You can see it when it comes down to their overarching strategy, the way that the team is positioning themselves, as well as Team Sarafa. They're kind of falling apart there. They have a lot of extremely talented players, but it's just not going to be enough unless you're practiced together as a team. Day by day, Valorant is now shifting from a game where it's always about the individual talent to a team that has a lot more gameplay and synergy under their wraps. It's GGEZ. They're working well for them, but losing out on one of their members is going to hurt them quite a bit here. Because don't forget, this is still an eco round. This is still a bonus round coming out from them. They have the weaker weaponry, but even with these weak weapons, they have a good opportunity to go in for a win here if they play their cards properly.
Completely agreeing on to for now. The execution, yes, they do have the B side completely under their control. Look at that! It's completely open for business and they can just comfortably go in and get the plan done. Now it's all about the retake. 4 remaining players for the sides of GGEZ. They are trying to make their way through one single entrance maybe, but right to Ace's position can be a lot of hindrance out there. Machiavelli gets taken down from him. Son finds a trade, but that's not yet enough. Because 2, 3, 4 is what it looks like. DC rules 1, 2, 3, 4 shots being missed on 2. He will be punished from the sides of Tricky. And Sarafa gets the best of that round. Only 1 player loss is what they had in that round, and they get the 6th one on board. A good round. Again, they did not, they won't, lose onto so much. It's just about the Omen that they had a disadvantage, but that's completely alright. GGZ on the other side. Again, a full buy that they have in this round, an important one to convert for, because economy is something that we can, just talk about day and day night. But for now, what I really want to talk about is the execution. 2 players towards the A side. That's going to be the breach and the raise, but a perfect stun alongside a paint shell to accompany a Trinity. Holding on the other side of the wall itself. Maybe trying to take 1 player down through the spam, but gets denied onto the Fate. Gives out a lot of location. Slowly and steadily, it is turning out to be an AE execution that they are looking forward to.
It's a pretty fast hit too, as Deadly. He's just going to be the one to wait on the opposite end of this. It's Trinity. Not really the best of positions, I would say, when it comes down to holding tree, but if it works for him. Not gonna be looking at good. Corners are being cleared. Trinity, I don't think they know exactly where he is. Trinity can get away with this pretty much, and that's gonna be a guarantee. No one's cleared him out yet. This Trinity is still waiting through, but right away finally gets the catch. He's able to put him in the bag, but Equinox still very much alive. Looks for another kill, but Amaterasu is going to be the one to shut him down. It's a 2 versus 2 retake coming through now for the members of GGEZ. As right to Ace does have a cease to play around with at 20 seconds for the Haunt to come through. Well, they know where he is.
Yeah. Maybe they do. The Cease comes in, but DC rules he'll be going in for that defusal. Half defuse is done for this player on the other side. The trade comes up, but it all goes down to 1 last remaining player, right to Ace. Gets the right spot to kill him. And that's where Sarafa, they almost let go of this round. I mean, the Omen ult was an important one out there. Look at where Karma was. Look at his positioning. Came out, he just denied DC rules for everything. The almost defusal, the defusal was almost done, almost. It was just like 0.1 or 2 seconds that they needed more, and it would have been GGEZ getting that round. But instead, Sarafa comes up on the top. Once again, there's going to be the combination coming up. Yes, it's going to be the stun rolling in, but Deadly 10, the way he just double satchels inside towards the rumble is where he is getting denied. Equinox and Son, they are just taking down bodies over bodies. And Sarafa, look at them. They've been brought down to 2 remaining players.
It's just not looking that good for them overall here whatsoever. As the members of Sarafa, they lost out on so many members early on. These aggressive fights towards A-Main have not been bearing any fruit for them. And now, on this eco round, the members of GGEZ, they have such a good opportunity to easily win this. Yeah, they're just playing together because they know that that's what they have to do. Doesn't matter what happens, doesn't matter how good you are as a player, you will never be able to kill 4 people who are rushing into you together as a unit. Because someone will hit their shot. Someone has to hit their shot. Unless, of course, you're my ranked teammates. At that point, you're never going to hit anything. So...
Same is the case for me, but for what is happening on our screens right now is going to be the spike which is planted. GGEZ 4 versus 2 is what the retake looks like. There is Nightfall to invest onto, and there you go. There will be the investment of Nightfall for now. But for how long will they make it? They need to take it very slow. GGEZ, what's the plan like is the question. Door does open, but there won't be anyone from the door itself. Everyone trying to come in from the main itself. Tricky. Very vulnerable position. They need to do it very quick because time is what is not their best friend for now. Last player gets taken down. And that's going to be Machiavelli who will be going in and sticking that defusal. 2v2 trade did happen for the sides of Sarafa, but the numbers advantage favored a lot for the sides of GGEZ, and they will smoothly be rolling in a thrifty for themselves. Look at the shots from Equinox. Look at the shots from Trinity. Everyone just came all together to get down the sides of Sarafa, completely done for that round. And that's the 10th one on board. 3 rounds of differentiate yet. Team Sarafa. Economy completely sad. I mean, few of that they do have economy to go in for a full buy, but what's questionable right now is the buy in the upcoming round if they lose onto this one, plus the 4 half shields that we can talk about.
No. There's a lot of big investments coming in from the members of Sarafa to maybe turn some things on its head, but DC Rules low on the HP. His angle needs gonna get cleared out pretty soon though. I don't like the odds of this. DC Rules, you better run here, buddy. Is he gonna be able to survive this? It's gonna be a big question mark in my opinion. The wall does save his life and he's gonna be able to get into a better spot to use this operator, but he needs to live for as long as possible. As long as he survives, this operator will loom as a constant threat up against the members of Sarafa. And because of the damage being given on towards him, and he has no heal whatsoever as Karma. He's not gonna see it. Oh no, that turret as well is not watching anything. The turret is not watching anything.
It is not. Yeah, it is not. It's been placed in the complete opposite direction. I don't like this. I really don't like this. There's a lot of sound being made. Slowly and steadily once again. Oh wait, come on. It was there. Watching everything that was happening right behind the back. And for now, it's going to be the B execution once again. Yes, it is. Trinity finds the best one out there. Does he connect? No, he does not. Deadly 10 finds one onto Machiavelli. 3v3 is what it looks like. For now, the Seekers do come online. Will give a lot of position out there. 15 remaining seconds. Team Sarafa, they need to go in for the plant, but they are denied for every single thing. DC Rules with the perfect shot onto Deadly 10. Equinox with the last kill, and that's where GGEZ gets the 11th one on board. I'm really confused on what happened with the turret back there. I mean, okay.
No, we just had a spectator. It was just a spectator. Yeah. Sometimes it happens.
Yep.
The Killjoy turret silhouette doesn't really look in the same direction sometimes, and it happens. It's just a game of value.
Yeah.
It gets really confusing sometimes.
Seems so for the sides of Sarafa right now, honestly, because they've been losing onto rounds back to back. A lot of confusion is being created. And now, as said in the previous round, if they lose onto that round, it's going to be a lot of economical disaster that they need to face. And that's same the case. When now all they have to invest onto is Sheriffs. And it's a very risky spot to be onto if you are Team Sarafa right now. DC Rules once again to start things off. Finds one onto the Viper. All they can invest onto is the Sheriffs right now because the upcoming round is going to be a full buy. But at the same time, that's going to be the match point for GGEZ. Flashes are on point, but Trinity finds one onto Deadly. Karma with a 2K perfect headshot coming up with Sheriffs. But what's more, it's gonna be tricky again. A headshot onto Equinox. They have brought back the numbers for themselves, but the side control is something they need to be careful about. They've invested onto the KJ lockdown. Slowly and steadily, Machiavelli will be forced to get out of the sides. 5 seconds is all that he has for now. Oh, he has a space in the corner.
That's a safe position for him to play into, but now the Seize is going to be catching him. So he doesn't really have any sound of what's going on towards the side. The spam is good, and he catches up Tricky. 2v2 on the map already. CC rules, he does have an operator, so this retake is not going to be looking that good overall. The teleport comes in. Exact position of one. That's going to be another kill as they're looking for the last fight.
Still waiting.
A 1-for-1 trade as Right 2A is very low on HP still, but both players know the exact DC rules. He doesn't get the timing for it. He's looking at too many different angles. He dies for it too. 8-11, and the clutch that could have given them match point doesn't go in his favor. Team Sarafa, they hold down the lines and they do it beautifully.
The way DC Rule connected that shot, I mean, you will see it in the replay as well. The paranoia came in. Look at DC Rules. He didn't anticipate someone being there, and that was a perfect headshot again. DC Rules has been phenomenal. He's just doing a great job out there. But now when it goes down to the teammate, they need to do it because it was the match point for them, and it was the biggest advantage that they had, right? The other team, I mean, if I talk about the sides of Team Sarafa for now, they did not have a good weaponry, and right now even the Nightfall has been invested onto a lot of damage onto Deadly. Look at, he will be just running right on the face of Machiavelli out there. The double satchel comes in, Deadly finds Machiavelli. GGEZ have lost their smoker. The site is under their control, and the spike do get planted. It's about the 4v5 retake aggressive. Ow!
To try and live for long as Sean catches out one. Right 2A is taking a little bit of a backseat here because of the aftershock. Amaterasu does shut down Sean, and that's perfect for them. But DC Rules comes in with a 2-4, catches a deadly 10. Fans out, they don't really have much of an answer. Trinity over towards the side. The spam is good, but they need to get the last kill over towards the corner, and it's gonna be DC Rules just shutting things down. Both players very low on HP, and for all Amaterasu, didn't even have enough bullets to try and survive that engagement. More than enough time to opt for the defuse. 8-12 as members of GGEZ, they keep their dreams alive in this tournament. And for Team Sarafa, this is gonna be a really hard loss if they take it here. Still, possibility of a comeback is present because they have more than enough of an economy to go in for buys, but I don't like the odds of them winning this one because for the members of GGEZ, they have ample amounts of cash to go in for something, but for Sean and Machiavelli, it's the opposite thing. But those three members that do have weapons, they can just cycle it and give it to their teammates if they play their cards properly.
GGEZ, ladies and gentlemen, this is the match point that we are talking about. Team Sarafa, what is the plan? For now, look at the Viper once again being brought down to 50 or less of the health. It's not looking that great, but GGZ, the Omen ult is right available. Viper's Pit can be a difference maker here, and so is the case with Showstopper. They can actually go in, get the side control, make use of the Showstopper as well, and the Omen ult to run to get a lot more of information. But look at Sean and his positioning. He is waiting. As soon as the door opens, he is trying to find one, but no connection whatsoever. Showstopper does comes online, finds one onto Equinox. The equalizer is not yet here because Right 2A converts one onto Sean. They haven't given up. There's going to be the investment of the Viper's Pit, which will help Marcel gain one onto Trinity. But Machiavelli, good for run with the Spectre that he has. GGEZ, not the best of the weaponry. But on the other side is where Machiavelli gets taken down from. Karma right present there. It all goes down to DC Rule, known as the clutch machine. The one who goes way too good with the operator, but this time it's going to be Mazel who is going to take him down. Still high hopes, Sarafa. You know, I really feel like Sarafa can actually take it to an overtime here on. If they keep on getting those rounds back to back in the similar way, they can do it. We've seen Deadly going in and getting some amazing frags right on the face of his enemies with the double satchels. He's a perfect duelist that you can have for your team right now. So, Sarafa, I do expect a lot from them, but GGEZ, do or die is what the situation is right now. Because if they take it to an overtime directly, it's going to be so vulnerable. And look at the economy once again. They'll be going in for a perfect save. DC rules. A big no. A big rejection is what he has.
Yeah, they're not gonna give it to them. Sean's over on the back though. Another big push will be coming through. Tricky. This position's kind of being given, but he's not gonna be risking that fight. He immediately runs away, seeing those three players. It's now DC rules. It's his turn to maybe find a frag, but they're not going to be risking anything, investing all the util that they possibly can to break their way in towards the side. They do not even want to give away a single kill. Deadly, ready for a fight of his own. Position's already found out as Karma goes in with Deadly to clear out the entirety of the defender spawn, and the last player is already spotted. Sean on the opposite side of the door. He's going to get completely spammed upon. Sean, he's ready to maybe take the fight, but Tricky's not going to be the one to lose those. 10 to 12, as that was an eco round, mind you, for the members of GGEZ. Now they have their final buy, I do believe, because if they lose out on this buy round, they're not going to have enough money at all to go in for a buy when it comes down to the last and final round to stop that overtime. It's going to be tough for them, but hopefully with the buys that they do have to work with, GGEZ are going to be the ones to close this one out, because if this hits into overtime, I have a really bad feeling that Sarafa is going to be the ones to win it all.
That's true. It's completely true. Early information is what they want to rely on to right now. Paint shields do come up. There's going to be the guiding light as well from either of these sides. They know there's going to be a lot of players trying to have the control for themselves. They just do not want to give the control to the sides of Sarafa, because they know how difficult it can be just being held up in one single corner. Understanding the fact on the other side, Sarafa still trying to hold it. Look at the position coming up. DC rules. Look at where he is right now. I mean, yep, that is an anticipated position, but not that often. So it can be DC rules making a big change out here if he is able to, but Deadly 10 slowly, steadily walks out, and that's going to be DC rules. It is the best of the kill that he could find, and that's going to be the duelist done for. Now, the question is, how are you guys going to get the entry to the site and make space for your teammates?
For Marzel, this is an opportunity for him to come alive and shine, maybe for his team. DC rules does get caught out. They know where he is. This is going to be bad, because now DC rules can't really even get out of this position. He needs to wait for his teammates to come in towards him to bail him out. This spot where Right to Ace is probably gonna get caught. It's time to fly. Right to Ace is gonna get his head cleaned straight off his shoulder. The showstopper comes through for even more damage. They know where the last two players are completely. Plants going through, a little bit of utility also being invested. Swing out. They don't find frags that they want to here. Flashes are good. They need one more, but the kills are not going in their favor. They're falling apart. The members of GGEZ, they rushed the fight. They took too many duels way too often. But Sean, they light him up. They line up and get the kill. Sean, there's no way you got that frag. Why did you line up? You didn't need to take the fights together. You could have just waited for him to take the first initial contact. We're going to be watching that one more time, because Sean, man, Sean, it's as if the universe wanted him to win that. They were miles apart from one another.
It was that case. I mean, look at Sean. Look at his positioning out there. Two players lined up. Both of them go down. And Sean gets the best of that round. I mean, what a way to end it all. What a perfect way to end it all. We were almost on the urge of watching in overtime. But Sean, he just came up on top, denied us every single thing. And this map goes to the victory with a scoreline of 13-11. We did anticipate a close match coming up, and we did get a chance to witness it.
Yeah, that's for certain. The youngsters of GGEZ really put in the effort, and they wanted this victory really badly. They still have an opportunity to get themselves over into that top 4, but it's a very low chance. And now the members of Team Sarafa, they're on that same boat as well. It's going to get really difficult moving on down forward, because round differentials between these teams are getting closer and closer, because as a squad, whenever you're in a round robin format, you want to get a pretty hefty lead on your opponents and finish up the game there. Stuff like a 13-5, 13-7, you need those, because when it
Yeah.
comes down to a squad where your round differentials are very little, for example 13-11, things just become a little bit too tight and you don't have any form of breathing room, and you're hoping that your opponents are also having that exact same notion when it comes down to their matches. It's really difficult to try and explain how important this win was for the members of GGEZ, because now
Yeah.
they have a chance to get into that top four. While the probability of, like, let's just say the members of Team Sarafa, they had an 80% chance to hit over into that top four if they won here, has now gone down to below 50. They had like at a 40% chance, because every single one of the other teams now in Group A, they have the exact same chance to make it over to that top four. Stuff is getting a lot more heated and things are getting a lot more close. And it all depends on what the following matches have in store for us. True Rippers versus Team Mystic. It's going to be a big one, but before we jump into that game, we first need to see exactly what kind of a scoreline and, of course, what kind of scorecards these players have in store, because I'm pretty sure that when you look at the statistics, we're going to be able to witness a lot of miracles being pulled out by DC Rules. I'm pretty sure he is my personal MVP for this particular game, because the amount of kills that he was able to find on the attack, on the defense, with that operator and with that headhunter really just shaped each and every round for the members of GGEZ.
Definitely. The fact DC Rules is that one player who's been phenomenal with the operator shots. No matter what kind of a shot he hits right now, I'm not going to be in shock, because this player has some magic. Some magic he has. He is on 20 kills right now with an ACS of 247 to be maintained, but the magic he pulls up with the first contact and the initiation for every single thing, it's just so good. It's just so damn good. On the other side, Sonic, I have to give it to him as well. If at the last moment itself, it would have not been him getting those two frags and getting the complete round for his team, it would have been us talking about an overtime right now. 20 kills, 18 deaths, 18 assists is also what he has been, the perfect breach that your team can get. But on the other side, it's going to be right to Ace with 22 kills, 12 deaths as well. Talking about the MVP right now, Sonic. It has to be him.
Yeah, Sean just pulled up a miracle at the very end. There is no situation where you should have won that, but hey, if you're Sean, and if you're in the chat, take a bow, because you deserve it. This guy was an absolute beast. Overall, him being the MVP, not really the biggest surprise, but in my personal opinion, I think DC Rules still deserves an MVP spot because of the amount of impact frags that he did have. But look at Sean and his assists. He's 20 kills and 18 goddamn assists. He pretty much helped his team get everything. The consistency on support players is the most important part on the map of Lotus too, because if you're not consistent when you're on that initiator, your fraggers are not going to be able to do anything, and Sean embodies that entire notion.
It's always about how all these players help the ones who frag out there, right? It's never about the 1v1 duel on how players just go in and take those fights. No, it's about the utils, it's about the aftershocks, it's about the stuns, smokes, every single thing that can help the duel be the best one out there. But for now, what's done is done. We're done with one more map with a scoreline of 13-11, and it's time for us to head towards a very short break. We will be soon back with the last map for the day. Until then, stay tuned.
good in a while. They want us to simmer down. Can you hear me now?
This is why we play.
Gaming is something more.
I feel it coming.
It's a community made vibrant and real by AI.
Technology helps us to be part of something bigger.
Games play as if they were real life.
Are you with me now? Said, are you with me now? Ain't felt this good in a while. They want us to simmer down. Can you hear me now? Am I going in and out? I stop and just look around to see if you're with me now.
This is why we play. A community.
Thousands of communities.
Tell me, are you with me now? Ready to put it down. Start at the bottom, already forgot it, but they won't forgive me now. You really ain't ready now. You haters just in the crowd.
Nothing can hold you back.
So, why do you play?
I run this town, ain't backing down, we going the rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
This is why we play.
Gaming is something more.
It's a community made vibrant and real by AI.
Technology helps us to be part of something bigger.
Games play as if they were real life.
Are you with me now? Said, are you with me now? Ain't felt this good in a while. They want us to simmer down. Can you hear me now? Am I going in and out? I stop and just look around to see if you're with me now.
This is why we play. A community.
Thousands of communities.
Tell me, are you with me now? Ready to put it down. Start at the bottom, already forgot it, but they won't forgive me now. You really ain't ready now. You haters just in the crowd.
Nothing can hold you back.
So, why do you play?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Lenovo and Intel presents the Esports Club Challenger Series 2023 VCT Off Season official event, where our gaming monitor partner is going to be ViewSonic Gaming. But right now, we do have a lot of changes. Yes, I am talking about the caster desk. It's me, Darshita, and alongside me, it's going to be Raider.
Yeah.
As you know, Aggressive wanted a small break. I mean, he was very hungry, so we got Raider back on desk today. So, Raider, how are you doing? What's going on the other side?
First of all, I'm glad to be here and I'm very excited to see what happens today because, again, the excitement is on top. And yeah, I'm enjoying the moment.
It's going to be an amazing day. I mean, looking up to the match that we have upcoming, that's going to be Team Mystic going up against the sides of True Rippers. Both of these teams are so strong. Talking about few players itself in the sides of True Rippers, we have seen Hellef, we have seen that Maker doing a lot.
Definitely.
They've been pulling off miracles. On the other side, we have Protagonist. I mean, I just cannot forget what he did to the sides of Grayfox Esports the previous day. He was phenomenal. The 4Ks, the 3Ks, and the ace. It's like a cherry on the top of a cake, right? To have an ace itself. Everything was looking so good for them. And right now, when both of these teams go up against each other in the map of Ascent, it's going to be more and more interesting. But it's going to be True Rippers on the defensive half. What do you think about the agent composition, Raider?
I feel a KJ must be there to actually hold off the particular B side or the A side, depending on the particular side you're going to go with. KJ, and then in the recent times, I feel a Raze could be there.
Maybe, yep. KJ, see, going down to the fact, KJ is going to be an important investment for the map of Ascent itself. I mean, come on, for KJ,
well,
Ascent, for the map of Ascent, KJ, it's like her home. It's her home. Ascent is her home. You just cannot deny that. Alongside KJ, that's going to be investment of what I feel is going to be KO, Sova, Jet coming up. Really doubting the fact that there is going to be the investment of Raze. Yeah, that's more or less what the composition looks like. KJ alongside a Sova, Omen, KO, and a Jet. A single duelist that they rely on to, but the double initiator is what we are talking about right now. Sova and the fact that the KO is such a good addition when it goes down to Ascent. There is so much that a player can do when it comes down to KO. So if they use it to its maximum out there, it's going to be great to witness. But right now, both of the teams, it more or less seems to be a mirror composition coming up.
Well, indeed, I mean, they have got the revealer, that is Sova, and then eventually you have got the Omen for the smokes and the covers that they really want to go with. Apart from that, then comes the site holding part, and that is actually going to be done by a Deathmaker, and from the other side it will be Bloody, that is KJ to be precise. And then again, as a duelist, we do have the Jet, but I feel the action will be kind of like, let's say, maintained towards KO and Sova as well.
Yeah, it's going to be important. I mean, this match is going to decide on what happens next, because both of these teams, the previous time that they were facing off against the other teams out there, they are actually getting those maps for themselves. They are on an equal note right now. So when it comes down to this map, it's going to be interesting for both of them. The pistol round is going to decide on what happens, but for now it's going to be a head-to-head between that Maker and Flicker. More or less, it seems to be kindly tilted towards the sides of that Maker. 33 kills, a KDR of 1.43 to be maintained, and the headshot percentage of 34. I mean, in today's day, Raider, we've seen 3 or more, head-to-heads, and the headshot percentage seems to be the highest on that Maker right now.
I mean, he's a very amazing player, to be honest. I've already seen him playing the previous few IPs, and the way he performs, the way his 1v1s are, is absolutely amazing. And as we can see, the headshot percent is just out of the charts, 34%. He's very good with those picks, and eventually, even the smallest pixel, if it is visible to a Deathmaker, he can easily utilize it for the best potential. But yeah, the match is going to get started. The first round is about to begin pretty soon, and the team which is actually on the defensive side has to really decipher the strategies coming up from teams like Mystic.
Oh, come on. Come on, not the perfect way that we start the map of Ascent, not with a technical timeout at least. I mean, I remember when I had Aggressive on desk with me, was so happy, and he already jinxed it before he even went. But right now, okay, everything is sorted out and we are back into the game. This first pistol round is going to decide on what happens next. The smoke seems to be perfect and that's going to deny
Yeah.
a lot of information. Early information is what I mean to say for the sides of Mystic, but for now, are you? A very vulnerable position. Again, the one-way smoke might prevail a lot of information, but for how long is the question? 5 players right outside the A side. The
Oh, the
paranoia comes
paranoia.
on point, and that's gonna be RU. He will be forced to go behind. The KO knives come in. That's gonna be the 0 point,
Wow.
but that Maker with the perfect start. Stereo goes down. Bloody joins the same party, and so is the
What?
KO protagonist. That Maker, he is not
Wow.
ready to stop out there. A 3K to start things off. And that's going to be Mystic completely clueless on what went wrong in that round. The first one for True Rippers.
I mean, there is a reason why that headshot percent is 34%, I believe.
Yeah.
3 Ks in the first round, and that too with the headshots. That Maker is going ham right now. I would love to see what happens in the next few rounds, because now comes down to the question of some Spectres, some Bulldogs, some investments has to be there. So I'm also looking forward to see how this initiation is going to go. That Maker again putting the turrets, holding off the A side, and eventually the conversion approaches that you usually go for the B side, but that Maker wants to make everything impossible for the other team to decipher. Mistake once again through the mid bottoms. They're trying to make a move, but they go another retaliation. Oh, with a 4K! A potential ace, but eventually that is not going to come. Aryu gets the last one. True Rippers, what are they actually doing? With a Marshall, a 4K comes in.
They are confident. They are very
Bro,
confident right now.
look
And
at
that
that.
just was a collateral coming up. Two
Wow.
players straight lined up. The aim was to take down one player, but eventually both of them fall for that. And that's a lot of confidence, you know. Talking about keeping the weaponry thing for aside, I feel True Rippers is very confident right now. They seem to be going in
Oh,
for
yeah.
those duels and they are coming up on top. Once again, it's going to be Mystic who have their full buy rounds. But look at Disrupt, he's aggressive. There is going to be the turret that might just give him a lot of information. But the headshot, no, it's not going to connect. Sheriff shot is what they were trying to connect onto the out drone will rely them more and more information that they wanted, and now the split coming up from the sides of Mystic is something that might get them into a lot of problems. Now when it comes down to a team having a full buy, I feel if it would have been them sticking together, things can be changed, and yes, that's the call. Look at the both of the players making a rotation towards the B side itself. A B execution is what they are looking forward to. But Techno on the other side, only one single shock dart whatsoever. 1 minute remaining on the clock. The execution needs to be quick.
Technic too cold has to just get that pick. But for now, the all drone is obviously going to connect all the information that they really need to go with. And Stereo Heart, which is in with the Vanda, tries to get some good picks, but Disrupt retaliates with one. Bloody with the Swarm Grenade finds another pick. Oh, Disrupt also gets taken on. Hele finds another one. Stereo Heart with the beautiful Spectre takes one more down, and now comes down to the fact that what Omen as a Sentinel is going to do in this particular scenario gets taken down, and the Hunter has been hunted. Techno with the beautiful ghost managed to take him down. I mean, what a play. This was a bonus round for Mystic. They really had to bounce back in the scenario, but eventually they were unable to do that. So obviously the next few rounds are also going to be much more tougher for Team Mystic.
Yep, that's going to be the case. A full buy getting denied. Now it all comes down to us discussing the economy of Team Mystic. You know how important full buy rounds are, and look at Disrupt. I mean, this man is just so confident. It does not even matter if we have the best of the weapon out there. If he can pull off a 4K with a Marshall and a collateral coming up, he can just do anything out there. Stereo Heart. Now the perfect timing. It might just be so vulnerable. Disrupt has the best of that position, but for now, even that was a perfect shot coming up. Stereo finds one on DM King, and this time the weaponries are not that great, but they definitely are giving them a lot of kills out there. Bloody, he is hungry for blood, and he'll be finding one onto Techno. Disrupt does finds one, but that's not yet enough. The job is not yet done. Two remaining players, a 2 versus 3 left. Okay, good for one for now. This not gets denied onto. The Blade Storm is available on Disrupt, but the knife, will it give out the information? Well, no, as the rotation is being called off towards the B side. And look at where the KJ is! Entirely so aggressive towards the CT already. Hellef, he needs to anticipate this. Bloody is very low. Look at him, he is so low, still manages to find one onto Hellef. And now it all goes down to True Rippers and one last remaining player, Disrupt. I do still trust Disrupt for the fact that he can actually get this round with a Blade Storm. And yes, he'll be investing onto the Blade Storm. Finds one, two more is what is yet awaited onto. What do you think, Raider, is going to happen?
It's going to be a tough battle, to be honest, because the opponent, Surya Hart, has already got a Marshall and a very decent angle. But look at this. Demon with a very beautiful flank, and now has got the Phantom as well. Oh! What? Disrupt gets a 3K!
This is
Amazing!
That's a 4K already that he has. He is going to stick back to the half diffusal. The full diffusal just might come in, and yes, that's the case. Disrupt, I said it so confidently that you can trust this man. He clutches it out for his team. He was so confident when he was on his ultimate. And that's going to be a huge loss. Mystic, they almost had it. A 1v3 is what they lost onto. And True Rippers got the fourth one on board. Disrupt, you did not disturb him whatsoever. Odin comes into the play from Techno. Come on, man. Completely understanding that you are a Sova, and the reveal and the spam is going to come in. But Disrupt once again. The first frag, the first initial contact is yet awaited onto.
Oh man, I'm still trying to decipher what happened in the last round. But then again, guys, the 5th round has started. And yes, the Odin spam can actually help them a lot with this reveal dart. And then eventually spamming it out can actually get the opportunity for Sova to get some good frags. But look at this. 3 players are already stacking up onto B mains. They're trying to make an entry. Other ones are also trying to rotate. We have KO and Omen on the move back to the B side. Have to really see how this particular scenario turns out to be. Techno to gold, trying to come up some different angles. Maybe he's trying to figure out where the players are, but at the same point, the owl drone comes in, trying to get all the information that they really need, but eventually got shot down. Even the turret is out. Oh, with the lockdown being utilized, this is the moment where the players have to push back a bit, or they might actually hold off this particular angle, which is the B-boat house. And now Techno is just going to hold it in a calm fashion. But for now, as we can see, the Killjoy was unable to find any kind of output. Disrupt gets taken down. Heather takes 3 players down. Army takes another one too. Techno with another one. Protagonist has been picked off. With that, Deathmaker comes in to pick the last piece of this puzzle and takes down the whole team of Team Mystic. With that, we have a 5-0 coming in. No stoppage to True Rippers ripping apart gameplay.
It's looking sad for Mystic right now. I remember the previous time and the first time I did see the sides of Protagonist on my screen. He was on top. 3Ks, 4Ks seems to be... It was looking so easy for him. But right now, going up against True Rippers, it's just them justifying their name, nothing else. They are just ripping apart their enemies, and that's not looking great for them. Mystic, they need to plan onto something. Are you not the best position to be in? Come on, a lot of damage that he has, but Disrupt yet awaited. Even a single player that walks into his crosshair will be denied onto. But hey, what's that smoke like? I mean, I am having double thoughts on the smoke placement, but that's completely all right. Hell left. Will he find one? No. No way he does. That's going to be Bloody who comes up on top. And this time, the KO has been denied. True Rippers, they've lost one player initially, but will they be able to pull it off back? Because until and unless you have Disrupt on your team, I think it does not matter that you do not have the numbers for yourself.
Okay. Yeah, the Hunter's Fury has been utilized with that. Gearblop comes in, but with the shorty in the hand, he's waiting patiently, but gets picked off. Ooh, this is not looking that easy for Team True Rippers, because now comes down to the fact that we have just only one player, that is Deathmaker. But oh, Deathmaker, he can actually go for a 1v3, but even before that, the utils are not that much. As we can see, he has got just a Swarm Grenade and the turret. Turret can obviously give him the information, but then again comes back to the fact how he's going to change the angles and then eventually come up with some good decent fights. Now he's going to travel, he's going to come up with a flank, and now the Heaven part is actually in the control. Look at this, Casey holding a very decent angle from far away. We have Protagonist already going for the shots. Beyond the generator, we have got the Omen. 3 players. Oh, couldn't have done that. And yeah, with that, we finally have a round in the favor of Team Mystic.
You know, it would have been different. Disrupt was holding a very close quarter position where the Jet just dashed in. The shrouded steps were utilized coming up from the sides of Omen as well. He did tend to go inside the smoke Disrupt, and tried to take at least one player down, but it did not work in his favor. The Hunter's Fury was so on point and it converted two players out there. That's where the numbers for the sides of True Rippers were falling down, and Mystic, they got the best of that round. It all went down to Deathmaker being the last alive person on that KJ. I did expect a lot, but that's completely all right for now. Disrupt once again. Very aggressive this man is. It's just so difficult. Look at the B side. It's left completely open for business. Once again, the Hunter's Fury will come into the play, and that's going to get the sides of Team Mystic into a lot of problems. No damage whatsoever, but they need to reposition themselves. Deathmaker at the same time, his location gets compromised onto, so is the case with Outrun. Deathmaker good for 3. The fourth one on board. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Deathmaker for you. And Ace is what he converts. True Rippers.
Wow.
Back into the form, back into the action. Deathmaker, you will always remember this name no matter what. Team Mystic, an instant timeout coming up. But Deathmaker, damn, this man is crazy. Inhuman. His aim game seems to be so strong, and I have to give it to his teammates as well. The way they just supported him. 6-1.
I have nothing to say, to be honest, at this point. And Ace coming in, and then we have a tactical timeout as well from Team Mystic. They really have to decipher a new strategy, because again, everything that they're trying to do, like they're trying to flank, they're trying to come with a two-sided approach, it's not at all working out, and it is looking absolutely amazing the way that Maker came back in the game. I thought for a moment that yes, we have Disrupt doing wonders. He was able to get a 4K, and then also he was able to clutch a moment and save a round for the team. That was the 4th round, if I'm not wrong. But then again, comes in that Maker. What a play he had in this previous round, in the 7th one to be precise. It was just so out of the picture. But yeah, moving forward, now we are diving into the 8th round. Have to really see what happens in this one, because in order to shuffle the halves, there are just 5 more rounds, including this one. So we really have to see how Team Mystic is going to enact on it. But now comes in the setup. So Deathmaker is ready with it. The turret has been deployed. The alarm bot has been deployed. Storm grenades are also more than ready. One-way smokes could be coming in anytime soon. Yeah, indeed, the one-way smokes are there. And with that, some more shots from this spawner. This time, he's not going to go with the operator that he usually was playing in the first few rounds on Marshall. He's going to go with the Vandal. And he was about to take down Demon. But Demon is not going to go that easily. Demon takes down Disrupt with a headshot. Pretty impressive play. But at the same point, Demon's HP is also not looking that good. But still, he can actually pull off 1 or 2 players if the angles are right. Exactly as what Disrupt did in the previous fights. Moving forward, as we can see, Spike is still there in the spawn. Now, KO is going to pick it up, and I believe it is going to be an ace push.
It might just be that execution towards the catwalk and trees is where I do see these players. Helif does have the best of that angle, but the command comes into the play. Are you finds one, the trade comes up, and that's going to be Are you done for? KZ finds a trade with what? Pistol. I mean, seriously, Helif location not being compromised.
Wow!
All the knives that he can, he does it! A 3K for Helif in this round, and it's going to be True Rippers once again. I just cannot emphasize on the fragging potential the players of True Rippers have. The previous time, it was Deathmaker with an ace. This time, it's going to be Helif with a 3K. And it all goes down to True Rippers having the 7th one on board. Mystic, they seem to be so uncomfortable. Everything seems to be falling down for them, and that's definitely not the best sign out there. True Rippers, they are just running away with rounds. I don't even want to discuss on the fact on what favored map Ascent is, because the way True Rippers are playing it, it's just them having the complete map control. They want to have the map completely under their control, but this round, not every single time you can be so aggressive, my friend. This round falls down, and so is the case with Ryu.
2 of the big names coming from True Rippers have already fallen short. Yes, we do have the ultimates active. We have the null command and the lockdown also activated. But we have to really see when that particular ultimate is going to get utilized, because for now, as you can see, the players are a little bit more converging over the A side, and we have the KO with the Spike already on the A mains, and Omen trying to a little bit make an entry, trying to get the insight, trying to peek in and eventually get the information if there is a potential player in this particular region. Yes, if the turret and the swarm grenades are active, obviously the KJ is going to be in the far end or maybe in the closer end, trying to get the particular timing right on these abilities. But yeah, moving forward, Bloody is also trying to move in. He's also trying to gather all the informations. But now, Techno to Cold, ready to serve his command with the Odin, he might be able to take 1 or 2 players down. But for now, he does not have any weaponry. Okay, finally the reveal dart is gonna go, and with that, now the players have been revealed. Look at this. Spam is gonna go, takes down the Jet. What about the last few players? I mean, the paranoia stops him, stops his carnage to be precise, but he's still getting shot down. Another one, KO fall shot. What is this happening? Despite the fact it was a 5v3 after the loss of RU and Disrupt, still this team pulled it off. The strategies that these guys have, the timing that these guys can pull off is absolutely amazing. True Rippers is truly ripping apart the hopes of Mystic.
You know, the Sova did them dirty out there. Come on. A spam coming up. The reveal was so perfect. It revealed 3 players out there, and that's where True Rippers and the Sova just went in for that Odin spam. Oh my god. I'm not really sure on where this match is going, but it's not looking great for Mystic. They need to do something once again. Not a good possible way to start things off. Techno 1, 2, and 2 for Disrupt as well. The Odin goes out there. Disrupt converts the 3rd one. Quick rounds rolling for the sides of True Rippers. Team Mystic, they need a plan. You just cannot walk in that way. You need flashes. You need something that can help you. I mean, look at what happened out there. You had the KO. You could have went in for a flash, or maybe the Omen Paranoia could have helped you out, gain the control. The players would have forced to go back, and that's where you might have maybe found 1 or 2 frags. Understanding the fact that the economy was not looking that great for Mystic, but that's not the best possible way to peek out there. All 5 players at the same angle. It feels like True Rippers, they just want to end it so soon.
One by one, they were able to take down every single individual. But look at this. Oh, Disrupt with a sweet shot onto the head of Bloody. And with that, yes, the elimination comes in for Bloody. What a pick that was. Beyond the trees, we have another 2 players coming in. Let's see if there is a possibility of that paranoia being connected, and then eventually some aggressive stances coming from RU. But no, it has to fall back a bit because of the dark cover. Jet dashes into the site. They're trying to make an entry. Yes, it did so. That's smooth pick, but still, guys, there are 4 more players surviving from Mystic, so let's not lose hope in Mystic's perspective in this particular scenario. Look at those shots coming in. The defender KJ managed to put down the lockdown, and with that, the players have to push back a bit, and that Maker finds another one. Techno serves to Stone Stereo Hard, to be precise. He takes him down. Disrupt Tech gets another one with the Vandal. Now comes the player sitting in the vines. Obviously, he's going to get picked off, and with that, defusal will be an easy cakewalk for them. Replay, you'll get to see that shot. Yes, I was dying for that. Disrupt, look at this.
Yup.
A shot and a dash. What a play.
You know, the Vandal, the Prime Vandal, it wasn't even, the aim of the Vandal was not even on his head. Disrupt just, you know, smoothly moved his mouse out there. The dash was activated. He connected the shot and he just came back. And he just pretended like nothing happened. It's just another normal day at office that he has. 10 rounds on board for True Rippers. Mystic, what's going wrong? What is something they need to work on to? Is something they need to plan as well? Because if they keep falling down like this, it's already done for 9 rounds of differentiate is what we are talking about. Disrupt once again. His location might get compromised. No is what the answer is. Bladestorm, Vandal, Operator, he has everything that he wants to work around with. The updraft comes up, but no location whatsoever. I mean, the only reason that I hate the Jet nerf coming up is because you cannot have the double updraft while on knives itself. But, well, that's completely alright for now. That Maker on the other side, I'm really awaited to see on what he has to serve us in this round. I mean, the entirety of True Rippers, because every single round they've been giving us a lot of 3Ks, a lot of 4Ks. So let's see if this round is also about the same. Null command being activated. All the utils have been denied for, but you need to wait for flash. That was not the perfect timing to peek in Stiro. That's where he gets denied, and so is the case with KZ. Timing not being perfect for the sides of Mystic. It all goes down to a 3v3. The hopes of the KO being back into the game is next to impossible, but the other side is completely under their control. The spike gets planted. This could be the investment of Null Command and the lockdown as well. Now this is interesting.
The players are pretty much pinned. They can't really move. They can't really go for another fight. Look at this. The flash also goes in, and yes, we might see some more retaliations coming in. Let's see. Oh, the KJ! But the pre-fire managed to take the play down. What is this? That Maker now has to go with a 1v3. Lockdown is done. Player who had to be detained had been done. And in this form grenade, Bloody takes that Maker down. amazing play coming in, but still this last round in the first half goes in the
Switching
favor of Team
sides.
Mystic. There's still a fighting chance, but while attacking, I feel the trouble is just going to arise a lot.
Yeah, it is gonna be the case. For now, 10-2 is what the scoreline is. Mystic. In the previous round itself, you remember the KO and the Jet coming towards the other side out there, trying to peek, trying to make their way towards the A side. The flash was not on point, and that's the reason Stereo went down, and so is the case with KZ. I mean, the player who was at the Heaven had the perfect of the timing out there. Mystic. Now coming down to the second half, they need to get the pistols. If not, it's done for. Straight, simple. The pistol round is going to give a lot of confidence. I mean, we can see them being serious right now. All of these players from the sides of True Rippers trying to make their way towards the A side. But look at both of these players. The KO and the Jet playing all together. Stereo tried to take the first contact for himself. Got denied for the 0 point. Is going to give them a lot of information. Two players towards the generator. I feel the location will be compromised onto if no one goes in and breaks the reveal out there. All the locations are being compromised. Half side under their control, but this time it's going to be a lot of volleys piling up. 3-3 trade. It all goes down to 2v2 situation. We'll make it a 2v1 for now. Two Rippers with one last remaining player to drop. But for one, yes he is. But the other one, right present there. The spike is down. He needs to go in for the plant as well. 50 seconds on. 4, but not the best timing. Protagonist, you need to be careful. This can be done for slowly and steadily. It's going to be disrupted with a 4K and a clutch for his team.
Everyone's so heavy.
Not the first time, I guess.
One on board. Oh yeah, definitely. The person who can get an ace, like the team that
Actually,
can
ace was for
get an
Deathmaker.
ace.
Yeah.
Exactly. The team that can get an ace so easily and make it seem like it's another day at the office. It's just Disrupt doing his job, that's all.
I mean, while defending, he did the same part, and while attacking again in the pistol round, he was able to get a 4K. But Dashira, as you was elaborating, that it's really important for Mystic to get this particular round in the favor, which was a pistol round. Now they have lost it. What do you think? Is there a possibility that they're going to get this thrifty round in the favor?
See, they are going to go in and I feel force everything that they have in, maybe invest onto things. Are they going in for an investment? Not really sure, but the Paranoia is going to hit back Disrupt. He needs to go behind. They need to be careful. I don't think these sides of Mystic have all... They haven't forced on to. I don't feel they have had, but okay. Either ways, we'll be knowing it very soon. For the sides of True Rippers, they do have a great advantage in terms of weaponry. I do see Sheriffs coming from the sides. Disrupt, the Dashin comes in. The initial contact is yet awaited onto, but KZ, come on. The best of the shots that he can have, and a Vandal being retrieved at the same time. Are you held up? They are just going and giving a bloodbath to the sides of True Rippers. Mystic just left down with two remaining players.
The last two surviving, trying to come through the rafters. Can they really make an approach and eventually shut down the players? The bigger question. There you go. Techno finds another one. It's Bloody who has been taken down. The shock dart going in. Going to eat away the HP, and I believe with that it's done! Techno to Cold comes up with the match point frag for the team. And yes, the match point is already here. Buffer of 10 good rounds in the favor of True Rippers. I mean, what a domination is this. Completely one-sided match coming in. Mystic trying every single thing while attacking. And now when it comes to the defensive sides, yes, they have done a lot of heavy lifting. But at the end, it's players like Disrupt, it's players like Techno to Cold who are just able to clutch the movement every now and then for the team. Moving forward, yes, we do have the bonus round. Maybe in this one, there is going to be a comeback story written by Mystic.
I mean, look at Mystic. It's them really struggling right now.
Yeah.
True Rippers, they're having the best time. They're just having everything that they want. Again, the smoke placement is something I every time do have a question about, but I feel that's going to give an advantage to the sides of Mystic. For now, any player who comes out of the smoke can be into a vulnerable spot, but the outdrawn comes in. Stereo's location is yet not compromised. You need to anticipate someone being in the crow's proximity. Slowly and steadily trying to make their way towards the A site itself. Stereo hard. He can actually change the entire round. The dash comes in, disrupt. Will he be able to find anything? Stereo goes down.
Wow.
That's going to be Demon joining the same party. 2v2 trade comes up, but that's not yet enough. Protagonist tried to do what Techno was doing a while ago, and he got denied for everything. Bloody not just one, two, but
What?
a three to end it all. He clutches it out for his team, ladies and gentlemen. Mystic gets the third and the best of the round that they can. It all went down to Bloody being the last surviving player. And as I keep on saying it again and again, he is really hungry for blood out there. He finds a 3K and gets back the hope for the sides of Mystic. For now, True Rippers, complete save round is what they are up to. But look at Disrupt, man. Come on. 20 kills is what he has. 17 for Techno, 16 for DM.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other
Even
side, it's
Bloody has
Bloody
got
with
16.
16 kills. Exactly. The entirety of Team Mystic right now, they need to step up. And if they are able to do that, we can see a changer happening. But for now, Disrupt, the worst ever position to be into, gets taken down.
Very close to a strong grenade, and they eventually tried to just back out from the scenario, but eventually got taken down. Even Demon finds Deathmaker. With that, Demon gets another one. It's Aryu who has been taken down. Helif gets Demon, kind of a decent trade, but at the same point, I would like to say it's just Techno and the KO surviving in. Protagonist holding off the mid bottoms. Let's see if he can really shut down the players, because Helif is trying to just completely back out from the scenario. He's going to completely go for the A mains, and maybe through that he's going to get some good picks. Helif with the Sheriff is here. I mean, if I'm not wrong, the weaponry was already there, but they've decided to play with sheriffs and pistols, I guess.
One enemy remaining.
It's just them going in for a save right now so that they can have the best of the economy in the upcoming rounds. Mystic gets
Okay.
one more on board. That's going to be them with the fourth one.
Are they us?
And now it just might be a full buy round coming up for the sides of True Rippers. Mystic on the other side. Good economy to be maintained. They are gaining rounds back to back. Slowly and steadily, if the momentum is same, they can take it to an overtime. But from here to an overtime, it's a huge mountain to climb. I mean, look at that. 8 rounds consecutively. That's what they need. 8 consecutive rounds. So
find them.
they need to be really very, very careful. Even if they let go of one single round, it's going to be done for, because True Rippers, they are on the match point. The knife comes in, no locations, no information for players whatsoever. The coordination seems to be perfect. The way Disrupt just dodged the flash out there, investment onto the Hunter's Fury, yes, it's going to be there as well. Slowly and steadily, the trees is completely under their control. Disrupt is being so aggressive right now. The Hunter's Fury creates the best distraction out there. Crazy. The flash comes in, but that's not going to hurt Disrupt in any single way. But on the other side, Techno and Aryu have managed to take out 2 players. True Rippers again to have the numbers advantage, but
This is
the
scary.
best... No way!
Oh.
Stereo finds one onto Disrupt. He was just so in so close proximity. The shock dart converts one onto Helif. What is going on? True Rippers. A 2v3 is what we are talking about. The reveal comes up from both of these ends. And there's going to be a lot of information. A lot of information that they have. The intent.
It's done.
1,
It's
2,
done.
3 to end it all. That maker once again, ladies and gentlemen. That's him for you. 13-4 is what the scoreline looks like. And True Rippers gets the best out of that map.
In every single round that True Rippers played, they were actually quite
Yeah.
adamant on the fact that they have got their consistency, they've got their
Yeah.
synergy factor working out. And yes, there were some minor mistakes done by True Rippers, but on the hindsight, when we talk about Mystic, their angles and the way they were approaching their attack rounds was just not something that could have been, like, let's say, an element of surprise for True Rippers. They were able to comprehend
Yeah.
it. They were able to, like, let's say, get a gist of what the other team is trying to do, and they were able to shut down in every single nook and corner. It was just so amazing to watch. We had, I guess, if I'm not wrong, in the attack rounds, 2 or 3 clutch moments. We had one ace coming from Deathmaker. Every
Yeah.
single thing that we could have easily demanded from a single match, True Ripper gave us that.
Yeah, True Rippers managed to give us everything that we ever wanted. I mean, I really feel bad for Aggressive right now. He was so awaited. I mean, he literally waited so much to witness all of this. But Raider, you be so lucky,
Mhm.
man. You got a chance to witness every single thing that happened between the sides of True Rippers and Mystic.
Yeah.
I'll be very honest with an opinion that I have. Mystic, I did expect a lot from them. The way they performed up against the sides of Grayfox Esports, they were phenomenal. They took down the sides of Grayfox Esports, and they were able to read strategies in the previous match itself. They were pretty comfortable. They were having the best times out
Mhm.
there. Yep, Grayfox did get them into a bit of difficulties where even Mystic was scratching their heads on what strategy is like. But again, coming down to the fact that Mystic did a phenomenal job when they went up against the sides of Grayfox Esports. Today, I don't know what went wrong with Protagonist as well. The previous time I saw him, he
Yeah.
was on the top of the leaderboard. Every single time he had a situation where he had to clutch it out, he was able to do it for his team. And today, every single player from the sides of Mystic seemed to be completely lost, not really sure on what was going on. The trades were not looking that great. The strategies, the time, the time was not perfect for anything and everything. I have to give it to Bloody
Bloody.
out there being on the KJ.
Yeah.
He's done such a great job. 19 kills is what he has with 329 of an ACS to maintain. I mean, look at Disrupt. He's the one having highest kills in the entirety of True Ripper, still a 292 ACS. And look at Bloody, a 329
Wow.
ACS to maintain. That's such a huge difference. But it all goes down to the fact that the other players from the sides of Team Mystic were not able to feel it
Yeah.
today, maybe, or not really sure on what went wrong out there, but they need to re strategize. They need to come back stronger because if what has happened today happens again, it's going to be Mystic who can completely lose out on the fact of getting into the playoffs.
Yeah, it was a big trouble for this particular team. But yeah, as you said, Bloody definitely did made a mark in the scenario, was able to clutch out the bonus round in the second half. It was very impressive the way Bloody was actually playing, but then again, that team effort was not coming in. Being a Jet, Stereo Heart was unable to get a lot of output. ACS is just 80. Protagonist, as you said, the guy who usually goes for the clutch moment is now stuck with just 90 ACS and eventually just 6 KD. That's
Exactly.
that's all.
Things were not looking good for the
Hmm.
sides of Mystic right now. MVP is what we are awaited on to, and I do feel it's going to be Bloody coming up. Come on, it has to be this
Wow.
man. If the entirety of Team Mystic did step up the way Bloody did, things would have been different. At least a close proximity, match that I would expect coming up from such a strong team. But it all went down to True Rippers and their one-sided domination. Not really sure on, what Disrupt and what his teammates had for lunch today, or maybe it's just that they did not have anything for lunch and they were just here to eat up their opponents. I'm not really sure on what the plan was exactly like, but it
Hmm.
wasn't something fancy, right? The sides of True Rippers, they were not doing something fancy or out of the context, out of the syllabus completely. They were sticking to their basics. Everyone was doing their role perfectly. When it came down to the duelist, he was doing his job perfectly. Yes, there was a lot of over aggression coming up from the sides of Disrupt, where a few times
Hmm.
towards the tile or midsection, he has been punished for it. But then again, they
Even
had
are
a
you?
control on the. Yeah, exactly. But they controlled on their aggression over and over again, and they got the best of the rounds that they would have for themselves. And that's where Mystic, they were just falling apart. Even the trade game, it was not on point for the sides of Mystic. Even if your one player is going down, I feel there needs to be someone who can actually get a trade and maybe get it to an equalizer.
I mean, you remember the round where Techno to Goal was ready with the Odin? At that point, there should
Yeah.
have been a trade, or eventually some flashes could have been there, but nothing came out of the blue. And eventually, one by one, four players got taken down. So that was the kind of mistakes that Mystic was trying to do. Mystic was actually able to do, but at the same point, when it comes to True Rippers, they were able to just get the idea of what the opponent is able to do, and eventually they were able to shut them down either with the Odin, and also in those rounds where the manpower was not there with True Rippers, they were still ready with their utilities, the Sova dart, that shock dart that came in, and eventually, apart from that, when it comes to, I guess, the reveal dart that was there in the B side, and then they were able to read out where the players are coming in, and they were able to shut down the players. KO got taken down. Stereo Heart, that is the Jet,
Yeah.
was taken down at the same moment through the Odin. So it was just so amazing to see users of utility and the aim precision that True Rippers got at the same point was working out fluently, and that's how True Rippers was able to nail this beautiful, beautiful map in their favor.
Whenever we talk about the game like Valorant, it always has to be the util plays coming up. The utilities needs to be
True.
on point. Now, we do expect the duelists that have a great movement, such as Jet or maybe the Raze or the Neon, which do have a good speed to be maintained and to get that space for themselves. We do expect them to go in, dash inside the site, make space for the team so that the team can walk in. For the agents that cannot have that speed for themselves, they can walk in, and we have the responsibility completely onto the shoulders of the duelist itself. But here's what goes wrong with the duelist as well. If you are expecting him to make space for you, even the duelist needs the support back there. He needs the flashes to be on point. The reveal needs to be on point. He can go in and dash. Now, what happened with Stereo back there? He was trying to go in and maybe get the site, maybe create some space for his teammates out there. He had the dash activated. The smoke was on point. But when it went down to the flashes, when it, went down to the information, I feel everything was just
Hmm.
shattering apart. It's not like that the teammate were not giving him the utility. It was just that it wasn't timed perfectly. The team coordination somewhere
True.
down the line seemed to be not perfect, and that's where stereo I mean, looking at the scoreboard as well, he has a ACS of 80 to be maintained, and that's not something we
Yeah,
usually see
just four
coming up
frags.
from stereo. Exactly. He wasn't feeling it today. He was not getting those frags. He was not able to make that space. And True Rippers, they had the best of the space for themselves. They had the best of the time. The entirety of the map was under their control. There were few rounds where True Rippers were even denied, and strategically they were good rounds. The strategies were really good coming up from the sides of you know Mystic as well. But it all went down to True Rippers just having the best day today. But right now, what has happened, and now we're gonna have a look at the standings on who stands well. Look at True Rippers. The first
Wow.
thing that I see in the B group is True Rippers on the top with a flawless victory, a 3-0 to be maintained. And
Hmm.
so is the case with Aster Army on the other side. Well,
Well, that's amazing. Group B, definitely True Reapers is actually on top right now. MLT Esports is just behind with 2-0 in their favor. That means they've won two beautiful maps, lost zero. That's amazing. Mystic on the other corner definitely was able to win one map, but after that, if you can see, for now the losses are coming in. Even Hyderabad Hydras is also struggling a lot. MLT Esports, same thing for them from Group A. Sarafa managed to get one map, but then eventually lost two as well. But yeah, today, True Rippers, the way they embarked on this journey, the way they performed against the Mystic, it was just something absolutely amazing. Even after the fact that True Rippers was just going all ham, they were pressing the W's, they were pushing forward, they were getting taken down, but at the same point, they were rising back. Techno to cold. Talk about Deathmaker's Ace. You talk about the kind of approach that other players like Ario are also having. Even Disrupt with two times, if I'm not wrong, the clutch moment came in from Disrupt. Even in the pistol round, Disrupt was able to clutch out the moments. It was just so amazing to watch True Rippers the way they performed today.
yeah, it definitely was. Aster Army today against the sides of Orangutan has been perfect. The executions were so on point, and that's the reason you can see them as well on the top with a flawless victory. Slowly and steadily, it's the day three of group standings, ladies and gentlemen, that we are talking about. Talking more for the sides of MLT and Hyderabad Hydras, it's not looking that great. They are losing on the hopes of getting into the playoffs here on. I would like to remind you guys from all of these 12 teams that you have on screen right now, it's just top
Hmm.
four teams who are going to make it to the playoffs. That's all. There's
Yeah.
no other chance that you make it to the playoffs. Once you are in the top four itself, first thing that you get is the chance to make it to the playoffs. Second thing is the unlockment of prize pool. There is a prize pool of 15 lakhs on stake right now, and out of that, it's going to get divided into the first four positions. So going into playoffs directly means that you are going to have your hands on the chunk of prize pool. I mean, either ways, if you are on the hashtag 4 as well, you're going to get rewarded with 1 lakh for yourself. So that's a
Wow.
lot of money. But Trader, do you have anything to say? I mean, an amazing match is what you have witnessed right now. So do you have
Yeah,
anything to share
that's all I
before
have
I
to say.
sign out? Come on,
That's, I mean,
anything
that's
that you would like
actually
to
all I
share.
have to say. I mean, the aggression coming from Deathmaker. Initially, if I'm not wrong, before we started the beautiful map of Ascent, we did talk about the kind of approach that Deathmaker was
Yeah,
usually going with. 34% was the headshot percentage that he had.
yeah.
And I felt like maybe Mystic is going to put a full stop on that. But no, Deathmaker went ham. And also in this particular matchup, he was just absolutely amazing in the initial phases. But in the latest phases, I believe we had Disrupt and also Ayu and
Yeah.
players like Techno to Cold who outshined him, to be honest.
It's been an amazing journey, right? To start things from Aster Army versus Orangutan 2, coming down to the sides of Mystic versus True Rip was an amazing journey today. But there's a lot to plan for you guys tomorrow as well. So for now, everything is done for today's day. Is done for. We have had an amazing and a long day enough. So this is Lenovo and Intel presents the Esports Club Challenger Series 2023, ladies and gentlemen. VCT Off season, an official event where our gaming mentor partner is going to be ViewSonic Gaming. Signing off, this is me, Darshita, alongside me, Raider, and also from the sides of Aggressive. I'd like to say you guys thank you and bye bye. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, happy gaming, and I hope you guys rank up.